Here we go, boys. Here we go. There we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ackland here, and of course, welcome back to each and every one of you. And if you're watching this over on YouTube, remember to hit the link in the description down below and also hit the like button, because why wouldn't you? It's always nice when you do that. But yeah, welcome back to the afternoon session for the day. Power just came back on. We have a pretty busy day ahead of us. We have to do the podcast. Mental Fan from Al. How you doing, brother? Yeah, I read, so it was fun. We have a pretty busy day. We have to do the podcast. I'm just waiting for Rurikhan to let me know if he has time to do it. That was the plan to do it today, but you know, it really depends. So if Rurikhan doesn't show up, we'll jump straight into Dragonflight and finish that. Abaddon, how you doing, fam? Because we have to finish Dragonflight today, and then we'll do some reactions and stuff. Some Reddit stuff. It's going to be nice now, because I want to do all of the World Quest stuff and, you know, catch up on that shit. And while we do that, we can do reactions. We don't have to do that. We can react while I grind out stuff in WoW. So that's going to be really nice. How are you guys doing? Did you have a nice 2-hour break? Did you enjoy yourselves? Aldezen, how are you doing? Not gonna lie to you guys, it's a little hot today. It's a little on the toasty side. I'm definitely not feeling great. Nah, it's very hot. It's stupidly hot. The fan isn't even really helping at this point. But we'll make do. We'll make do. Yeah, I'm literally just waiting for Rurikhan to hear if we're actually doing this podcast or if he's going to be busy with other things. Cleaned the stairways and the entrance hall, and now playing Hades. Have you seen that they've announced Hades 2? I saw that, but I didn't even really play the first one, so no real point. One more day of work, and then I can finally relax for a week. Nice. Christmas break, Altism. Took the plunge and got Dragonflight, by the way. Glad I did. I'm really enjoying it for the first time in a long time. Some real gem quests in there too. Like sitting with the dwarf. Oh, Abaddon, yes. The dwarf is really cool. But no, I'm glad that you are. I see a ton of people sort of complaining that they're already bored and whatnot. And it sort of annoys me when people do that. Because, dude, I'm busy streaming. Why would you let me know? Yeah, remind me later. Fuck. Like, there's a lot of people that's already complaining about, like, people complaining about feeling bored, not having enough to do. It's weird. It's weird that people would even think in that sense. Like, I genuinely had comments yesterday from someone saying, yeah, I'm already bored with the game. I hate the world quests. I don't want to do the world quests because I don't give a shit about the renown. I done a couple of Mythic Plus. I did some raiding. And then in the very next breath, they go, I had a lot of fun in the last 2 weeks. Guess that's fine. I'm like, yeah, that's how you want to play. You know, you enjoyed the quests. You enjoyed the story. You did a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You did everything that you enjoy, and now you're taking a break. That's fine. That's how MMOs are meant to be played. You're not meant to play an MMO day in and day out. Some people do, and that's fine. You know, they just love every single element of the game, and if that is you, hey, more power to you. But the fact of the matter is, MMOs are supposed to be a buffet. You take what you want, and you enjoy it. And once you've had your full, you move on. And then you come back when new stuff has been added. And this is really where we get to the roadmap. I don't know if you guys saw this. I really wanted to talk about this roadmap because the roadmap really is just, it's phenomenal. It might be one of the best things Blizzard have ever added into the game. So before we even start talking about what is in this roadmap, the fact that there are roadmaps now, the fact that Blizzard actually did what I have said for such a long time, You see, roadmaps give people things to look forward to, but even more so, it gives you as a company something to live up to, and also usually leads to a little bit of early feedback. So right now, you look at this and you can see that every single one of these patches have a new zone. Every single one of the large patches, patch 10.1 and patch 10.2, has a new zone as well as a new raid. Then you have, all of these smaller patches, which is phenomenal. So if we look at the most early patch, the one that's coming next year, January, I think, we have the trading post, Primalist tomorrow, and white and gray transmogs. That's pretty cool for a lot of people, finally being able to transmog white and gray items. I think is going to just open so many doors to new transmogs, new looks, and things like that. So I think a lot of people can be excited by that. I don't quite know what this Primalist tomorrow thing is. I don't know. I don't know exactly if I'm missing something. If Blizzard maybe explained what it is. I'm not sure. Let's quickly see. So let's see if they explain it here. It's been an inspiring month for the World of Warcraft team as we've watched the world soar over the Dragon Isles, defend their renowned allies from the Primalist threat, stay a while and listen to tales of regret, craft inspired items, delve into dungeons, and make vast, vast quantities of soup. The soup is wild. But this tale is just beginning. A WoW expansion is not a single moment in time, but a journey. We know that the merit of an expansion hinges on the sustained quality of its entire arc. Years after its release, Legion is remembered fondly as much for the 11-week content update cadence that served as the framework for its first year as it is for artifact weapons or Khadgar's brilliant dad jokes. In planning out the road ahead following the release of Dragonflight, we've been mindful of the duty we owe our players to nurture this living world and, frankly, the need to do better than we have at times in the recent past. I think memories immediately come back of 9 months of content droughts, with the content that immediately followed those 9 months being not great, shall we say. So it's nice to see that Blizzard is taking all of this to heart and actually realizes that to make a successful MMO, you see, the thing is, it's not by accident that the previous employees of Blizzard reached what could only be described as celebrity status. When Mike Morhaime walked on stage at BlizzCon, people would erupt in cheer as if it was a fucking famous movie star or a singer walking out on a stage. When Chris Metzen would walk on stage and be for the Horde, you could hear the electricity. People loved those developers. And the reason they loved those developers is because in turn, those developers poured their hearts and their souls into the game. And yeah, sometimes they had missteps. Sometimes they made a couple of mistakes here, a couple of mistakes there. But they were always trying to be at the forefront of what pushes MMOs forward. This is why World of Warcraft for so long was the reigning champion of MMOs. And it's nice to see that the developers now have realized they have to do the same. If they want to get back to the days of being deified almost, they're gonna have to pull it out. Like, they have to show us that they care. Okay, so in planning out the road ahead for Dragonflight, we're mindful of the duty shortly after the last one is live and in your hands. In total, we are planning to deliver 6 content patches, fairly evenly placed over the course of 2023. This will include 2 major updates, the traditional pillars of our expansions, with new zones, raids, and seasonal rewards. But between those, we want to keep expanding and evolving our world with new world events, updates to systems and evergreen holidays, new dungeon experiences, new narrative chapters, and cinematics that can serve as epilogues or as prologues to the next major step in the adventure. And, most importantly of all, more opportunities for us to respond to feedback and change or add elements based on what we're hearing is most needed by our players. So just to very quickly explain this, looking at the season pass, 6 all in all. So you have 2 smaller ones that's coming, 10.0.5, 10.0.7. In 10.0.5, we get the Trading Post, Primalist tomorrow, and White and Grey transmogs. And then, of course, in 10.0.7, we get Return to Forbidden Reach, Human and Orc Heritage Armor, and Holiday Updates. I love the idea of more stories in between the large content patches. One of the things that's very bad, or used to be historically very bad, as a World of Warcraft fan, but mostly someone that plays the game for the lore, is that, in between the major patches, there's no story whatsoever, ever. You're basically holding out until you can get to the next big patch, and then usually what you get is about maybe a week's worth of story that's sort of time-gated to shit, and then that's over again, and you have to wait for the next story to unfold. So it's really nice that Blizzard is realizing, and I don't think many people are understanding just the level of new story we're getting, because here's the thing. We're getting new story in patch 10.0.7. Okay, Return to the Forbidden Reach, almost definitely going to come with some kind of quest line. But then you have a new zone that's added in Season 2, 10.1. That comes with new quests. Just guaranteed. That comes with a new story, new everything. New raid comes with a new story, new everything. So that right there, massive new story coming. Then you have a mega dungeon, which almost definitely always comes with new stories and new quests to do. New world events, which probably will come with some new story and some new quests in order to explain, why these new world events are taking place and so on and so forth. Then, of course, there's the content and system updates that's going to happen as a result of that. And then in 10.1.7, we have story and quests that's being added. Like, just straight up. A shit ton of new story and quests. And I think the only reason they're doing this is they don't want to give away the name of the area that we're returning to. So much like Return to Forbidden Reach, they don't want to give that away just yet. So they're telling us we are adding new story, new quests, holiday refreshes, and then again content and system updates. And then we get 10.2, which is a new zone, new raid, new PvP season, new Mythic Plus dungeon pool, additional content and features. Dude, if Blizzard can pull this off, this is going to be insane. Why? Because looking at this, it's immediately obvious to me that Blizzard have taken... I don't want to say they took my advice, because I don't think they listened to me. I think they just realized what I have been saying for a really long time, which is if you make smaller patches with content more frequently, it's much easier than making infrequent, massive patches. Because the thing with massive patches is there's so much that goes into a massive patch. So many things that have to work together that it can really slow you down. And if it goes wrong badly, because this is a massive patch. There's a lot of new things. When you do it smaller scale, more incrementally, growing the level of availability of content over time, it's much simpler because there's fewer systems at any given point that you have to coordinate and figure out how these things are going to play together. So I love the idea of these things happening. And then, of course, we have in total between those elements, we recently announced the upcoming 10.0.5 content update, which should go live early next year, bringing with it the trading post system, which allows players of all playstyles to earn a wide range of fun cosmetic rewards of their choice. I want to say this so clearly because everyone needs to hear me, even the people in the back. This is not a battle pass. Like, seriously, I'm gonna lose my shit the next time someone DMs me and says, oh my god, did you see World of Warcraft has a fucking battle pass again? Like, what makes this a battle pass? This is a progression system. And more importantly, it's a progression system that we have been asking for a really long time. I have said since the dawn of the cash shop, I don't mind the cash shop if it was possible to earn the items in the cash shop in the game. And that's exactly what the trading post offers. You're not being asked to do anything wild or weird or crazy. It's going to be the things that you already do, but now just gives you even extra rewards. Like, even more rewards are being given to you as a result of this. And more importantly, they're making sure that you don't have to suffer through things like FOMO, because you can reserve one item every month to roll over to the next month. So if there's both a pet and a mount that you really want in the trading post, but you can only afford to get one, well then get the one, lock the other one, and get that one next fucking month, right? So it literally takes care of the whole FOMO thing of, oh my god, I want 3 things, but, well, okay, if you want 3 things, you're going to miss out on one of them, but that will come around again at some point. But the fact that you can sort of lock one item, at least from the trading post, in time for a month, means that you should technically always have something that you're working towards, something that you're looking forward to. And some months, and this is what I think a lot of people don't really understand, some months there might be things that you just don't want. Right? Which means that month you basically get the points and you just wait for something else to come along until there is something that you actually want again. So I think it's good. I don't know why people are complaining about the fucking... I don't know. I don't understand the complaints. Maybe it's just because they really like complaining. Okay, so allowing poor quality and common quality items to be acquired as transmog appearances. Wait, I didn't read that correctly. With new zones, the holidays, dungeons, new narrative chapters and cinematics, the conserves epilogues. Okay, we recently announced the 10.1 that should go live, bringing with it the training post system, which allows players of all playstyles to earn a wide range of fun cosmetic rewards of their choice, as well as finally allowing poor quality and common quality items to be acquired as transmog appearances for those who prefer a somewhat humbler look, and a bit of a new world content in the Primalist Tomorrow area. I don't know what that is, but it sounds fun and interesting. Shortly after that is in your hands, we'll release the 10.0.7 content update onto our public test realm. 10.0.7 will contain a new quest campaign and repeatable world content set in the Forbidden Reach, as the Drakthir return to their place of confinement, along with some unexpected guests to learn more about their origins and their destiny. This content will set up the next major chapter for Dragonflight, and by its conclusion, it should be obvious what our next destination must be. Alongside this new content, we also plan to add quest lines for human and or cosmetic heritage armor, update some of our recurring holidays, and more. There will also be a 10.1.5 and a 10.1.7 content update coming in the second half of the year, bridging the period between our second and third major updates. We don't want there to be any specific formula for the size or shape of these updates, but the goal is simply more Warcraft, more story, more content, more rewards, more events, more tech improvements, with less downtime between them. I don't want to spoil everything, and I'm confident that there are at least a couple of surprises coming along the way with that no one is expecting, and some of the details simply aren't decided yet, because your feedback will help shape exactly what we prioritize in these updates. We're honored and humbled by the reception to Dragonflight so far, but this is only the start. For me and the entire development team, please accept our wishes for a happy, healthy, and peaceful new year, and we can't wait for you to see everything we have in store for Azeroth in 2023. Now, to those of you that is already bored and, really upset because you don't get to play the game and you don't get to play the game all the time, this is the start of the expansion. I imagine that by the halfway point, you're gonna have so many things to do in the game that if you really wanted to keep yourself busy, you'll have more than enough to keep yourself busy with. But sometimes it is nice to take a break, go outside, play another game, spend some time with your friends or your family, do something else, and come back when you're good and ready. That way, you'll always be excited to return to Azeroth. And for that, I am grateful. I'm excited for this. I want to know what you guys think. Yeah, touch some grass, chill out. I don't see what the problem is. Yeah. If you get bored, just quit. I'm playing another ad, guys, so don't worry about it. Just roll with it. We won't discuss anything important until the ad is done, I promise. Where the fuck is Rurikhan? I would really like to know where Rurikhan is off to. I play WoW every day, only for 3 to 5 hours. See, the thing, Toby, the reason this is good, and I think this is something that a lot of people don't think about. You have a lot of different types of players. You have the people that know life the shit out of the game, basically just never stop playing. And that's perfectly fine. But then you also have people that have jobs, families. They don't have time to play all day, every single day. The point of making a video game is to make the game for everyone. So that would include all the people that, you know, don't have the time to play all day, every day. So it's really sad that some people think, or that some people demand that the game be made only for them, because they have nothing else going on in their lives, which means they can sit around and literally play World of Warcraft ad nauseum all day, every day. Not realizing that if Blizzard were to go back to the... Like, let's look at Shadowlands. Shadowlands was probably fine for anyone that didn't have a job. If you didn't have a job and you could basically play non-stop, Shadowlands and BFA was fine. You know, there was a lot of grinding that you needed to do, but if you literally only had time on your hands and you didn't play any other games, you were fine. You could play, like, you could do everything. The problem is that those people that only have like 3 hours a day, they also have to do all of those things that you do all day long. Only difference is they have to do it in 3 hours. So they're bound to fall behind. They're bound to. There is content if you can't live without it. Collecting transmogs, etc. If Asmongold can no-life it as long as he has and still find stuff to do, then you can't say otherwise. But as Akko says, if you're more time limited and don't enjoy aspects, you pick and choose what you want to do and you're fine to do something else. Yeah, why not? Tasty, you bastard. 19 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's not Blizzard's responsibility to fill someone's empty life. No, I'm sure, like, the goal for Blizzard should always be to try and fill everyone's empty life. Yes, that's your goal. Of course. You want to make as much money as possible. That means you want as many players playing your game and no other game. And that's perfectly fine. As long as none of that is ever mandatory, we don't have a problem. The problem is when those things become mandatory. That's when the problem is, like, I would say, that's when the problem is at its most severe. In my estimation, at least. And servers are pacing to go through most of the content in-game, including older expansions. I wouldn't mind that. I think the leveling for Dragonflight was actually perfect. If I'm honest, I think it was perfectly fine. I wouldn't want it any other way. New rotation of World Quests in DF? I haven't even done World Quests, Toby. We have to finish the fucking story today so that I can do World Quests. Because I haven't even touched the World Quests yet. Which is slightly annoying. But also at the same time, you know, is what it is. Alan and Outland, and I basically have to exit it by the time I'm at Zangramarsh. Argos, wait, what? All the content to be longer because I want to level alts for a longer while. Oh yeah, that's something that I would agree with you. I think currently the leveling system is up to shit. I don't think Blizzard have nailed the way the leveling system works. But I also think that right now Blizzard is just sort of holding on until such time that they can make it work. That's my thinking, at least. I think Blizzard is just... they're pushing. So I think what's my genuine belief is that the next expansion, players will play through the island. Once they're done with the island, with Exile's Reach, they'll be sent to Dragonflight, and then they'll finish the whole of Dragonflight, probably patch content and all, to find the story of Dragonflight, and then they'll move into the next expansion. And it might be true that Blizzard from there on forward makes it so that, let's say the expansion after that one, so let's say expansion 12.0, players will start in Dragonflight, level in Dragonflight till say level 20, then move to the expansion after, or let's say to level 30, move to the expansion after Dragonflight to go to level 60, and then move into the new expansion to go to level 70. Or however the levels, if Blizzard keeps stacking on levels, whatever the case might be. But that's sort of what I see Blizzard doing from this moment forward. I really do think that Dragonflight is the new starting experience, and it's going to be the new start of the next chapter for World of Warcraft, where Blizzard keeps pulling players back into, you know, in through Dragonflight to catch all of the story, to know how the story goes, and all the rest of it. Is it true that the reason the elements on Azeroth were fighting because the spirit magic got consumed by the World Soul? So there's two reasons for that. Some of it is quite speculative, Kalnazar. So the elements of Azeroth, as it were, we don't know exactly when spirit was consumed. Okay, we don't know when this happened. We know that it happened somewhere in Azeroth's formative years. So before Azeroth could even have been considered a Titan, at some point there, she consumed all of the spirit on Azeroth. Now, that would have most definitely upset the balance between the other elemental forces. Because remember, the entirety of the universe is set up as counterpoints. Everything must have a counterpoint to keep things in balance. With Spirit now gone, that threw the other elemental planes into tremendous flux. But it probably wasn't the thing that led to the outright war between the elements. There, it is rumored that the old gods had a hand to play in that little fiasco. So as the old gods kept spreading their influence and kept sort of destabilizing the balance of Azeroth, the elements grew more and more unstable, to the point where the elemental lords rose up, like Ragnaros and what's her name? Oh my god. Alakir. What's the fucking bitch's name? The fat bitch. Anyways, can't remember now. Something with a T, but I can't remember her name now. But this is where they sort of rose up and they started marching. Therazane, thank you. Yes, Therazane. And they started marching against one another. Massive wars broke out. And then, of course, when the Titans arrived, they saw this madness and they said no. And they locked the elements into their planes so that they could no longer escape. So basically, they ended the war. Of course, at this point, the Proto-Dragons had already escaped. So the Proto-Drakes were now on Azeroth. They were sort of existing there. And then, of course, we have the story of Galakrond. We have the story of the aspects and how that played out. And that is something I'm working on right now. That's a video that I'm working on right now because there's some incredible information about Galakrond specifically, but also about the aspects that no one ever seems to talk about. But so, for example, if I asked anyone in chat here, what happened to Galakrond? Do you guys know? Like, how did Galakrond become a threat? No, not how did he die. We all know how he died. Although that's also really cool. He ate out of the other dragons. Yeah, okay. But that's not what happened to him. That's not how it happened. Not exactly. All right, so one thing that is wildly misunderstood and most people don't know is that Proto-Drakes have a very unique, shall we say, evolutionary trait. Some evolution, something that took place within Proto-Drakes. Whenever Proto-Drakes eat, they get stronger. This is true for all of the Proto-Drakes. There are multiple times where Malygos and even Tyr directs the future aspects to eat so that they can get stronger. This is true. Now, as it turns out, when Galakrond ate another Proto-Dragon, something really changed. You see, because Proto-Drakes had something that no other living being on Azeroth at the time had. a sort of life energy, much stronger than any other living being. This energy is what allowed... So it wasn't really the fact that he ate protodrakes. It wasn't the cannibalism that made him become that big. It was whatever life energy lurked within the protodrakes. That's what caused him to become really beefy. But that's not even how it happened. So there's this ominous discussion that takes place between Tyr and Malygos, where Tyr explains to Malygos that he watched. Tyr kept an eye on the protodrakes, and he had identified multiple protodrakes throughout his days of observing the protodrakes that he really thought would become his champions. And ultimately, he would finally find Malygos and the other aspects to be the true champions of Azeroth. But he blames himself because he saw Galakrond going in some direction. And it doesn't appear as if he's just talking about, Galakrond is going down a bad road. No, Galakrond was traveling in a direction on Azeroth towards something. And Tyr said, we should have stopped him. But we had no idea what he would have discovered at the end of his journey. And Tyr says, had we known, we would have stopped him. So in Galakrond's travels, because here's the thing, what you have to know about protodrakes. There's about, from what I can gather, from all of the research that I've done, I find 3 layers of intelligence that exist within the protodrakes. So layer 1 is not intelligent at all. This was the vast majority of protodrakes. They acted on instinct, most likely primal, for the most part. All they cared about was food and territory. So if anything came into their territory that wasn't part of their clutch, they would fight. They also had no ability for loyalty or thinking about protodrakes as a single whole, but rather only those within the clutch, so their direct clutch, was kind of trusted. It wasn't loyalty, it was just a sort of, I could trust you because you're from the same clutch as me. But that really was the end of it. They stuck to themselves. Then you had the next level, sort of, I would say, the one that the majority of protodrakes had. This was the ability to speak, although even the most intelligent protodrakes, and this would be Galakrond, Malygos, Ysera, although Ysera may actually have been the most intelligent of all the protodrakes, because of all the protodrakes, it was only Ysera and Galakrond that used full complete sentences. Malygos, Nalfarian, Alexstrasza, and Nostormu spoke in broken English. So it would sort of be like, look, there, go. So they couldn't make full sentences. And even when Tyr was speaking to the protodrakes, to Malygos specifically, and Malygos was incredibly intelligent. He always had a knack for figuring things out and sort of seeing how things link up and how things could play out. So a master, so to speak, of dominoes. But even there, Malygos had a very hard time following all of the words that Tyr used. Like, he could grasp the gist of what Tyr was saying, but some of the words that Tyr were using, he couldn't understand. So the second layer of intelligence of protodrakes were ones that could speak, albeit broken. They could plan, right? So they had the ability to make plans, but they had no grasp of consequence and action. So their plan would be for a specific reason, but they couldn't think through the consequences of that plan. So in other words, they could plan, but they couldn't think through the consequences of what that plan would be. The best example of this in the lore would be Talanixia or Koros. Those would be, I would say, the 2 protodrakes. Now, Talanixia she for a while seemed to be poised to become the queen of the protodrakes, and she led an assault on Galakrond that would ultimately end up with most, I would say, of the protodrake species obliterated. Her plan was basically one of just brute force. They are many, he is one, therefore we win. That's actually what she says in, I believe, Dawn of the Aspects, she speaks about, it's clear she understood the concept. We are many, he is one. Yes, he's big, but we are many. And because we are many, we can win. So you understand the kind of intelligence there. It's very rudimentary, but it does make sense. Koros, very much the same, although he would turn out to become a betrayer, so, leave Koros for what he is. He ultimately wanted to become like Galakrond by himself consuming other protodrakes, and this is where we get the little nugget within the lore of exactly how strong they became. Because as soon as they consumed another protodrake, and they were actually very hesitant to do so, it took them a while to actually accept the fact that they have to eat other protodrakes, because cannibalism, the action of eating your own, was not at all something that protodrakes did. They would fight, sure, and they would taste each other's blood during fighting, but it was never to eat. Even if they fought to the death, once dead, that's it. They wouldn't continue. They would leave it. So they consumed this corpse. And what's interesting, Maligos is following Koros and his band. And he comes across this, he sees this take place, where Koros and his followers eat two smaller protodrakes. They cannibalize them. And as soon as Koros and his mates take off, Maligos spots a smell. And it's the same smell that Galakrond has. It smells of decay, of death. So that consumption is incredible. Or just one protodrake, eating one protodrake, immediately started turning them into aspects of decay, so to speak. So the third level of intelligence, I would say, was only really possessed by the 5 dragon aspects, and then, of course, Galakrond. And that was the ability to not only plan, not only think about what your plan will result into, but also understand the concept of the whole. Because it was the only dragons ever on Azeroth, or protodrakes ever on Azeroth, that understood this concept was Alexstrasza, Nostormu, Nalfarian, Maligos, and Ysera. Only those 5 understood the concept of unity, understood the concept of loyalty. They were fiercely loyal to each other. And for those of you that might not like Deathwing, man's a fucking Giga Chad, just FYI. If you don't like Deathwing, it's just because you don't understand his story. When he was still Nalfarian, he was incredible. He was absolutely incredible. He saved Maligos' life. He saved Alexstrasza's life. He saved Ysera's life. He saved Nosdormu's life. He sacrificed himself on multiple occasions to save the others, coming very close to death as a result of this. Ysera was the most intelligent of the 5. It's actually incredible. The story of the dragons is actually incredible. I'm like I said, I'm busy planning a very in-depth video on this. For the 4 incarnates in Dragonflight, it makes sense that they would eventually have evolved to the part or the point of the aspects. Now, I'm talking about the future aspects, when they were still protodrakes. Another thing that's very interesting about the protodrakes that we don't know much about, it appears as if this intelligence came about very suddenly. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't as if some generations evolved and were slightly more intelligent than the others, or some were slightly better than the other. No. It appears as if all protodrakes were stupid, animalistic, primalistic beings that just fought for food. And then suddenly, intelligence was born. Like, suddenly, there were protodrakes that could speak. Suddenly, there were protodrakes that could think and that could plan and that could understand loyalty and all the rest of it. It seems to have happened incredibly quickly. But this is where Galakrond comes in. Galakrond was actually considered to be almost leader-like. He was a good proto-drake. He was considered by the others to be very good. He had a kinder heart than most. He was also considered to be incredibly intelligent and very strong, but fair. Galakrond wasn't a bad dragon. And then, according to Tyr, Galakrond takes off in some direction, and what he finds in that direction leads him to what would ultimately become him consuming the world. Because you guys have to understand how bad it got towards the end for Galakrond. It wasn't so much that Galakrond, by feasting, became more and more empowered. It's that whenever Galakrond couldn't find something to eat, he would actually lose power, and quickly. Multiple times, Malygos in Dawn of the Aspects speaks about Galakrond coughing and sort of splurting, and you can visibly see him getting smaller because he can't find anything to eat. So much so that Galakrond eventually started consuming the very undead dragons that he had raised. Like, he literally just started eating the dragons that he had already eaten, just to continue eating. So this is why Galakrond would have become such a problem. But the what is important. What did Galakrond find? Because that's never discussed. We know that it was an outside force. That we know for a fact. Mr. Lurkon, how you doing, bro? Why are you mad? We know for a fact that it was something on the outside. Something that wasn't him and wasn't just him eating. You found love? No. So Galakrond is sleeping, and as he sleeps, as the proto-drakes, the 5 that will become the future aspects, as they happen upon him, there's a light close to him. A massive, gigantic light and energy close to him. And this energy is literally enveloping him as he is growing stronger in front of their eyes. Like, this energy is feeding him with some kind of power. I wonder if I can find it. Hold up. Let me see if I can actually find this portion for you guys. See, this is where an actual book would have been so good. Because, fuck me, man. Okay, let's quickly... I want to see if I can find some chapter shit for you guys. Sorry, I'm busy reading a new book, so I have to go back to Dawn of the Aspects. Dude, no, come on. What the fuck? Okay, something's going on now. I don't think I'm going to find it this way. How do you search on a Kindle? I hate Kindles, man. I don't know why I fucking bought this thing to begin with. Because it's seriously annoying. I'm going to have to... which chapter was it again? Was it 5, the dead and the undead? Miss dwindling, no stormu offer too slow below though. Little wind, no fair at it, snuffing the air, not enough. Malygos continued to study Galakrond, cannot further back. The icy blue mail took an almost vertical shift in direction. Sorry, guys. Normally, I would already have this noted down, but I haven't gotten that far yet. No. Shit. Okay. I've gone, I still have a ways to go. Keep going. So hard, did induce some pain. Their velocity was also enough to shove Galakrond. Proto-dragons began to flee in earnest. Proved insufficient to put an end to his agony, he shot the other two. Fly, Malygos shouted to anyone who could hear, including Naltharion. The lead, the three took to the higher sky. Ordered to breathe properly. From there, he would have to judge whether it was safe to continue on. I think we're close to it now. Here we go. Under the shadow of Galakrond. Calig shared Malygos' consternation. He also shared his host's decision to attack without hesitation. Malygos started to exhale. No, Ysera collided with him from the side. Malygos' frost shot deep into the cave. Okay, we have to keep going for a bit more. Looking for that specific part where... Appears startled. This is only a slight reflection of him. King Julian, dude, thank you so much. I'm reading World of Warcraft stuff. I'm just starting the third Dawn of Fire novel. Then you're going to read The Infinite and the Divine, then the Kane books profile. Sabago, what's your thoughts on Blizzard's roadmap? Already discussed it, King Julian. Already been discussed. He stepped in the entrance, but did not proceed. Used a delay. He could have bothered. Malygos snorted. We'll find them. What about her? Seemed a very fragile one. Galakrond may be the future. His remark did not appear to strike Tyr as dramatically as the proto-dragon expected. Malygos ripped into the dry neck, easily tearing through it. The icy blue male turned on Ysera. She met Malygos' gaze squarely and began talking to him in a tone like the one she had used with the corpse. Listening to Malygos, Calig noticed how much more succinctly Ysera spoke. She was more intelligent, if also more impulsive, than other proto-dragons. Malygos, you've been bitten. The hunger is within you. Tyr's eyes, so very different from those of proto-dragons, narrowed further, that long, and you haven't succumbed. That bespeaks a strong will, although evidently not strong enough. But there is still Galakrond, Lixraza pointed out. As for Calig, he had seen many Warhammers in his time. In contrast with lavender color, the blue dragon was familiar with from his own time. Now the artifact glowed a faint white. It was vague, a response as Calig had expected. He would have followed up with a pointed, we go now, we find the others. Tyr hit the artifact again, leaving Calig to fume silently. Something has brought him back here, Tyr rasped. Your friends, perhaps. Whatever the reason, Galakrond appeared determined to stay in the region. The ground shook again and again, creating more showers of rock. Thus far, no new collapses, all four. Dark grey male dived down behind Galakrond. He's being led to his death, Tyr said, from beside Malygos. I knew him to be rash, but not suicidal. Several of the eyes along Galakrond's torso had been observing Naltharion the entire time. When I was exiled, as Nostormo had done, Naltharion chose to attack. A shadow swept over Malygos immensely enough to make him think that perhaps another Galakrond... Okay, this is where him and Tyr... Oh, them and Tyr fight Malygos. Fight Galakrond. So we continue... Is this the one? This is within the Nexus. I don't really care about this part. Predecessor. No, fuck. Thermos stared at the relic. I wonder for some time after why I thought that thing. The former aspect of the time muttered, and what a foolish notion to think that he could change what has happened by reminding us of this incident. It was hardly just an incident, though, the Red Dragon pointed out to him. And your own tone betrays you, Nostormo. You lived it again, just as my sister and I did. You remembered how you felt then, how we all felt. What does that matter? Ysera blurted. Calig seized control again. What matters is that Tyr wanted you to see it. And now we're way past. Under the shadow of Galakrond. Dude, I'm never gonna fucking find this. I really wanted to read this. I should have made a note. I knew when I rate this I wanted to make a note. Fuck me, man. I cannot recognize, but even Malik and the others. Okay. A moment later, that prey also appeared, not at all at Maligos and Kellick's surprise. It was Naltharion. A thick column of sand shot down his gullet. Snout down, Galakron finally began. Naltharion chose then to attack. Shadows swept over Maligos, immense enough to make him think that perhaps Galakron, while Maligos had missed. In response, a sound that echoed like thunder rocked them from the direction of Galakron. A second later, the Leviathan roared again, but this time from farther away. I don't know where the fuck I'll find this, but okay. Just keep going, I guess. Assumed to have changed in this wards. The trouble was... as the reverse symbols touch the wards. Okay, this is Jaina trying to get into the Nexus. Just keep going. Agitated forms turned out to be motley collection of protodrakes, which Kalek and his host saw, included mostly the lesser ones, but also a few other ones. Galakron comes. No Galakron. Okay, I think we're close. What at first sounded like a rapid beating of his own heart. The shape was clad in a hooded cloak, like the one Tyr had been wearing. Kalek tried to speak. Details started to come into view. Even as that came to mind, it suddenly occurred to Kalek, more fearful for her life than for his own fragmenting sanity. Kalek staggered towards the accursed relic. Another shadow, Tyr's voice. Kalek knew it very well at this point. He wanted to curse the keeper, but no words came. Through his host, and now Tyr stood among the five, a hint of weakness in his tone, but wariness mixed with confidence. How he had evaded Galakron, he had apparently not told the Proto-Dragons. What was worse to Kalek was that the Proto-Dragons were listening, especially Ysera. Where is he now, she demanded. The icy peaks over the North Ridge. Kalek found the description maddeningly vague, but his host and the rest nodded, as if they knew the area very well. He sleeps, Tyr answered solemnly. He sleeps deep. Now is the time to attack him. We shall never get a better chance, in fact. None of the Proto-Dragons, not even Maligos, seemed to notice the slight hesitation at the end of Tyr's statement. Kalek wondered if it meant anything, or if Tyr was simply still exhausted from his own efforts. There is a river nearby, the keeper continued, flush with fish. Go there, eat your fill, then we head north for Galakron, Alexstrasza indicated. Naltharion spread his wings, but before he could take flight, Tyr reached into his cloak. No sooner had Tyr said that. Okay. Maligos' feeding left Kalek adrift with his own thoughts, which at last Jaina, he silently called. Kalek could also not Galakron now. The surroundings grew chillier as they neared where Tyr had indicated the man sleeping. Kalek knew that Galakron's skeleton lay, and that boded ill for the Blue Dragon. With Maligos in the lead, the five descended. Kalek saw no reason for their doing so, unless they feared Galakron spotting them. Then a familiar form materialized atop a ridge. The Proto-Dragons alighted near Tyr, who seemed as tiny as when Maligos had first met him. Yet more than ever, Kalek and his host could sense that what they saw was only a hint of the true Tyr. Kalek recalled the brief glimpse he had had of the massive hammer and wondered at the full extent of Tyr's power. Again, there was an edge to what he said. Still, now, Tyr continued, his countenance darkening further. This is what at that point, the vision shifted. Here, when matters most concerned Kalek, the artifact betrayed him in a new way. He now found himself soaring over another bleak region, surely only moments away from confronting their monstrous foe. The overcast sky combined with the descending sun to create a greater gloom over the already inhospitable landscape. However, from a valley just to the northeast, there came a faint, deathly white glow, as if another sun or one of the moons nestled there. That Maligos banked toward it barely a breath later did not at all surprise Kalek. The Blue Dragon's suspicions about Tyr holding something back were verified. Out of the corner of Malygos's eye, Kalik saw the other four spread out. Whatever plan Tyr had explained to the proto-dragons remained ambiguous. There was something about a succession of attacks at the proper signal and then Tyr acting. The vagueness of it infuriated Kalik. The vision shifted again, or did not. There was a brief blackness, then all was as if nothing had occurred and no time had passed. Kalik, still attempting to digest what had happened, also noticed a haziness around everything. Definition returned a second later, yet the memory of what had taken place remained with the Blue Dragon. This is wrong. Kalik could only guess that something had gone awry with the artifact. He had to assume that it was through Jaina's efforts to enter the Nexus. If not that, then degradation that spread through the relic by other means. Whichever the case, if it continued, it threatened to take Kalik's mind with it. The vision lost some definition again, but corrected. The deathly glow increased as Malygos neared, and then Kalik and his host beheld Galakrond, bigger. He's grown bigger yet. The Blue Dragon could not believe the size of the malevolent proto-dragon. Galakrond had to be half again his previous size. He filled up much of the area below. Malygos' thoughts momentarily turned to distrust in Tyr. This was surely what their supposed comrade had kept from them. It made some sense. Tyr might have been concerned that his chosen champions would have been more reluctant to do battle if they knew that their adversary had become more dangerous than before. But while Malygos' focus did not go beyond Galakrond's growth, the Blue Dragon studied the glow. There was more to it than merely increasing the behemoth's size. Galakrond was going through another transformation, one that, if completed, Kalik feared would make the insidious creature impossible to destroy. Had it been his choice, Kalik would have had Malygos retreat until they could better identify just what sort of overall change was taking place. However, Malygos, no doubt acting on Tyr's plan despite misgivings, dived toward Galakrond and looked ready to assault the gigantic proto-dragon's head. So there's this light. And somehow, this light is responsible for growing Galakrond. So the big question is, what was the light? So Kalnazar, no. No, so if you understand why Galakrond is where he is, he was lured there by the proto-dragons. So the proto-dragons knew that the only way for them to fight Galakrond was on their own terms. So they lured him to that area, although they were acting at the behest of Titan Keepers that were slowly speaking to them through their own minds, sort of inserting thoughts that otherwise they would not have had. And Galakrond fell there because he could no longer breathe. So that's why he died there. So it has nothing to do with trying to free Yogg-Saron. Although, if you look at everything that happened to him, he grew eyes on his tail, eyes on the side of his body, like so many eyes. He had limbs coming from literally every single point. Extra wings, extra legs, extra arms, extra everything. Like Galakrond was becoming disfigured. I think the most obvious is Old God. Some kind of Old God infection had taken place of Galakrond. At least that's the most obvious of them. Because we know, I mean, it's not even disputed. Something led to Galakrond taking that first bite from another proto-drake. Something forced him to do it, or at least told him to do it. And he did it because he wanted to be stronger. The biggest question is, what did Galakrond find, and how did that influence him? And why? I think more specifically. Why was he influenced in the way that he was? So that's something that I'm still exploring. But then, yeah, he basically looked like an old god horror. Yeah. Precisely. You think he may have eaten... I don't know. I doubt that. Dude, where the fuck is my timeline? I hate this goddamn thing so much, man. Everything is just disappearing. So where's this goddamn timeline now? Here we go. Timeline. But now that disappears. There we go. There we go. Considering what does Zeroth Mortis produce, what would Zeroth Umbral produce? Most likely Order, planets, things like that. Because it seems like Zeroth... Wait, Umbral or Ordo? Because Ordo is the other one that we, I think, know is confirmed, no? Zeroth Ordus and Zeroth Mortis, I think, are the two confirmed ones. Umbral for Void. Nothingness? I don't actually know. I mean, the thing is, we don't know if it kind of breaks your brain. Sekinik, how you doing? It kind of breaks your brain to think about the Void realm having a Zeroth realm that creates nothing. So you have a Zeroth realm that creates Void. I don't think that would work. That would be very wild. No? Or is it just me that think that? People complaining about feeling bored, not having enough to do. I was thinking about the light, so that's a general Zeroth description. Everyone says about Sea of Light, so what's that entry point to Zeroth Umbral that could affect Galakrond? People complaining about feeling bored, not having enough to do. It's weird. It's weird that people would even think in that sense. Like, I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know. The only thing I can think of, the only beings that I could think of that would have interest in Galakrond would be the old gods, since they have a history of fucking with the proto-drakes in order to get free. I would even think in that sense. Like, I genuinely had comments yesterday. I think, I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to me, because Galakrond would have eventually ended up consuming all of Azeroth. Just FYI. Because eventually Galakrond would have eaten every single living being on the planet. Like, there would be nothing left. And once he's done that, the only thing he would have left is Azeroth herself. Because he needed to continuously feast. That's the thing with Galakrond. He couldn't ever stop feasting. From someone saying, yeah, I'm already bored with the game. I hate the world quests. I don't want to do the world quests because I don't give a shit about the renown. I done a couple of Mythic Plus. I did some raiding. And then in the very next... did some raiding. And then in the very next breath, they go, I had a lot of fun in the last 2 weeks. Guess that's fine. I'm like, so he's getting, no, he kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. With every single thing he eats, he keeps growing bigger. And the more powerful the being he eats, the bigger he grows. So he would have eventually happened upon the old gods in their prisons and probably consumed them. He would have happened upon the Titan Keepers and he would have consumed them. He would have just kept consuming until he had ultimately consumed everything. Guess that's... And with everything that he eats that's powerful, he would grow even more powerful and bigger. 2 weeks, guess that's fine. I'm like, not really. Because, so things kept staying, throughout his entire transformation, things kept staying in proportion. Which is actually pretty wild if you think about it. As far as an evolutionary trait goes, that is actually pretty wild. We have, on Earth, We have beings that, like, ostriches, for example, became so big that they lost their ability to fly. At some point, they just lost the ability to fly. Galakrond, like, everything was growing in proportion to everything else. And he was probably going to start, like, there was some kind of magic involved in there as well, I think. Guess that's fine. I'm like, yeah, that's how you want to play. You know, you enjoyed the quests, you enjoyed the story, you did a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You did everything that you enjoy, and now you're taking a break. That's fine. That's how MMOs are meant to be played. I'll read what you guys have to say now in a second. Give me a moment. Let me just finish to play an MMO day in and day out. Some people do, and that's fine. You know, they find... Which one is the real Akalon, chat? I'm right. They just love every single element of the... Yeah, I just need to finish this one video. They just love every single element of the game, and if that is you, hey, more power to you. But the fact of the matter is, MMOs are supposed to be a buffet. You take what you want, and you enjoy it. And once you've had your full, you move on. I'm not going to edit the whole video like this, don't worry. You move on, and then you come back when new stuff has been added. For one specific and this is really where we get to the roadmap. I don't know if you guys saw this. I really wanted to talk about this roadmap because the roadmap really is just, it's phenomenal. It might be one of the best things Blizzard have ever added into the game. So there's a point where you head over to Wowhead. Before we even start talking about what... When do I head over to Wowhead? This is all fine. I don't give a shit about this. I just need to see the point where I search for Wowhead, because I need to cut that out. Make it bigger. Here we go. Okay. We're there, chat. We're there. Tomorrow thing is. I don't know. I don't know what this promise tomorrow thing is. I don't know. I don't know exactly if I'm missing something. If Blizzard maybe explained what it is. I'm not sure. Let's quickly see. So let's see if they explain it here. I wonder if this works. Does this work? Quite know what this Primalist tomorrow thing is. Let's see if they explain it here. Yeah, that works. Fuck it. What a good edit. What a good edit, chat. What a good edit. Let's see if they explain it here. It's been an inspiring month. Don't add the coughing. Don't want people to think I'm dying. Let's see if they explain it here. It's been an inspiring month. Alright, here we go. That's all I give a shit about. Now we can quickly add this stuff. Oh shit, we need some sound effects. Sound effects, chat. Sound effects. Minus 10. Minus 10. And minus 10. That's 0. Blurriness at 0. Blurriness at 60. This at 150. And all the way to here. Link that in. Take this down to 0. Go to the end. Take this up to 150. Take this down to 0. this isn't right. Yeah, okay. Mark this in. Mark this in. Take it to the end. Down to 0. And this one down to 0. Let's just see if this works. Rurikhan, how you doing, man? Yesterday, from someone saying, yeah, I'm already bored with the game. I hate the world quests. I don't want to do the world quests because I don't give a shit about the renown. I done a couple of Mythic Plus. I did... You're late, dude. Like, we were supposed to start at 12, like an hour and a half ago. What happened? Let's see. We want to go to the 5-minute mark. Probably drop that in there as well on the 5-minute mark. Yeah, we'll do it at the 5-minute mark, although this one's usually shorter. Second podcast, then get to watch a live, yes? What do you mean? You're not going to be able to watch this podcast live? Why not? In-laws had car problems and I had to go help out before I even had a chance to get my PC? Shit. That always sucks, bro. That always sucks. See, this is why, like, I know that having a family is always joyful and great, but I have to admit, this is where I'm glad I don't have one. Like, my life's my own. Like, no one bothers me. And if anyone ever asked me to help with car trouble, they're in for a fucking rude awakening. When I just say, no, why would I fucking do that? That does not seem like fun to me. Almost. They're gonna have to pull it out. Like, they have to show us that they can. Rurikhan, I have about like 3.5 hours, but I still have to play WoW today. So if we want to do the podcast, we have to do it soon. Otherwise, we have to do it tomorrow. Which, just see what my time is like tomorrow. Because I have to do the Q&A tomorrow as well. Because weekends are rough. Tomorrow's power outages. Yeah, tomorrow is fine as well. The topics. I need to edit this first, Rurikhan, and then I can... I have to edit this first. Before I can, like, go. All right, chat. We have to pull this to the 10-minute mark. Right over here. 10 minutes in. And we go... up to 60. See, the problem is, I would love to do all of this offline. But I don't have time offline. Because when I'm offline, I don't have electricity. So this is the only time I have available to do this stuff. And this thing goes right here to the end. Close to the end, at least. How close to the end are we here? We're at 14 minutes, 35 seconds, and about 40 seconds later, yeah, this is just fine. This is just fine. At that, go. Put it on 60. Go to the end here. Hash bro, super hash, I can imagine. Wait, what? What's going on? I don't understand what people are discussing. halfway
I
point,
think this is good.
you're gonna have so many things to do in the game that if you really wanted to keep yourself busy, you'll have more than enough to keep yourself busy with. But sometimes it is nice to take a break, go outside, play another game, spend some time with your friends or your family, you know, do something else, and come back when you're good and ready. That way, you'll always be excited to return to Azeroth. And for that, I am grateful.
Yes.
I'm excited for this. I want to know what you guys think. Very emotional send-off. Akelon, well done. I didn't even plan that, boys. That just came to me. I just decided to be super emotional. You know, like really dive into the depths of my soul there. Hey. Fuck. Exactly, Abaddon. It just came to me, bro. Alright, let's quickly edit this or render this so we can what do we call this, chat? Okay, I think that's fine. Export. Rurikhan, I'll jump into Discord now. I just need to make a thumbnail, and then we good. I'll jump into Discord so long. Hey, how you doing, man?
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo.
Is my microphone good?
Yeah, microphone's fine. I'm just...
Sometimes it messes up. I'm just, like, scared.
No, it's good. I'm just rendering this video, and then I just quickly have to make a thumbnail.
Yeah.
And then we're good to go.
Take your time. I'm the one who's late as hell, so, yeah.
Oh, it's all good, man. If I didn't have electricity problems, we'd be able to do this whenever the fuck we wanted to, so, you know, is what it is.
Exactly. So, I don't know what we're going to be talking about today. I didn't prepare anything at all. I'm just very quickly looking up. We have the roadmap that we can talk about.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to talk about Rich. I think that you already did a video on that, but we
I would gladly speak about Rich. Yes, there's drama, bro. Drama sells. Fuck yeah. You want to talk about drama, man? Of course. We can talk about Rich. We can talk about the roadmap. Chat.
I want to talk about Preach.
What happened to Preach?
You haven't seen the video?
Oh, you mean his studio? I don't think that
His
was
studio.
Yeah, I reacted to that.
It exploded.
We can talk about that. I didn't think that was interesting, but yeah, we can talk about it.
I think. Yeah.
Chat, what do you guys want to talk about? Like, give us some shit. Come on. I want to see some Reddit posts right now of like really cool news, gaming news and stuff that we can talk about. Come on, chat.
Oh, dude, I get the slam on Ubisoft again.
I love slamming on Ubisoft. They are the company that keeps on giving at this point.
Yeah, dude, I already slammed on Ubisoft on a podcast that's probably going to be releasing tomorrow or something, but I'll gladly do it again.
I live for that. Right now, you know, it used to be Activision Blizzard, Ubisoft, and EA. They would just give you like all the content you could ever need to sort of complain about.
Yes.
Activision Blizzard have sort of calmed the fuck down. Oh, I know exactly what we need to talk about. There are 10 angry gamers. I retweeted this.
Who are suing
They're
Activision.
suing
I don't know a lot
Activision,
about that.
yeah.
Do you know? Do you know any details about that?
Yeah, I know the lawsuit is frivolous as fuck, and it's probably gonna get laughed out of court. But yeah, they're.
No.
I mean, it's console peasants, you know, console peasants that don't want Microsoft to
here
take the
we
power.
go. Here we fucking go again. Is it PlayStation, dudes?
Of course it is. Why would a PC guy sue Activision? Like, what the fuck? We don't give a shit. Microsoft taking over, that's fine. It's only the peasants that would be like, oh, we're losing.
Oh, no.
I'm pretty sure it's console peasants. Although, you know, the media doesn't say because they don't know that there is such a thing as console peasants and PC royalty, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand it. Don't worry, you're like a de facto royal. Because you do actually play a little bit on PC
royal.
too. Yeah. I mean, let's say it like this. You're that royal that don't mind slumming it with the common folk. Every once in a while, you'll venture into town beyond the castle walls and have sex with the barmaids and shit in the local taverns.
Been having a lot of sex with the barmaids then. Playing a lot of console, so.
It is frowned upon, but it's fine. We allow it.
Oh, there's a video on it. Microsoft was sit in U.S. court with a private consumer lawsuit.
Yeah. I need this roadmap picture. What the fuck am I doing? Right. Now I need a Dragonflight picture. Images. What would be a very... This right here would be good. My Photoshop just started freaking the fuck out since yesterday. It has slowed to a pulp. Like, it is so... to a crawl. It's so slow.
Listen, if your computer is turning on, you're better off than I am right now, okay?
Your computer isn't turning on? What the fuck? What went
Dude,
wrong?
Listen, I didn't turn it off last night because I know that turning it on this morning was going to be a pain in the ass. So I was just like, you know what? You're just going to stay on. Fuck it.
Did you realize that PCs are built to switch on? If it's not switching on, you may have to fix it. I don't know.
Yeah, so let me explain to you real quick why I can't fix it.
I'm all ears on this one.
This is a computer from 2015 that I bought in 2015. I bought this weird ass socket for a motherboard, which was an LGA V3, whatever the fuck it is. It's a weird ass socket, basically. Okay. So this motherboard has been giving me problems for quite some time. The problem is I can't replace this motherboard. Motherfuckers don't make this motherboard anymore. You understand? I don't think they even make this socket anymore. And if you replace the motherboard, Windows goes like, ha, you know what? I think you're pirating. I think you're trying to do something shady, so I'm not going to work anymore. Usually that's how it goes. But it's like, look, so I have this motherboard, I have this socket, and replacing this motherboard also means replacing this CPU, potentially having to replace the RAM. The only thing that will probably survive is the fucking GPU. And it's like, for starters, I don't have time to do that right now. But on top of it, the cost, I might as well just buy a new computer.
But okay,
in terms of man hours of fixing it and finding the right parts and maybe even getting Windows to play ball afterwards, you're better off buying a new computer. The thing is, I have like 8 terabytes of data in this computer that I don't want to lose just yet. So for now, I'm dealing with this computer's bullshit. But yes, eventually I do need to fix it.
Just, yeah, that sounds more complicated than what I would deal with, to be fair. So I have a question that I'm not sure if you can do it. How do you increase the visibility of something in Photoshop that is at a smaller size than what it originally was? So I'm trying to pull the roadmap into the thumbnail, okay? And when you make the thumbnail as big as it will appear on YouTube, everything's blurred as fuck. But I've seen people on YouTube, like editors make thumbnails on YouTube, where they'll have the small text and it will be perfectly viewable, even in the thumbnail. How the fuck do they do that?
Basically, they're not showing the entirety of the roadmap, most likely. They're zooming into the roadmap, I would imagine.
How do you zoom into an individual thing?
You increase the size of that particular bit that you have there.
Yeah, but that's not going to work because then it's just going to take up more of the page. It's just going to take up more of the page. No,
but
that's
you're gonna
not what I want.
You're gonna crop the right side of it. You have to crop it. Wait. Like, show me one of the thumbnails that you're talking about.
I'm going to. I need to find it though. I don't know if I'll find one. Asmongold's is always full of it, but So take this thumbnail, for example, the tweet there. But that's not even the best example of it. This thumbnail here, again, pretty readable.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is,
This
what is he doing there? He's just increasing the size of it. That's it. You just increase the size of it. It's pretty readable because you increase the size.
Maybe.
Like, look at the size of that tweet on the one that's like a big white square. It takes up the whole fucking screen.
But I don't want to take up the whole screen.
Yeah, but it's like, if you want to show the roadmap in a meaningful way, you're going to have to choose. If you want to show the whole roadmap, you're fucked. It's never going to look good. So you have to show only part of the roadmap. And then you have to zoom in on that part like a motherfucker. That's what you got to do. So like, say for instance, you crop everything outside of season 2 and you just focus on the big one because it's got Dragonflight 2023. So what you do is you move that image further to the right and then you just increase the size.
Basically, so you have to crop it here in this.
What? No! What are you doing? Stop.
You have to wait.
What the fuck?
Because you can't. How the fuck do you crop it in here? If you click on the crop tool here, it's gonna crop this entire thing. So you have to open it, crop it, and then pull the cropped image in.
Select the layer where you have.
I have the layer selected.
No, and it's slow. Yeah, and now just move it to the right, and that's your crop. You don't have to literally crop it. You could just move it outside the frame and it's gone.
No, I don't think you. No. That won't do what I wanted to do. You don't understand. No, you don't understand. That's definitely not what I want to do. It's definitely not what I want to do. You see, you can't do crop tool here because this will literally just crop the entirety of it. So that's
I'm not telling you to crop it. What?
Princess
Is
Marina,
that one image only?
You see, where you can do it here. So you can do it in here. This is usually, I think, what most people do is you do it in here.
You overcomplicate things so much, dude. I have no idea what you're trying to do. Why are you doing that?
I'll show you.
Like, stop.
No,
please.
Wait. I'll show you. Wait.
You don't understand. Like, why? Oh my God, dude. I'm about to have an aneurysm watching you do this. Please stop.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to do. Wait, let me show you what I want to do, and then you can tell me to fucking stop.
That's too much. You have to crop it by season 2. Otherwise, it's not going to get the size that you want.
Well, we can do 2, because I'm actually planning on doing multiples and seeing which one works best. Wait, I have a plan, bro. Just give me a moment. I have a plan.
Dude, you are like, look, I suck at using Photoshop, and you are murdering me with what you're doing here, dude. You have no idea.
See, the thing is, okay, so now I can actually crop it like fucking crazy. This can actually work.
Oh my God, dude.
Can actually work.
No.
Hold on.
Chat, why is he doing this to me? Oh my God.
Yeah, that can work actually. Fuck yeah.
No, oh no. What does he do? Chat, please.
Dude, just calm down. How is this wrong? This is perfect. This is exactly what I want.
Oh my God, dude. You can do everything that you're doing with a copy paste. You're literally going to China on a flight to North Africa. Please.
No, I can't do everything that I wanted to do here because it won't let me crop just the single layer.
God, I'm dying.
See, whereas this I can do. And now I can make it as big as I fucking want. And it works.
Chat, end me, please. Do you see the amount of steps that you did for something that you could have literally just copy-pasted?
What the fuck are you talking about copy-pasted? What would I have copy-pasted?
Okay, so listen. Open up the image in Photoshop, like a separate image. I'm going to show you something that's going to blow your fucking mind, dude. Okay?
Dude.
Just open up the image. Anywhere, like the full image.
What are you talking about? Like you'd have to explain exactly what you want me to do, because I did open up the full image.
The roadmap image. Show me the roadmap image outside of the context of everything else that you're doing inside of Photoshop. I'm going to teach you something, and your head is going to explode, dude. Okay?
All right.
Okay.
You want
Now,
me to do this?
you see
the
that-
selection thing, like this. That's what you want me to do,
selection?
right?
Yes. Yes. Select. Yes. Yes. And now press Control C, and then go to the other one and press Control V.
This is fine. Like, I don't know how this saved any more fucking time than what I already fucking did.
You
fine.
spent like 10 hours cropping this image when you could have
That's fine.
copy-pasted
It
a little
works.
square.
It works. I don't know why this is a
It
problem.
takes you 10 hours more. This is a problem because it took you 10 hours to do that, and that's 10 hours of energy that you don't have.
Dude, if it took 10 hours of time to do this, I would have already had load shedding. That's
Yeah,
just
exactly.
exaggeration, man. This is fine.
It's coming. That load shedding's coming. Just you wait.
Now the question is, which one is better? This one might not be...
Wait. Some stupid kid dislocated his knee playing Call of Duty. Oh my
What?
God. He was raging so hard, he dislocated his knee.
Which one would you guys go for? Would you go for this one, or would you go for that one? Which one would you go for? You think the first one? So this one.
Dude, you have to see this. No, listen. You need to see this. This is fucking hilarious, dude. What the fuck?
What am I watching?
Oh my God, dude. Wait. Let me see here.
Link
Oh no. I'm linking it in chat. Look at that shit. Did you have to see that shit? That's hilarious. This fucking idiot. Oh my God. I didn't even see it all the way, but it's just fucking hilarious. This kid's so stupid.
Oh, get him, Steve! He's the last one! Kill him! Live ping! Kill him, Steve! Get him! He's blued! He's plating! No! Why didn't you push with me? It was a 2-on-1!
The screen! Listen!
I broke my fucking leg. Oh my God. Oh, it's fucking broken. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh.
I think...
Oh shit. Oh fuck.
I think I know what happened.
Oh my God.
That's what you get.
Fuck.
Go play some fucking Call of Duty. Get your fucking legs busted. Good job.
Oh my fucking God. Holy fuck. I'm in so much fucking pain. Ah, my knee popped out. Ah, fuck.
See, this is how you know. This is how you know you need to start hitting the gym. When you're just standing with your legs slightly spread further than a normal stance. You're not splitting or anything. Your legs are just further away.
Oh, he's
and you're
split.
dislocating your knee. It means
He's
that
split.
there's no muscles to hold the knee together. You need to start hitting the fucking gym at that point.
He's split his fucking kneecap. That's what he did.
Dude, that is wild. That is the wildest shit ever.
Idiot.
I just don't know if the smaller one is more... This one is better because it has the date. We might do this. If we move it even further... No. That would cause just a lot of shit. If we move it a little bit more out, we might be able to make it even bigger. Like that. That should give people some indication. So now we want arrows. Image. I like this arrow, so we'll take this one. Always the red arrow, bro. The red arrow is where the views come from.
Yes.
Always the red arrow, man. You want as many red arrows as humanly possible. You want them nice and big as well. Like this. We'll fuck around with it in a minute. Let me just get some text going here. So what do we write? No. But you did give me an idea. Like this.
I found what I was looking for. Yeah, dude.
I wonder.
We have to dunk. We have to dunk on Blizzard a little bit today. We have to. Sorry, it needs to happen.
Why?
Yeah, it needs to happen, dude.
Why though?
I'm not telling you. You're gonna be mad at me, but I'm doing it, dude.
Okay.
We have to do it. It's just luggage. Sometimes it just needs to happen, bro.
Oh, that's not gonna work.
Listen, don't. No, it's gonna work.
No, not that. I'm talking about me, my shit. You do your thing, man. I'll.
It's definitely gonna work.
I'm working on other shit here. I'm trying to get this shit to work.
Oh wow. Seriously, dude, Nintendo is just being Nintendo again. Holy shit, dude. Nintendo of Japan, they can't not fuck it up, dude.
It's because all the weebs like it, you know?
500 public comments to the CMA. What the fuck is the CMA? On Microsoft Activision deal were abusive or unintelligible.
You're having way too much fucking fun with this, man. Like, I don't even know what's going on at this point.
I'll tell you what, I'll read it to you. Gamers were given their first opportunity to have their say on Microsoft's proposed acquisition of Activision Blizzard in a public consultation with the UK's Competition and Market Authority. Because yes, that always works good. So how do they conduct themselves outside of the gaming bubble? With abuse and unintelligence, of course.
Yeah.
According to the CMA, it received approximately 2,600 emails, around 500 of which contain abusive content with no other substantive content.
Yep. Like, ask gamers about the things and you're guaranteed to get fucking toxicity. Nice.
Or were blank, unintelligible, slated to be from non-UK consumers or not in English. So wait a minute. How do you know that these emails are coming from gamers? Because, like, look, I feel like we get a really bad rep a lot of times, and it's not justified. The remaining 2,100 were split between 3/4 in favor of the deal, 1/4 against, and a negligible number taking no clear stance on the merger. That adds up to about 75% of respondents supporting the deal, which is a blow to Sony's vehement opposition to the merger. The CMA summarize. I mean, look, these 500 emails that these guys are talking about. This is the thing that really bothers me. These are probably not gamers. This is fucking 4chan. Okay, you've announced something public about gaming, and guess what? People at 4chan just went,
Let's go, bro.
My time has come.
Yep.
Flooded your shit. it's 4chan. It's 100% 4chan.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm pretty sure, like 4chan lives for this kind of stuff.
Of course, dude. Do you remember that one? Wasn't it like some kind of exposition where they had people tweet with a hashtag and then it would show up on screens in that exposition? And 4chan was like, "Oh, okay."
Dude, the funniest.
I'm sure nothing bad can happen.
The funniest thing ever, right, was when Shia LaBeouf had, like, during the Trump election shit, Shia LaBeouf had this thing where he put up the screen that kind of said "Love Trump's hate" or some shit like that, right? He had this campaign that he ran, and 4chan within like 5 minutes found where it was and then started hacking the fucking screen and started putting all sorts of random shit on it, sending people to change the screen and put other things on there. And he kept moving it, and every single time 4chan would just find it and go troll him again. Which was funny as fuck, because that is just 4chan. You know, it is what 4chan does.
The CMA will now consider this feedback as well as continue its own investigations before releasing its final report by the statutory deadline of the 1st of March 2023.
I wish they would just leave us alone. Like, could the politicians just shut the fuck up? All gamers that know anything about anything wants this to go through. We want...
No, it's not. Hey, I'm not... Listen, I am somebody who's going to be like, hey, I think it'll be better if it goes through for Blizzard fans.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it will be better if it goes through for Call of Duty fans. But I should also say, I don't give a fuck about Call of Duty fans.
Why wouldn't it be good for Call of Duty fans? Like, what's wrong with how would Microsoft...
Because there's a lot of people that play Call of Duty on PlayStation, and the power is going to be entirely on the side of Microsoft. That's why Sony is squirming all over the fucking place. They're like, oh no.
Yeah, but I do think, just to be clear, I do think Sony is full of shit. Like, if they're really even afraid, they're afraid for no reason whatsoever. Microsoft doesn't give a shit about Call of Duty. That's not why they acquired Activision Blizzard. They wanted King, but Activision Blizzard won't give them King without taking the whole fucking company.
Yep.
So...
Kickstarter suspends AI-generated image, porn project update. Aw. Who doesn't want AI-generated porn? Come on. Development team on Blizzard's Untitled survival game has doubled in 2022.
Oh. I wonder if the survival game is going to be any good.
That is a very good question.
All right.
Blizzard's Dragonflight trial lets WoW subscribers try a spot of swooping. Nice. Wait, when did this happen?
When did what happen?
They're letting people with a regular WoW subscription play Dragonflight.
It must be just like a portion of it. They won't be just giving it away for free, would they? Because that will piss me off.
You can currently try out Dragonflight with a regular WoW subscription. That means this guys can be yours for just, the subscription fee if you pay for a month. The trial's only available until January 2nd, so best hop on quick.
That's actually cool.
A few other restrictions. You have to play one of the new Dracthyr characters, and you can't level above 63 or play beyond the Charge of Care quest. That also means you'll only be allowed to swoop around in the Waking Shores.
That's cool. I mean, it allows more people that might have been a little bit iffy at spending $70 fucking dollars.
I think it's stupid that you have to play a Dracthyr character. But I guess it makes sense because, like, they want you to create a new character.
Yeah.
So that it's like, hey, we know that this character is a trial character, because otherwise it'd be like, oh yeah, sure, bring your character, and then how are they going to determine whether or not your character is allowed to go beyond the Waking Shores, right?
Yeah. No, I think that's fine. I don't have that big of an issue with that. All right, let's see what I can find for us to cover. Devil May Cry 3 imported from PS2 and PC was a pain. Like, if you don't have Dragonflight, you can get to level 60 and do everything outside the Dragon Isles. By this video, Diablo 4 sounded chaotic. Yeah, I mean, it is scary. Diablo 4 is very scary.
What do you mean Diablo 4 is very scary? Are you scared?
No,
Diablo 4?
Yeah, the development of Diablo 4 sounds fucking horrible.
Yeah, it is.
And that might lead to a really bad game, which scares me because I'm really looking forward to this one.
Dude, I warned you about this, dude. I told you that Diablo 4 was looking like a pile of shit.
I don't.
Didn't listen.
It's too soon to say that it's looking like a pile of shit. It might surprise us. Like, if they can just keep crunching those developers, like, let them live in the fucking office if they have to, like, fix the game, and then it's good.
If they just keep crunching them, yes, that will do wonders for productivity. No, listen, don't go home. Don't go see your loved ones.
Dude, it's easy.
Stay here.
Yeah, give them Adderall, fuck.
Give them Adderall, yes. Get them on a drug-fueled fucking development spree.
Yeah,
yes,
but a Coke, a bit of
great.
speed, they'll be good.
Yes. Fix them up a cocktail. Yeah, that'll work.
Did you hear, by the way, Elden Ring is on fucking discount. When do you ever see, like, Dark Souls-esque kind of games go on discount? It's fucking
They
wild.
go on discount. No, they go on discount quite often, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
Not that I see. Maybe South Africa doesn't have it that often, but rarely, if ever, do I see any of From Software games go on discount.
They go on discount quite often.
The only one I ever see,
it's very common.
like, the one that's mostly on discount, here at least, is Dark Souls 3. I've never seen one on discount. Never. I've seen Dark Souls 3, I think, once on discount. And I've seen...
Dude, you just have to, like...
Ghost of Tsushima or some shit like that. I've seen on discount a couple of times.
How the fuck did Ghost of Tsushima is a console exclusive? What are you talking about?
No, the fucking ninja game. What's the ninja game called from From Software?
You called Sekiro Ghost of Tsushima?
There we go. Yeah. I mean,
that's fucking racist as fuck, bro.
How is that racist? It's ninjas. It's fine.
Like, it's not ninjas, it's samurai, but it's like all these samurai games look the same to me.
Yeah, fuck.
That is racist.
Samurai is
as
basically
fuck,
ninjas, man. What are you talking about?
Samurais are ninjas?
Yeah, they're just fall on their sword. That's the only difference, really. One kills himself, the other gets killed. It's all good.
No.
Same thing, bro. Same thing.
Ah, dude. Can I take I need to take just like a, you know that term that they say that Todd Howard did a lot? Seagulling? I'm going to do a little bit of that in the podcast today. We're going to do a little bit of a seagulling on
the fuck are
Blue
you
Protocol.
talking about?
You don't know what seagulling is?
No. What?
Seagulling is when you fly around and then just like take a shit and fly away.
Oh. All right.
That's seagulling. I want to do a little bit of that on Blue Protocol.
What's Blue Protocol?
It's a new MMO.
All right.
It's coming out next year.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't trust. Whenever new MMOs come out, I don't trust it. Like, 100% don't trust it.
Yep. Okay, I guess we have to talk about gamers suing Activision Blizzard.
Yep. Jacob, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that, man. Like Bennett, if you could pick 3 cyberware half dragons from different flights, been in relationships, no. I'm new here. WoW roadmap.
Didn't the orcs like have their way with Alexstrasza and get her to like pump out a bunch of dragons? I don't know exactly how they did that.
Yeah, they used the dragon soul. What's the tribe called again?
I thought they just had sex with her.
No. The Dragon Mole clan basically enslaved her using the dragon soul, and then enslaved her clutch, in order to turn them into war dragons. But yeah, it was still all raid dragons. It's not that they are not allowed to mate, it's just that it's not really done. They don't really go outside of their own color. They stick to their own color.
That is very racist. Oh man.
Omega Lol Krieg, new Goat Simulator, the Callisto Protocol, the new Yumi rework looking good. Guilds watching other raid teams fall apart from holiday absences and Nax burnout before Ulduar. Lol.
Ulduar?
Yeah, this is some.
It's for
Classic
WoW Classic.
Yeah.
That's what you get when you have these things happen throughout Christmas. I saw a video from Taliesin where it was just like, well, at least Blizzard has done something good in that people, they don't have to worry about the Race the World First ending around Christmas because it's going to end next year. It's only going to end next year.
Dude, this girl has a tattoo on her lip that says daddy.
Dude, wait. The Callisto Protocol now lets you skip the grisly death animations. I thought that was the good bit that they were going to sell as DLC.
I just want to see something here. Hold up.
MMORPG.com Game of the Year Awards 2022. Launch oh god.
What? They faded like a year.
Jesus
Let me
Christ.
see that, you beast.
Why would you have a lip tattoo that says daddy on it? Like, what the fuck, dude?
2022's biggest disappointment, Diablo Immortal's microtransactions. So not even Diablo Immortal, it's just the microtransactions. 2022 Best Battle Royale. And I'm like, bro, I thought your website's called MMORPG.com. It's Fortnite. Surprise.
Fuck.
Best
Fortnite.
Persistent World. Destiny 2 and No Man's Sky. What kind of awards are this? What do you mean Destiny 2 and No Man's Sky both win? Like, what the fuck is this? Best Indie MMORPG, Temtem. Didn't they do something wrong? Best
What
Mobile
the hell is
RPG.
What the fuck is Temtem?
Temtem is, it was supposed to be like a Pokemon game. Most anticipated MMORPG, Blue Protocol. Really? Oh, I'm definitely going to be seagulling all over this fucking game. Ba-boom.
This sounds
Dude,
like...
this website's a fucking joke. I don't want to look at this website anymore. Fuck you.
I don't see anything else. It's a slow time for gaming right now.
It is mega slow time for gaming for sure.
It's December. Everyone's on fucking holiday right now.
Yep. Very much so. And I mean, look, it's the final show of the year. It's just meant to be a shit show. It doesn't really matter what we talk about. That's what I'm gonna go for.
Oh, we have to. What we can do. We can also talk about Henry Cavill and Warhammer 3 Warhammer TV series, as well as Henry Cavill and the smear campaign that's being run by the Witcher people on Henry Cavill.
Oh, I've seen some stuff about that. If you have the hard facts, I'd love to give my take on it.
I mean,
if you expose that.
I know what they did and what they claim, and I know that there's been people that came out that said that's just bullshit. Like, that is not Henry Cavill at all. He's just not like that.
I wish the tweets were still around. Henry Cavill allegations Witcher. I think that somebody saved the tweets. The entire Henry Cavill controversy explained in chronological order. Now listen, I don't here's the thing though. I don't want to read an article that tells me what's going on because I know what's going on. What I want is I want to read this person's tweets that she made and then she deleted. We're gonna read those because
I
think that's just the right thing to do.
retweeted her, but then she blocked me. I
Yeah,
think
not only she blocked you, she deleted the tweets. And then she apologized because she said, "Oh, I wasn't expecting this to blow up." And it's like, "Well, wait a minute. What the fuck do you mean? you just took a dump all over Henry Cavill."
of course it was gonna
And then
blow
you go
up.
like,
Fuck.
"Well, I wasn't expecting this to blow up. So you didn't mean it, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Because if you mean it, fucking stand behind it. It's
Oh.
like it is what it is."
One of Abaddon is saying, one of my mods are saying that they already admitted the claims are bullshit. So
Yeah, they did.
yeah, we can definitely talk about that.
They definitely they did. That's what I was saying. That's why I want to talk about it. But I just wanted to find the tweet so that I could read the official thing.
There is you can use the Wayback Time Machine if you know who the person is that made the tweets. The Wayback
don't.
Time Machine should be able to get you.
I really wish that they would have kept Jesus fucking Christ. It's fucking websites nowadays with the fucking cookies bullshit. Jesus. I don't want any cookies.
I think we can start. I don't think we're gonna find anything else. I'm assuming none of you in chat have anything that you want to talk about. Warhammer Amazon announcement. They said Warhammer Cinematic Universe, by the way, specifically TV and film. Oh yeah, Henry Cavill is like, I've already heard an interview with him where he said this is just the first one. They're starting with one, but he's absolutely committed to turning this into a full-blown cinematic universe, much like Marvel. So basically, Warhammer or Games Workshop seems to be taking the next step. They're going from books to TV and movies. Bro. What's the Hogwarts Legacy controversy? What's that? Wait, Netflix and Microsoft wants to buy Netflix? Can you share? If you guys can share that, that'd be great. Because that's actually huge. Reuters. Oh, dude, bro. Microsoft is buying Netflix.
Wait, what?
Yeah. It says here, New York, December 20th. Satya Nadella keeps thinking bigger. Microsoft's chief executive has been buying new businesses at an impressive clip. Look for him to add Netflix to the list in 2023. Since the 2014 promotion into the technology titan's corner office, Nadella has embarked on a pricey shopping spree. It started with a $2.5 billion acquisition of the company behind the hit game Minecraft. Later, Microsoft bought LinkedIn for $26 billion. And the speech
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Did they just say the company behind hit game Minecraft? Really, dude?
I mean, Minecraft is huge, dude.
No, you don't understand. Microsoft just bought Minecraft. They're not the company behind Minecraft. They fucking bought it. Mojang made Minecraft.
According to this, they said that they bought the company.
That's so
but yeah,
ridiculous. That's such ridiculous reporting, dude. Oh, it's the company behind Minecraft. It's like, no. What the fuck do you mean?
For $26 billion. They bought LinkedIn for $26 billion. Nuance for $20 billion. Activision Blizzard was by far the largest disclosed target, $69 billion. Microsoft is busy fighting US trustbusters for the right to absorb the Call of Duty creator. Putting it on the same roof as gaming console Xbox has led to regulatory concerns about the market dominance. Even the two companies are already closely aligned. Netflix chose Microsoft as its advertising partner for a new advertising-supported subscription service. Microsoft President Brad Smith also sits on the Netflix board. Part of the rationale for a deal is that Microsoft wants to offer a video game streaming service over multiple devices. Netflix has its own big plans in gaming in 2022. The company, co-led by Reed Hastings, snapped up a developer Spryfox, its sixth in-house studio, becoming part of the Microsoft empire, which supercharged those ambitions. A bundle with streaming TV and games together is not hard to fathom. Okay, so I know exactly what Microsoft is doing here. Microsoft wants Netflix because they're making a push for gaming, mobile gaming specifically, and Netflix already has quite a bustling mobile gaming sort of library that is part of their $15 subscription. So this is just Microsoft consolidating the market. Mark my words, guys, we will soon be ruled by Microsoft. This company is just going to own everything. But I'll give you the link to this.
That is what they're doing. No, I get the gist of it. I already put it on the docket to talk about.
Alright, cool. FTC cares about monopolies when it comes to video games, but gives zero fucks when it's companies like Ticketmaster and Live Nation merging. The ones that I would actually say is much bigger problem, in my opinion, is the lack of competition when it comes to medical aid in the US. Or the lack of competition when it comes to mobile companies in the US or internet companies in the US. There suddenly the FTC is quiet as fuck. But suddenly they're like, oh no, that's fine. You know, those are not the important things in life. We should really worry about the gaming companies and them taking all this competition away. It's like, isn't there like bigger fish to fry here? Like, I'd rather have just one company make all the games than just have one company providing all the healthcare. I don't see anything else, really.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up stuff, but no. I feel like we're missing something big. But it's just been so hard to keep track of whatever the hell is happening. I've just been struggling.
It's us, chat. Is there something big that's happened in this week that we're not already talking about today? Like, do you guys know of anything huge that's happened that we should be talking about, but that we are not talking about? Within the gaming sphere, no one gives a fuck about what's happening in politics and shit like that. Just within the gaming sphere.
Yeah, I guess not. Dude, we're running out of time. We need to get started.
Oh, here we go.
You're not going to be able... What?
You wanted the actual tweets and shit.
Yes.
Kotaku in action on Reddit has it for you. I love them. They pull Kotaku apart constantly. Christoph, how you doing, bro? Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. The Game Awards. I think we spoke about the Game Awards last week.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot else to talk about in the Game Awards.
No.
Elden Ring won. It's the best game of the year. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a video because somebody made a compilation of streamers losing their shit and being mad as fuck over the fact that Elden Ring won over God of War. And I'm going to be reacting to all of that juicy shit, and I'm going to put it right in the fucking main channel. It's going to be a Christmas special of me drinking down the tears of people who thought somehow had the audacity to believe that Elden Ring was not the best game that came out this year.
Gym in the 1940s was ahead of its time. Wait, what? This is how they used to go to the gym? Like, why was that considered helpful?
That is...
How would that have helped at all, though? You wouldn't have lost weight like that. And it wouldn't have toned shit. Like, that lady seems to be the only one doing something, at least. Yeah, it rubs the ass, but nothing else, really. Or maybe this was before ladies wanted to be buffed as fuck. You know?
These are not the original tweets, but whatever.
Gentlemen, you mean, why isn't she in the kitchen?
It's like, listen, The reason I wanted the original tweets is because I've seen the original tweets. And in one of the tweets, she complains that it was his gamer side that was bringing out all the toxicity, that he was toxic as fuck because he was a gamer.
Yeah, I saw that too. We can talk about it, even though we don't have the tweets.
Bruh.
Yeah, we can definitely talk about that. Because I remember reading that too. That was fucking bullshit. Work, thanks for the morning. Say Connect, thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. You're leaving as we're starting the podcast? What the fuck?
Poor decision making.
Yeah, you should get your life in order.
Henry Cavill, Witcher allegations. All right. Anyway, I'm ready when you are. Look, this is going to be a shit show. And I'm just going to say from... whose time is it to even introduce this?
I think it's mine.
Let me see. Rurikhan Unleashed.
Pretty sure it's mine. Pretty sure.
It is yours because there's a big smiley Accolon face on the last episode of the podcast.
There you go. I'm just changing video to... just changing the cameras over. Don't worry, guys. I'm aware that you currently can't
It'll
see
explode! Big boom!
Okay, there we go. We should be live now.
You motherfucker, dude. I can't trust you.
Soon.
Can't fucking trust you, dude.
Why?
You changed the angle of your camera. Again!
Yeah. That's what I do, man.
I think you do it just to piss me off.
That is possible. I'm not saying that I am doing it just to piss you off, but it is definitely a possibility.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, it's not outside the realms of possibility.
Okay.
I didn't change any. I didn't change the location of my camera. I just changed where I sit the whole time.
You're not gonna do it during the podcast, though. Please, go on, not like this.
I won't be able to sit in one position for 2 hours. There's no way.
Yeah, you can sit in different positions. Just don't move too much.
Dude.
Can you zoom out your camera? You can't, right?
I think it's as zoomed out as it's gonna be, bro.
Let me see.
I could do that. That's as much as it can be zoomed out.
Dude, I'm gonna give it a bad crop, but it'll give me more room. I need as much room as I can so that when you move, it doesn't cut your face off in the video.
I'm zoomed out now, as much as I can zoom out.
Yes,
so.
this is good. This is good.
Okay.
Okay. I should be centered on your end as well. Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
you are.
I'm
All
like
right.
giving free promotion to Eric's paunchies and everything. It's good stuff.
Nice. Okay. Let me know when you're recording.
I am recording, sir.
All right. I started mine as well. In 3, 2, 1. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another episode of The Frozen Sodium Throne. We are, as always, very happy to have you here. I'm joined by Rurikhan. Once again, how you doing, bro?
I am going through the complete and absolute chaos that is Christmas in Portugal as a family man, which, let me tell you something, it is complete and absolute chaos at any given moment. Like, we were supposed to start the podcast 1 hour earlier. There were some problems with my in-laws' car, and I had to go and assist, and that pretty much just ate my entire morning. It was fantastic, dude. It was great.
Yeah. Okay, I have done no Christmas shopping whatsoever. I have nothing in my house that even resembles anything Christmassy whatsoever, because I don't really celebrate Christmas. So, yeah, I have none of those problems. I'm currently avoiding every single public place where people can possibly be. I don't go to the mall because it's too fucking busy. I go to the beach at 6 o'clock in the morning because at 7 it's way too busy and I don't want to be there anymore. So yeah, right now I'm just avoiding the outside until all of the people from the north of South Africa fuck off back home and Cape Town can return to normal without the invasion of all the Outlanders. So dude, yeah, it's lovely.
I'll tell you what, the whole Christmas shopping part is the reason why I don't like Christmas, because I love hanging out with the family and like family meals and all of that. I'm totally into that. The Christmas shopping part of it, though, makes me want to end myself, dude. But luckily, it's the same thing for my wife. So, dude, we are so efficient. I kid you not. We went into the mall and we picked like a specific day that we knew there wasn't going to be a lot of people there.
Yeah.
We go in there and, dude, within 1 hour, we were done. We just went in there, boom, 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 done. Let's go. Let's leave. Let's get the hell out of here. Both of us, me and my wife, are just like, we need to get the hell out of here. These people are insane. They want to stay in here for hours upon hours upon hours, looking at the shops and consuming. And me and my wife are just like, nah, bro, listen, this gift for that person, that gift for that person. We have the whole thing planned. We even had like a route planned out. We start here, then we go to that store, then that store, and then we get the fuck out.
An hour, though? Like an hour?
Yes.
It's a long time, though, to be in the fucking mall.
I have a big family, lots of stuff that we
Dude, I think the longest I've ever been in the mall was about half an hour. And the only reason I had to be there for half an hour is I wanted to buy one of the Warhammer books. I have to go back there again this weekend because Dark Imperium book number 3, they just got that from another store, so I have to go pick mine up. And then I had to walk to the other side of the mall, which is roughly, it's almost a kilometer's walk, because it's a massive mall and they decided not to build it in multiple stories, but instead just have the whole thing be one thing. So it's a massive fucking mall, right? So I had to walk to the other side of the mall to get biltong, because the good biltong place is on one end of the mall and the bookstore is on the other fucking end of the mall. So that's the longest. I think it was half an hour. And I was in and out. Like, fuck.
What the hell's biltong? What's that?
Dried meat.
Did you say fried meat?
Dried meat.
Oh, dried. Okay,
yeah.
Because I remember, I think at one point you were the one who was saying like, "Oh, we need to deep fry this thing, deep fry that thing," and I was like, "Bro, stop."
You can deep fry. You can deep fry dried meat as well. I think. I don't know what it would taste like. I've never done that actually, but you could do it. It would probably be good. Anything's good when it's fucking deep fried. Dude, don't look at me. Don't look down. Like, I'm telling you, like, every single human being agrees with this. If something is deep fried, it is juicier. It is tastier. It's just everything is better with deep fried. Like, name a thing that isn't better deep fried.
So tell you what, why don't you deep fry this and see if then you can use it to play video games?
Dude, even raw, that thing can't be used for fucking video games. So, that doesn't help.
For the audio only listeners, I showed Akalon a controller. It's kind of like his kryptonite. I show him the controller and he just goes like a vampire, like, ah!
I hate controllers. I find them wholly unnecessary.
They are very much necessary, dude. Playing with controllers is so nice.
Mouse and keyboard.
So nice. It is perfect. Listen, you do not know the joys of haptic feedback on a controller. It is glorious. You'll never know this joy, Akalon. You won't.
Yeah, because I need something vibrating in my hands to allow me to know that I'm being shot by something. I can see I'm being shot. I don't need to feel my fucking shit vibrating. It's fine. It's all good. I think the only reason people use those fucking controllers and why they get used to it is because when you're too young to actually buy sex toys, that is at least something. I think that's the only thing that those controllers are really good for.
It's a good thing. First time I picked up a controller, I was already an adult, so that's not really a problem.
Did you struggle to get sex toys?
No.
I
don't need sex toys.
Dude, everyone needs sex toys. But
nope, I'm good. Have been playing World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
You haven't, right? because
I've
the South African government says no World of Warcraft
Yeah, I've not-
specifically for Akalon.
I've not finished it yet, but I am getting there. I'm getting there. I have like half an hour worth of questing left. It's literally the part that you want to talk about that I have not done yet. I am
Yes, it is.
As things stand, I am standing at Chromie waiting for the quest time to start. That's what needs to happen now. So
Yeah, but that is it's good that you're at least getting there, dude. I
Yeah.
have been running Mythic Plus like an absolute degenerate, and it's been pretty fun,
Yeah.
except for the one problem that I still have with Mythic Plus, which is like because of the RNG nature of how you get loot with Mythic Plus, I've been to a point where I've done like 10 of them in a row without getting a goddamn thing. It's great.
Oh yeah, that's always fun. That's always fun.
It's fantastic to do an activity that is extremely challenging because like we're already shooting for, I mean, I say extremely challenging for a lot of people, like a 10 plus key is nothing, but for us we're still like, you know, I'm an old man, you know, it's like I'm getting in there, like
Yeah.
I got my what do you call this, sciatica, whatever the thing in the back and whatnot. I have my old man pains and I'm like, oh man, I'm just like, ugh. And you know, I'm struggling to get in there, and then you get to the end of the dungeon after I've done a fantastic job, and nothing. I was like, that's great. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you.
The thing with the loot, I've been thinking about this quite a bit, and especially now with the very ways of getting loot. So you can get it from crafters, which is quite high item level. You can get it from Mythic Raids. You can get it from PvP. You can get it from Mythic Plus. I don't know if there really is a way to fix loot without causing it to just become so abundant that it almost no longer matters.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that. I'm just saying that it never feels good to finish a Mythic Plus with nothing. It always feels bad. That's just like a serious problem that I don't know how they fix it though. I really don't. I don't know how
You don't get
I just feel like,
crafting
hey, if you
resources
don't
or anything, right?
you get some crafting resources that it's like, look, I haven't even done any work order stuff at all. I don't even know how to use that stuff. What I can tell you is that the crafting stuff appears to be extremely expensive. So like for instance, I want to enchant my weapon because I have a pretty reasonable weapon right now. The cost of the cheapest, also known as the crappiest version of the enchant that I can put on that weapon is 14K.
Jesus.
Now, you want to know what is the best enchant that I can put on that weapon?
Yeah.
That's 140K.
Gold.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Talk about gold sinks. Like Blizzard have really upped their game on gold sinks.
Yeah, dude, it's way too expensive. And it's like, look, here's the interesting thing. Because I did double gathering like an absolute degenerate, I can afford it. I can just be like, 140K, no problem. I have over 1 million gold right now. I broke 1 million gold in World of Warcraft for the first time because I gathered like an absolute degenerate on those first weeks. It was disgusting. And I sold it all and it was great. I loved it. Well, I didn't even sell it all. I sold a decent chunk of it, and then I used a lot of it to basically fund my friend's crafting. Because I have a friend of mine who's running engineering and what's the other one, alchemy. So he'll be able to do like files for me, which is kind of like the new flasks. They're called files now, whatever. So he'll be able to do those for me, and he also has the engineering thing that allows him to resurrect because he's a demon hunter. So that's kind of like the whole point. So that we have an additional res.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, it's always been the case that things get more expensive in the beginning of an expansion and then they start falling. So I'm expecting that the price of these ingredients will probably remain stubbornly high for, let's say, the next month and a half, maybe 2, and then they might start falling. The problem is that Blizzard is this time around actually actively going to be working to update professions. Like every single patch, professions will be updated more and more, which is where things get wild. Because this means that for the first time ever, we might see massive spikes in terms of profession pricing that I think a lot of players might not be aware of and might not necessarily be ready for. So it's going to be interesting to see how players react to that.
Yeah, we'll see. But so far, the Mythic Plus experience has been, it's just been fun. It's just been fun to go in. But a lot of the stuff was apparently overtuned because Blizzard came in with a sweeping amount of nerfs into the Mythic Plus system specifically. To give you an idea, last week was Fortified Week. I know that you don't do that much Mythic Plus anymore, but like Fortified means, for those of you that aren't aware, the ads before the bosses are super juiced up, and the bosses themselves are normal damage. Yeah. And then this week it's Tyrannical, so it's the other way around. Yeah. So the ads are normal, but the bosses are mega juiced up. So last week when the bosses were normal, we couldn't kill one of the bosses in one of the instances. I think it's the second boss of No Coot or whatever. This week when the bosses are Tyrannical, same key level, we killed that boss. It was still hard, but we killed him.
But you guys have more gear, probably.
No, we're pretty much at the same gear.
Maybe
I know it's wild. That's the level of nerfs that boss went through. That the tyrannical version is now about in line with what it was last week when it wasn't tyrannical.
All right. Well, as long as like, I would rather things are overtuned than undertuned, because especially with Blizzard being so quick to apply nerfs, being so quick to realize, wait, this is way overtuned, let's get this down. But I would rather things be overtuned. The problem with undertuned is you can never unwind it. Once you've undertuned something, even if you do buff it, those that have already killed it have killed it. And if they've gotten the piece of loot from it, they've gotten the piece of loot from it. And there's nothing you can do now.
And Mythic Plus, that's not as big of a problem. In raids,
no, but in general, I would say that is a decently large problem. If you have something undertuned to the point where people can do, what's the max now? Plus 15 that gives you best gear or whatever.
I think 20s is where the gear caps now, but I'm actually not 100% sure. But there's already there were people clearing 20s on week 1.
So I would say, let's say it's so undertuned that someone can get to plus 20, finish it, and get all the gear from it. It's done now. When you buff it now, you screw everyone that couldn't get there in the first place, and they're now doing it harder. But those that have already gotten their gear have gotten their gear. You can't unwind that unless you take their gear away, which isn't fair because they didn't do anything. They were not the ones cheating here. You just under-geared. So I'm perfectly fine with that. What I will say is it's been remarkable how quick Blizzard have been so far in Dragonflight with everything. Bugs that's going on. Like every week there's a blue post with a bunch of bug fixes, a bunch of fucking nerfs and buffs and balancing stuff going on. It's actually wild considering we're moving into Christmas time. This is usually where there's very few developers at the office.
You want to know what's really wild? How fast they were to nerf Protection Warriors in PvP. Now that is wild. I love that. They nerfed Protection Warriors. They were just like, nah, man, listen. Your shield slam is just dealing way too much damage in PvP. And I'm like, okay, so please explain this to me. Please, I just want to understand. They're like, we believe that Protection Warriors have too much survivability and deal too much damage in PvP. And I'm like, okay. Let me try to unpack that. We have too much survivability. We literally take 50% more damage just for being tanks. I'm squishier than a fucking clothy right now. So please explain to me, where's the survivability coming from? My ass? I don't know. I'd like to know. I think it'd be interesting to know. Because I'll tell you what, I'll jump on a holy priest and I can stay there literally all day. I can stay on top of a holy priest all day, and there's nothing that I can do about it. I can jump on top of a resto druid, and I can stay there all day, and there's nothing that I can do about it. I'm just trying to understand.
It's funny.
Why you gotta nerf my class?
I just want to say, what's always funny to me. We had this with the paladins, and I think it was Legion. Paladin tanks were also just ridiculously overpowered. And then Blizzard came in and rightfully nerfed them And suddenly the paladins were like, what? But what? Like, bro, I was just, I can't one-shot people anymore? Like, how's this fair? You know, I was never
one-shotting
I should be able
people.
to, like, I should be able to one-shot everyone. How's this fair, Blizzard? How dare you? And now the warrior tanks are coming in going, bro, I was just killing, like, fucking 10 people at a time. Why would you nerf me for that? Like, dude, you told me yourself that you got ganked by people and then just shat on like 2 people and kept shitting on them because fuck them, you're a warrior. And now the Blizzard is coming in and saying, hey, hold up. Other people should at least stand a chance. The warriors are like, what? Like, how's this fair?
I sabotaged myself.
Exactly.
I should have kept my fucking mouth shut.
Yeah, you guys should complain from the beginning. Do what us warlocks do.
No, but
we're top of the DPS log, and then we complain that we're bottom of the DPS log. And Blizzard goes, fuck, we have to buff them a little more. You have to do what us warlocks do. Dude, we figured this out.
Lux is another class that is so insanely tanky right now. Locks are beast tanks. Like, I struggle to get them down.
That's what it should be, bro. That's how it should be.
Yeah, you guys should be tankier than a protection warrior. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, I think that doesn't completely destroy the whole survivability argument that Blizzard comes in.
In all fairness, the PvP stuff, and I just want to say, from a lore perspective, technically speaking, from a lore perspective, warlocks should be one of the most difficult classes in the game to kill. Their entire stigma, their thing, is using the lifeblood of their enemies to keep them alive. So they literally grab all of the life from their enemies and use that shit to keep them alive. So in the lore, warlocks should be nigh unkillable. They should really want to kill a warlock. So it makes sense. Perfect.
My only thing about the whole PvP thing is, like, ultimately, I don't care that much. Like, if you nerf it to the point where it's not fun anymore, I'll just stop doing PvP. It's not really a big deal for me. It's been fun while it lasted, and it's whatever. But my whole point about the PvP thing is I feel that there's a lot of classes that have way more survivability and way more utility than warriors, particularly whenever it comes to healers. Like, look, on some of the first days of the expansion, like when I was doing the quest that you're doing right now, at one point I was jumped on by a resto chamois, and there just so happened to be a bunch of people there. So at one point there was 6 of us wailing on a resto chamois, and we didn't kill him. We weren't able to kill him. There was 6 of us on a resto chamois, and we weren't able. Now, me, I wasn't doing that much damage. Obviously, I'm a protection warrior, whatever. But what are you going to say about the other people? There was also like a fury warrior. There was like, I think there was a ret paladin. Yeah. There was some other castle. Like, there were 6 people wailing on this resto chamois, and he would not die.
So all of the bad classes in the game, basically. Paladins, warriors, maybe a DK.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah. No wonder you guys couldn't kill it. You needed a warlock.
Of course. No, but it's like that's something that I feel needs to be looked at. Because if you're going to nerf tanks in PvP, I feel that, okay, then nerf healers as well. It's just fair. And look, I mean, if I'm going to die faster, I want healers to die faster too.
The thing is,
mutually assured destruction.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, so we would have to, because remember, World of Warcraft isn't balanced around single target or 1v1.
Yeah, I know.
Balanced around 3v3. So we'll have to wait and see what it looks like when we get into 3v3. Because if it turns out to be another Wrath of the Lich King fiasco, where you would have resto shamans, warlocks, and rogues running around being god comps and stuff, because they
wasn't it rogue mage priest?
At one point it was. At one point it was. I think one of the patches had mage priest rogue running around being unkillable. But god comp at some point was also shaman, warlock, and something else I can't remember. But the reason they were the god comp was because you couldn't kill them. Like, they were just together. They were literally, couldn't kill them. Couldn't take them down. They healed too much. They were too strong. So they would just outlast you effectively, no matter what you did. As long as it doesn't turn into that, I think you're fine. You know, so we'll have to wait and see what the 2v2. I don't know much about PvP, I'm gonna be honest. So from my perspective, they can remove PvP from the game and I wouldn't even fucking notice. I'm far more interested in just the general game. And for that, I think this leads nicely into our first topic, the roadmap. we have to talk about the roadmap because it is. I think I speak for almost everyone when I say this is perhaps one of the greatest things ever. You know,
I don't remember when was the last time that I saw a World of Warcraft roadmap. I'll tell you that much. That's for damn sure.
I think the last one I saw was very sort of like, it was after the lawsuits and after all the fallout, where Blizzard gave us a roadmap for 9.2 and onwards. So they told people in 9.15 all the stuff that they're adding to the game, and then what it's going to happen in 9.2, and also what is coming in 9.25. But that's as new as roadmaps are. Blizzard never used to do roadmaps. It's one of the things that I've always complained about, is this, it's people will be willing to wait for stuff if they know what they're waiting for. If you tell them, look, guys, this is the plan, this is what we're working towards, people will be excited for that. Now, the only thing I would love to see from Blizzard in like going past this point would be a long-term roadmap. So kind of like what Yoshi P did for Final Fantasy XIV, where they give these roadmaps for every single expansion, but then they have this roadmap that explains how they're going to update the graphics in every single zone until the entirety of the zone has been updated. You know, and all the long-term stuff that they have planned. I would like to see Blizzard do that. So tell the player base, hey guys, so housing, we're working on that. That's coming 5 years from now, whatever the case may be, right?
that's some copium, dude. Housing, we're working on that. Yeah, right.
I do believe that they are. I've spoken to someone that is like close to Blizzard, not in Blizzard, but they're close to someone that is in Blizzard. And apparently housing is something that Blizzard takes incredibly seriously. Like they have teams that's breaking down how can housing be done with World of Warcraft's engine, like what changes need to be made in order to make it work. So it is something that Blizzard is serious about. They know that it has to happen at some point. Their biggest question is just constantly coming back to the when. This is where a roadmap comes in. Because this is where you tell players, listen, your housing is going to be here, but it's going to be within the next 5 years. That immediately tells players, all right, I can stop asking for it because I know it's coming. Whereas now, almost all players that want housing is sitting there thinking, is it ever coming? Am I ever going to have housing in World of Warcraft? And that's annoying. And this comes from a person that I genuinely promise you guys this. I don't give a fuck about housing. I couldn't care less. If housing comes to World of Warcraft, I will not have a house. I find it like, dude, I don't know.
It depends. The one thing that usually bothers me about housing in most MMOs is whether or not it requires maintenance. Because like 14's housing requires you to log in, I think, every 45 days or something like that. And if you don't, then your house gets demolished. And it's like, well, that kind of sucks. So like, you spent all this money on a house and now it just like it goes away if you don't log in, right? So I'm not a big fan of that aspect of it, which is why I never really had a house in 14 until suddenly a group of friends of mine was like, oh yeah, we bought this plot for our free company. And I was like, well, okay, I guess we have a house now.
Dude, I don't even want to take care of my house in the real world. So why the fuck would I try to take care of a house in a fantasy world? That makes no sense.
But it's like, I don't think there's any question in your mind that is a major market of players that enjoy that type of activity, right?
Yeah, of course. That's the only reason I want it, because housing is the gift that keeps on giving, specifically
it's a social
for your
thing.
Oh yeah, your RP players, your more social players, fuck. They will spend, dude, if you want to see the most alive community within Final Fantasy, go to the housing district. There is always a boatload of fucking people running around there. They have parties. They have fucking plays. There's literal people that put on theater plays, that have a theater. Their house is a fucking theater, and they put on plays for people to go watch. Like you buy a ticket and you go watch every Friday or whatever.
It was actually kind of weird one night when I was logging in. Me and my friends were logging in to go do raids, and you know we usually log in and we hang around near the house. Because our house is right next to a market board, so it's almost like having an auction house immediately outside your house, which is perfect.
Yeah.
So we log in, we're getting ready to raid, and we notice like, there's a stranger running around in our backyard. So we go inside the house, and there's just like 6 or 7 people who are all just like sitting in our house. because you can leave your house open so that people can go in and check
Yeah.
stuff out, right? So there was like 6 or 7 people sitting in our house, and I go in there and I was like, "Oh, hey, hi, how are you guys doing?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, we're your neighbors. We just came to introduce ourselves." And I was like, "Make
Wow.
yourselves at home."
Yeah, come chill out. Yeah.
I was like, because like I don't participate in a lot of like social activities in Final Fantasy 14, so I'm not saying it was a bad thing. It was just like
Yeah.
I was a little bit, whoa,
Yeah.
this is interesting. Like
mean-
6 or 7 people in our house.
For the RP crowd, it's amazing. For the social crowd, it's amazing. For the adventure
it is.
crowd, it's amazing. Because usually what housing allows you, even for the developers, it's amazing. Because housing allows for you to add more things to the world than what you could do with any other type of content. No other content is going to allow you to really put things in different parts of the world that doesn't make sense. Whereas with housing, especially if you look at something like World of Warcraft, right? You could add doodads and curtains and roofs and walls and chairs and furniture and all that shit from an orcish standpoint, which suddenly allows you to bring back areas of the world where the orcs are overrepresented. And then, of course, areas where trolls and undead and humans and dwarfs and all of this stuff allows you to bring back content that otherwise would not exist. You know, it wouldn't exist. You wouldn't be able to take, like, what possible type of content could you come up with that draws people back to Duratar? It's over. It's done with. Like, you could add content to Duratar for people to go do there, but most people are going to complain. Why the fuck am I there? Whereas if you add a type of chair, right, that drops from mobs within Duratar, suddenly people are going back there to go and fucking farm that shit because they want that chair, because they want to put that chair inside a room in their house. So it's
do decorations and stuff, and you could have like decorations is one of the biggest things, and you could have decorations from all professions. So like you could have alchemy can do like a mixing set or whatever that you can then put in your house. Blacksmithing can do all kinds of iron items that you can then put around your house. Leatherworking, you can have special couch or something like that. There's like a million different things that you can add, and it's just a system that just
ties the world together,
and it's synergizes with every other system that the game already has, which
because you can put certain things in raids, you can put certain things in dungeons, you can put stuff behind world quests and all the rest of it. And I mean, guild housing is usually part of the housing discussion. So for anyone that's thinking I would prefer guild housing to housing, it's the same thing. If you're gonna have housing, you're gonna have guild housing.
Like in FC, for instance, what they do is like you have different instances of the housing districts, but there's like limited instances. You can't just have like infinite housing districts, which is why there's limited land in 14 essentially, which makes it so valuable. But you can have they have like a certain number of instances, like say instances 1 through 10 or something. It's not 1 through 10, I think it's more than that, are exclusively for free company houses, and the rest of the instances are for personal houses.
Dude, if I'm going to be honest with you, the way that Blizzard should add housing to World of Warcraft, and I've made a video about this before, Garrison. Just start adding every single patch new customizations to your garrisons. Like, allow people to customize the garrison ever more. It's not a perfect housing system, and
I think they should.
It gives you time.
I think they should move the garrison.
Well, right now I wouldn't even.
Let's say
do
there's
that.
but let's say, for instance, there's like, for some strange reason, because you know we've had those forces there, right, for a while. The forces of your garrison, and Blizzard could just go like, oh, you know, our forces are no longer needed in Shadow Moon Valley and the alternate timeline of World of Warcraft. So we're going to be calling them home. We've solved all of those problems. They served their tour and whatever. And we're going to be calling them home. And we need a place for them to stay. And therefore, we're moving your garrison over from here to here. And say, for instance, if you're in the Horde, then you could have your garrison somewhere in Duratar or whatever. If you're from the Alliance, you have your garrison somewhere near Stormwind, whatever, right?
See, but
I'm sure they have room in the continents to put that stuff in there. Yeah. And then, like you're saying, after you move them to those locations in the actual main world, as opposed to it being on a fucking alternate dimension that shouldn't even fucking exist. Yeah. You know? Then it would, after you move them in, then every other patch you could start adding stuff into it to make it more like a
couple of things that just keeps adding more and more. As I said, not a perfect, not a perfect housing system, but something at least. It gives people that like housing something to look forward to.
We started this housing discussion with the roadmap situation. So we have Blizzard's released a roadmap, and we have plenty of patches here detailed.
So many.
This is for 2023, and it goes all the way from winter to fall. So on winter, we have patch 10.0.5, which is going to bring in the trading post. This is probably going to be, I expect it early January, because that's also when the Final Fantasy 14 patch is coming, and we know that these two companies are they enjoy basically releasing stuff around the same time, so that we can all be miserable at the same time. You know, Blizzard could consider. No, wait, none of them has actually been announced yet. I was wondering if it would have been, but most likely the Final Fantasy 14 patch date is going to be announced tomorrow. Yeah. Or by the time this podcast gets released, it'll probably have been announced already, because I'm probably releasing this tomorrow or something. But that's getting announced tomorrow, and I expect it's going to be January, though. We know it's January. So if Blizzard would release this in February, it would actually be a really good step up, because that way they'll be like, hey, we're confident that if people want to go check out 14, they'll come back for the content that we're doing next, because we're doing a good job with Dragonflight. Maybe. We'll see how that pans out. But anyways, they're probably not.
Blizzard have never done that. Blizzard have actively in the past, when World of Warcraft was on top, and I kid you guys fucking not, when World of Warcraft was at the peak of World of Warcraft, some of these smaller games, like I remember one year, Guild Wars had like a major launch of something happening, and Blizzard put their patch, like a small patch, on the exact same day, just to fuck with Guild Wars, because they knew that people were gonna pick World of Warcraft over Guild Wars. The thing that might give them pause now is the fact that it's not as obvious that people will pick World of Warcraft over Final Fantasy. They might be risking it. They might be going, ooh, this is tight, let's either do it earlier or let's do it later, but in the same week might be a problem.
And the first patch that they're doing is not even that big, because it's 10.05. It's going to bring in trading post, Promise tomorrow, which I'm assuming this is like new events in that.
They said it's a zone. Yeah, it's like some kind of zone.
You haven't seen that zone yet.
No,
it's part of the story that you haven't seen yet. Okay. So in that zone, they're probably going to be adding new things and new events, which makes sense, because of the stuff that takes place in that zone. It's the zone. You're going to learn.
I saw someone on Twitter speak about some kind of zone that it's a timeline with the Prime List 1. And that's apparently a zone.
They didn't necessarily one, but we can just say that. Sure. Yeah.
But okay, so the first patch,
that's the Prime List tomorrow.
Yeah, white and gray
things for that zone. And then white and gray transmogs, because I wasn't even aware that you didn't collect appearances for white and gray items.
Oh, right.
Apparently it only works for like green, blues, and epics. They're going to be bringing those in for white and gray transmogs as well. But I'm assuming that this white and gray transmog stuff is probably going to be for new items, because otherwise it's going to get pretty freaky.
No, I think it's for everything. The fact of the matter is, people have been asking for the ability to mog white and gray items for a really long time, so it might be for everything. Blizzard might just do this. It's not overall going to be that much, because a lot of gray and white items share appearances, so they look very similar. Not all of them have unique appearances. Some of them might just have a slight color variation to the others. So I don't think it's going to be that hard. But anyways, after that, we get a patch 10.0.7, which is Return to Forbidden Reach. We're finally...
This is the Drakthir starting zone.
Yeah,
right?
But now all of us are going back to the Forbidden Reach. And if you rate the Wowhead blue post about this, we're going with the Drakthir and someone else, a friend of the Drakthir, and they're going back to the Forbidden Reach because they're looking for something, or they're trying to figure something out, but there's a massive story there. And then you have human and orc heritage armor, which I'm probably going to do because I love orcs. And then, of course, holiday updates, which I think cool. I don't give a shit about that.
It's probably going to be Summerfest or some other nonsense that they've done before, right?
Yeah, probably some shit like that. Probably more updates coming, more small holidays being added. I think it is time, just going to be honest, I think it is time for Blizzard to start making changes to the holidays that we've had almost since the beginning of WoW. Because there's some of those holidays that have been the exact same thing for such a long time that it might be worth making some changes there. But anyways, what's in Season 2?
In Season 2, patch 10.1, we are going to be getting a new zone, new raid, new PvP season, new Mythic Plus dungeon pool, profession updates, and user interface improvements. And this is like snuggled in between spring and summer.
Yeah.
So this is going to be huge.
Oh, yeah.
Changing up the Mythic Plus dungeon pool will be interesting. There's no new dungeons, but changing up the Mythic Plus pool rotation for me is like the thing that I'm most curious about. Hopefully, less dungeons with RP, because dungeons with RP are annoying as hell to do in Mythic Plus, dude.
Yeah.
There's one right now, the Court of Stars. I would just delete that dungeon. Screw that. It's terrible. I don't want to play.
I really wish that Blizzard would just remove the RP from dungeons to begin with. Just because why is it even there? No, I mean, for Mythic Plus.
Fine.
No, I think in Mythic Plus it should be removed. I mean, the dungeons tell a story, so RP and normal dungeons is fine. I mean, when you do the Mythic Plus, no one is there for the story in Mythic Plus. Like, there's not a single person that goes, I really want to see the story in this dungeon again. Let's do a plus 15. Just to really immerse myself in this fucking story. No one's doing that. Because Court of Stars is an amazing dungeon, but I remember doing it back in the day in Mythic Plus and getting seriously annoyed because you can see the timer, you're right there, but it's RPing, and you know that RP is going to make you not be able to clear it. So, always annoying as fuck. But then, of course, we have patch 10.1.5. We have mega dungeons, world events, and content system updates. Now,
the hell is a mega dungeon? Because I haven't been playing the game when these mega dungeons get launched. Is this the whole thing about Mechagon, how it then got split into two dungeons for Mythic Plus?
Yes.
It's kind of like that?
Yes.
So let me tell you something. Streets of Tazavesh was the other one, right? No, it's not Streets. It's just Tazavesh.
Tazavesh. You have
that
right
dungeon
now
sucks.
No, right now you have
sucks.
But you have 3 mega dungeons in World of Warcraft as things stand. You have Karazhan, you have
oh my
Megalodon.
God, Karazhan is so bad in Mythic. Jesus Christ.
But Karazhan is fun as fuck though.
It is, but in Mythic Plus it's terrible, dude.
But it is fun as fuck though.
Yes.
So a new mega dungeon is being added.
I'm sure it'd be fun.
But yeah, okay, so they're adding a new mega dungeon. It's always exciting for people when these new mega dungeons come out because they're really fun, at least the first few times to do them. But what I'm more excited about, going through all of this, and you'll see with the next seasons as well being added, every single one of these patches come with story. Every single one of them, even the smaller ones. And as I said in my video covering this, as a lore person in World of Warcraft, it's always been one of the worst things to be, because Blizzard used to have patches every 3 to 4 months, and then big patches every 6 to 7 months. And as a story guy, you would wait 6 to 7 months every single time for new story to release, so that you can actually see a little bit more of the world and get a little bit more lore out of the game. Whereas now, it's going to be... and I think this is actually something that I want to say before we even go. I didn't even cover this in my video about this. Do you realize that all of this is in 2023?
Yes.
Expansions on average last
and here's
2 years.
Here's the thing. It's not even all of it. I think there's more in 2023 after this because they only cover it until fall.
And the blue post, they say.
Winter still starts in 2023.
Yeah,
it doesn't start in 2024.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
In the blue post, they said there is a lot more to come, but this is the roadmap for now.
And it's interesting that you're talking about the story, because let me tell you right now, you have a lot of grinding to do, my friend, if you want to see the whole story, because the story is behind the rep grinds. You gotta get those reps up.
I'm well aware. Yeah.
Yeah. On That's on 10.1.5, then 10.1.7, which is going to be in fall. We have story and quests. So this is just like a bunch of new quests. We have holiday refresh, which is going to be like new. I wonder if holiday refresh means that they're actually changing the holidays. Because the other one says holiday updates, then this one says holiday refresh. I don't know.
I think
and
it
then
might
content
be.
and system updates. I'm not sure what that. I mean,
So
content's obviously going to be like more world quests. I would imagine more stuff out in
The-
the world.
According to the blue post, the content and system updates is whatever players identify as things that they don't like or things that they want added. So, like, for example, the Mage Tower, that was something that players really wanted, and so they added it. So whenever it says content and system updates, it's if players were to start asking for Torghast to come back, then they'll probably bring Torghast back in one of those patches. Or if players started asking for the farm to come back, they would probably bring the farm back in one of those patches.
I think that, but I mean, Torghast is still active, right? You can still go to Torghast right now.
Yeah, but right now it would be, you'd probably overgear the fuck out of it, or not overgear it, but you would be way too high level for it. And I don't know how it deals with higher levels.
See,
now.
that's
Does
why
it
they
scale you down.
That's why they need. That's why they need to add scaling into a lot of the things in World of Warcraft, and you can still run it unsynced or whatever if you want to. But like,
yeah,
because Torghast could very much fulfill the deep dungeon side of things, which would be really, really cool, I feel like. And you could put a bunch of like cosmetics in there and stuff, especially when they've now decided that they're adding cosmetics to the traders, whatever the crap.
Yeah.
Like
trading post.
the trading post. Yeah. You could have, new cosmetic items available in Torghast, and people would run Torghast to get cosmetics and potentially mounts and stuff like that. Like stuff that isn't really, it's not really super interesting. Say, for instance, somebody's still going out there every week farming Invincible. What if Invincible also had a chance of dropping at like max level Torghast, I don't know, floor 50, whatever the crap?
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean,
It's at least 2 shots that you have throughout the week. Then again, people would feel like they had to do it because people are degenerates, so I don't know.
the thing that I would do is I would come up with a singular pool of cosmetic items. So just make a bunch of cosmetic items and throw them into a singular pool. Make it the trading post pool. But then also add that to, say, Island Expeditions and Torghast. So Island Expeditions and Torghast comes back, but now they share they share a cosmetic sort of transmoggable item pool. So if you want to get, if you just want to do Torghast for your cosmetics, you do Torghast. If you just want to do Island Expeditions, you do Island Expeditions. You basically choose your poison of how you want to get these cosmetic items and just keep adding to it over time, and people will just keep doing it because, some people really love transmogs and stuff like that. So yeah, I can definitely see them bringing content like that back. But that, of course, leads us straight into Season 3, which is the final season that we have on the roadmap. This is where, again, we get a new zone, we get a new raid, we get a new PvP season, new Mythic Plus and Dungeon Pool, and then additional content and features. And then, of course, there's a shit ton after this that still needs to happen, because this only takes care of Dragonflight in 2023. Now, there's 2 things that can potentially happen here. Option number 1 is that Blizzard is going from a 2-year scheduled expansion window to a 1-year expansion window. So the next expansion is going to be announced somewhere next year. Because if you think about it, Blizzard
and
have
release next year?
Here's the thing. Probably towards the end of next year. So at the same time as this released. But here's why I say this. Blizzard said in Shadowlands that they are moving away from the 3 major patch system to a 2 major patch system. They feel like it's much better to have 2 major patches and then a bunch of smaller minor patches, which this is literally it. Dragonflight has 2 major patches and then 4 smaller patches in between those 2 major patches. Do you think that can work? Like,
I think it's not enough time.
Well,
I think it's not. It's just not enough. I mean, it depends on how the inner workings are at Blizzard, because of course we don't know everything, right? Supposedly their team is much, much bigger. Obviously, they're already going to be working on the next expansion at this point, so there's going
With
to be a part of the
Breach.
team that's working.
When Breach went to Blizzard and he spoke to the Blizzard developers, I believe it was Ian that told him that the next expansion is basically done. They already know what's happening. They already have most of that shit laid out. Like, the next expansion is basically done. They're now just working on it. I don't know if because here's why I think that can be dangerous. There's another game that does the exact same thing. Star Wars. Star Wars does a new quote-unquote expansion every year almost. And they've announced that they're moving away from their yearly sort of expansion stuff because, well, you're limited in how big you can make an expansion when you do it yearly.
The thing is, I think it's too much pressure to keep up for doing yearly stuff. It's way too much pressure. You have to think about the headaches, for instance, of just, okay, so how do we do the leveling? Yeah. So we're going to be level 80 next expansion, and then the next one we're going to be level 90. That means that in 2 years we're at level 90. And then it's like, okay, we're going to go above 100 again. Is that what we're doing? I don't think it makes a lot of sense because they have to constantly think about these things. As a matter of fact, for starters, I think we need to go back to like 5 levels because they're going to have to do another level squish. They're gonna, I'm just already thinking like far into the future. Like, what are you going to do? Because eventually you're going to get to level 100 again if we keep leveling up.
Yeah.
And then what? We reset again? We just keep leveling 30 levels at a time and resetting? Doesn't make sense. This is a problem. And I don't know what the solution is, but this is a problem that they're going to need time to fix.
I know what the solution is.
If you were to go, stop leveling.
No. It just resets every single expansion. So by the
you
end
go back
of this,
to level 50. So let's say, for instance, you'd go back to level 50 and then you level up to 60, then you go back to level 50 and to 60 again?
Yeah, by the end of this expansion, you're level 60, right? And you level up to 70 again. And then by the end of that expansion, you go back to 60 and you level up to 70 again. So you just can't. The thing is, people are looking at it now and they'll be like,
that's going to feel terrible.
I don't think so. Terrible. I think once people get used to the idea of, the levels is really just a way of keeping score of when you're at max level, I think people will be fine with it. The other option,
I think at that point, you should just
levels.
remove levels. You should just remove levels at that point. It doesn't make sense.
Levels is still a good way of keeping track of things. So I wouldn't remove levels. The other option you have, and Blizzard...
I mean, look at it like this. Most people leveled up and I'm talking about like casual people, not like the super hardcore people, because the super hardcore people level up the cap in like less than an hour or something like that, or 2 hours, or I forget exactly how long it was.
Yeah.
But even casual people that were just like cutscene skipping and going as fast as they could, they still got there within 5 hours.
Yeah.
So it's like even like your regular average Joe player could get there in like 5 hours at level cap.
Yeah.
So it's almost like, what are we doing? We're just seeing this number going up. Like, I think that Blizzard's eventually going to get to a point where they'll just like, hey, we just don't need levels anymore.
No, I'll tell you exactly what Blizzard is going to do. Because we know that Ian said they now have a system in place. Because he was speaking about this last year, where he spoke about specifically the level squish and explaining that he understands that players hate it because it makes you feel weaker. It's not a good system, but it's the best they have right now. And then he said, but we've developed a new technology that allows us to never have this again. So it's going to allow for them never to have to level or stat squish ever again without making players feel weaker at the beginning of an expansion. Because it used to be, whenever a new expansion comes out, you'd actually de-level in terms of power. You'd de-level for the first 5 levels, and then you'd actually start leveling again. Like actually starting to gain some more power. I remember the best example of this was back in, was it Mist of Pandaria? I think it was Mist of Pandaria, where it may have been Legion. Actually, I think it was Legion. So I was level, let's say I was level 92 or some shit like that, or like whatever the leveling. Let's say the max level was 60. I know it wasn't that, but I can't remember what the fuck it was back then. But I basically leveled 2 levels in the expansion so far, so I wasn't even near the end of it, and I got a attacked by someone that was 8 levels into it. So they were already 58. I was level 52. And I killed them. I literally just blew them up. Like, they couldn't fucking fight me. And I was like, that's right, bitch. Because you de-level before you start gaining power again.
Yeah, I think there was something like that. There was something like that in BFA as well, where lower level people were dealing more damage than higher level people. It was a weird thing that they did.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, like just kind of to go off on the yearly expansion, I just think it's too much. I don't think you want that, because it can also lead to creative burnout. You have to constantly think about, every year. Like, look at Call of Duty. How many Call of Duties are a piece of garbage because they have to be released yearly, right?
Yeah.
It's like every 2 years or so, like a good Call of Duty comes out. Yeah, it's probably because if it was in the oven for 2 years, it'd probably be better. So I don't think they should shoot for that even. I think it needs to be 2 years.
No, I agree with you. I think 2 years is fine. I think the way that Blizzard is gonna, I know what the technology is that Blizzard is going to employ for power levels and things like that. The technology for power levels is perfectly fine. You just make the gains incrementally smaller, and eventually, slowly but surely, you make people go through a slight nerf every other patch. So they do get slightly nerfed every other patch. So you basically introduce horizontal progression without calling it horizontal progression.
Yeah, that's so like you're eventually just getting to a point where you're going to stop leveling. Like, that's it. That's what you're describing.
But for the leveling, it's very easy. You make level 70 the max level. That's the highest level that you can ever go. And then you introduce a thing called champion levels. Much like the Paragon system in Diablo 3, which can basically go on forever. So you can go to champion level 250 million.
No, I don't think you'd want that. I almost feel like you just you get the level cap, and then you just get every expansion. You get 10 levels. I mean, I don't know. It's such speculation that I have no idea what they're gonna do, and I honestly don't know the solution. But either way, I want to move us along, because there's still quite a few things to talk.
Yeah, we have a lot of things to talk about, actually.
So first thing, I wanted to talk about the Race to World first. Now, I haven't really been following it. Have you been following it?
I've never followed it. I found it the last time I followed the Race to World first was when Paragon was shitting on Method. So this is back in the days of Wrath. I was a huge Paragon fanboy, and I would always watch the finish kick the shit out of the rest of the world. But that's the last time I gave a shit. And the only reason I liked them was because Paragon was for the Horde and Method was for the Alliance.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course it had to be for the Horde. So they've been doing they basically got to Razageth reasonably fast. I think it took them like 2 days or something to get to Razageth Mythic.
Yeah.
And I have the latest updates here. Liquid have crested 200 pull threshold on Razageth, so it's over 200 pulls. Echo and Liquid, before this, Echo and Liquid swapped out their compositions. But basically, they did a couple of split runs, and then they just started grinding through. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because here's what Blizzard has done. I believe about 9 hours ago is when this was posted to Wowhead.
Okay.
Mythic Razageth has received some hot fixes, nerfing the health of the boss and the Phase 2 shield. So, how much do you think they nerfed the health of the boss by?
If it's old Blizzard, I want to say like 50% or some shit. Because they usually like nerf massive amounts. Hopefully new Blizzard is much more reserved and conservative. Like 1 or 2% maybe.
Mythic Razageth's health has been nerfed by 5%. From 593 million to 563 million. This will reduce the overall DPS check needed to defeat the encounter. Now, there was also a change in the spell. Blizzard has nerfed the Phase 2 shield by... Go on. Try
50%.
to guess it.
Or 5% again. 2%. 1%.
No. Wait. Dude, relax. Which one do you think it is? Just give me one.
Dude, I don't know. 5% seems reasonable. So, 10% maybe?
You would have done better going with your initial instinct.
Wait, 50%? 35%.
the phase 2 shield by a massive 50% and also fixed some issues with pets on the encounter. Now, see, the problem that I have with this is that what does this show you? Like, what does this tell you? If Blizzard is nerfing the phase 2 shield on a boss by 50 fucking percent.
It means that there was no internal testing before it was done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this is one of the biggest problems that I have with Blizzard. You need to field an internal team, and they need to clear the mythic encounter. It's that simple. You need to get 20 people that work for you to clear this mythic encounter.
Yeah.
Guess what? Ultimate encounters in Final Fantasy XIV don't come out until the internal team clears them. As a matter of fact, here's something interesting that happened in the latest raid tier. The people that are testing the raid, because they don't play all of the classes, right? You know, they have a set of classes that they play.
Yeah.
But the people that were testing the raid internally, they have become so good at doing that particular tier that they were able to clear it better than some of the like top guilds in the game. And so they had to nerf the boss's health a little bit, the final boss of the tier. Now I want you to guess by how much they had to nerf the boss's health.
No, probably like 1-2%, maybe 5%.
1%.
1%.
They nerfed it by 1%. That's what they got wrong. They were like, man, our numbers, and we need to nerf this by 1%. So they nerfed the final boss of the tier by 1%.
Okay, to everyone that is automatically now saying no, but it's impossible. There's so many different things that can happen. You have to keep in mind that this can go this way, and there's no way to test all of that. None of that matters, because if your internal team managed to kill the boss, it means the boss can be killed, and that's all that matters. It means that all of the other guilds just do it wrong. They have to figure out how to do it right, because you've been able to do it. And the fact that you've been able to do it means that it can be done. And that's all that really matters. That's all that matters. Yep. All you need is an average raid team of 20 people that is spread across all of the classes that exist in the game. And if they can fucking take it down, you're golden. You're good to go. I'll tell you guys something that is actually... This is something that I learned when I first started playing Final Fantasy, and when I first jumped into the very first raid that they had. It's a massive fucking raid. What's it called? That dragon? You fight this massive fucking dragon.
Nidhogg?
What's her name?
Steps of Fate?
No, not Nidhogg. It's the first, like, big dungeon. It was introduced in Bahamut's fight. I think it was Bahamut's fight. Where
Bahamut.
Yeah.
Coils of Bahamut?
Coils of Bahamut. That's the one. Yes.
You did Coils?
I did Coils. There's a fight in there where it's a circular area, and then there's a dragon, and she spawns two smaller dragons, and you have Twintania. That's the one. Yes. When that first came out, no guild could do it. They couldn't kill her, and everyone complained it's too hard. It's not doable. She has too much health. She does too much damage. It's just not possible. Can't be done. Listen to this. This is Giga Chat response from Final Fantasy's developers. All they put out was a singular blue post that said, "We've done it. Good luck." That was it. We've done it. Good luck.
Sounds like a skill issue to me.
Yeah, because they have already done it. They know that they can do it because they've done it in-house. It is doable. Get good.
This is the way.
That's it.
This is the way, man.
The fact that you have to come in, and it's not just the fact that you have to nerf things. Nerfs will happen. Of course that will happen. But when you come in and you have to nerf something by 50%, that tells you that there was no real testing in-house before this went live. Because you would have known beforehand that, okay, we were able to do it, but only just with our composition. And our composition was a little bit lopsided. So there might be a chance that we're going to have to step in with a 1 or a 2% nerf in order to get it down. But when you nerf it 50%, That tells you that they didn't do this in-house.
I had some of my friends that I do Mythic Plus with, they follow the race world first, and they were telling me that apparently the first version of the boss before the nerfs was mathematically impossible. And I was like, well.
Jesus. Yeah, but that happens often. Now, you could make the argument, just to be fair to Blizzard here, you could make the argument that Blizzard has one thing that Final Fantasy doesn't have, and that's talents. And talents make a massive difference. Not only talents, but Blizzard has specs. So this is where you would probably run into a lot more variations of things that need to be tested than just, like in Final Fantasy, a job is a job. There are no specs within the jobs. There are no talents for the jobs. So you might make that argument, but I don't know if that still covers a 50% nerf. I'm not sure. It might be. But a 50% nerf? Even if you have all of those different talents and all of those different specs, 50% is still rough. Like 50% that's a massive nerf to something. So I would say, that is a problem, in my opinion, that Blizzard should try and solve. And I'll tell you why. The Race to World First is clearly turning into an esport. It isn't an esport yet, not really fully, but it is turning into it.
I mean, the whole thing about some of the teams participating in it had like dedicated add-on developers with them. Is like, okay.
I mean, these guys are taking it serious, and there are guys that's making this into a business, into a job. Method is doing a tremendous job of actually making money and getting sponsors and all the rest of it. You know, it's a full-blown show now. They have casters and everything. And it's probably just going to keep getting bigger, especially if Blizzard can finally find it in their hearts to join in and actually, you know, make stuff for the World First race. But the problem that I have is if you end up helping a guild due to a nerf, that's a huge fucking problem, right? Because everyone else is really crashing against this. They can't get it done. They go to bed because they're not going to be able to do it. One guild decides to stick around long enough for Blizzard to actually apply the nerf, and then suddenly they get it down because the nerf have now basically been way too aggressive. And they get it down. That feels really bad to everyone else that is involved. And I would say, I wish Blizzard would get involved in this. Why?
Yes.
Because what would end up happening then is Blizzard would step in as soon as they see something that's wrong and they need to nerf something. They immediately reset everyone in the raid. Everyone gets reset. Everyone part of the World First raid gets reset. Blizzard applies their hotfix, and everyone starts at the exact same time. Getting back in, getting to ready again, start pulling again. And then you have Blizzard.
So you mean you'd have to raid by Blizzard hours? They would decide when you raid and when you don't. Yeah. That would make sense.
Yeah. So the raid goes, say, for 12 hours. The raid is open, and then Blizzard closes the Race to World First raid. So Mythic basically starts only as a Race to World First, and once that's done, Blizzard opens it for everyone else. Because it's going to take months and years for most people to get into Mythic anyways. So it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Yeah. I would love to see that. Because that makes it fun and interesting.
That would be cool. Indeed. But moving us along, that was the Race World First, which none of us really follow. So there's not really a whole lot more to say. But like the next thing would be that Blizzard has a new Dragonflight trial that I wasn't aware of that is going to be running through until the 2nd of January.
Yeah.
Which basically means if you don't own Dragonflight, but you happen to have an active subscription of World of Warcraft, you can check out some of the things in Dragonflight. You can play as a Dracthyr Evoker. I think you can only play as a Dracthyr Evoker, right? Yeah, you have to create a Dracthyr. And you can level up that Dracthyr all the way up to level 63, which gives you access to the Waking Shores area, and you can try out dragon riding, which I think is what Blizzard really wants to do. They want to put dragon riding in the hands of people because they probably realize that this is a really cool feature, especially because they've been listening to this podcast and they know that you and I can't even stand regular flying anymore. I mean,
I hate regular flying. I'm going to be honest with you.
It's for losers, dude. Losers use regular flying.
I think regular flying can now be removed from the game successfully. I don't think that regular flying is I've said this so many times. Regular flying isn't good for the game. Whereas this is actually, it takes care of the flying thing, but at the same time, you're actually involved in it.
I love how we went from you telling me last time that I brought this up that like, oh, we're gonna get so many bad comments in this video, and now you're basically saying the same thing I was saying.
Yeah, because I mean, I've hated flying, just to be clear. I'm very consistent on this. I have hated flying since the day that it was introduced.
Yeah, me too.
Because flying allows you to skip actual content without actually giving you more content to do. And in the past, I would always come up with this idea of if you at least had flying content. So as soon as you fly, there's new places that you can reach as a result of flying with new battles and things and maybe some air combat and stuff like that. That at least gives you a reason for flying. Whereas flying in general is only meant to skip content. You get on your flying mount, you hit auto run, and you just fly to wherever you need to be, land and do your thing and fly back. This allows you to do all of that. You can still skip it, but you have to be actively involved in it. You have to make sure that you stay aloft, and once you're fully maxed on flying, it doesn't even matter. You can stay in the air for as long as you want, really, but you're still involved in it. You know, and I still, even now, I still find myself, you know, once I get near a cliff, I go straight down. I want to get as much speed as possible. I'm still finding it so cool, so cinematic. It's really fun. So I don't see why Blizzard wouldn't remove regular flying from the game.
And I think that they're not going to. They already confirmed that they're not going to. They probably should, but it's whatever. There's still some people out there, and we still get comments about that of people like, no, I prefer regular flying way more, blah blah blah. And it's like, sure, okay, boomer, whatever. But like, fundamentally, I think that interactivity is the reason why Dragonflight is so good. It's not just the fact that it's super fast, but it's interactive and it feels good. And if you are skilled, you can do better than other people. So in a way, it's also an expression of skill, which is why you have, you know, the courses and whatnot, and you can do gold and you can do the advanced version of the courses afterwards. Yeah, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and there's going to be more. You know that there's going to be more races added and even more flying stuff added. We'll just have to wait and see how the old world responds to flying. Because the old world really wasn't designed for it. So I can see the old world providing some semblance of problems. But again, this is where I would say, okay, fine, keep regular flying. You know, old world, who gives a shit? As long as every expansion from this moment forward comes with dragon riding as the premier way of getting around.
Dragon riding, or at least something akin to dragon riding. It doesn't have to be dragon riding. It can be some other type of mount, like a ground mount that goes real fast or something like that. But like interactive riding, let's call it that. Interactive riding needs to be the future as opposed to just like the flying thing. Oh yeah. But yeah, that's a new trial. So if you happen to have an active World of Warcraft subscription, you can try out dragon riding. Not for free because you're still paying like however much a month, but I think that do you think that there's going to be a lot of people that currently have a WoW subscription that aren't planning? Well, maybe because Classic. Yeah, it's actually that's it. It
is for the Classic trial,
because they've seen that there's a lot of people that only play Classic that tried out Dragonflight, and a lot of people are saying this is the best that World of Warcraft has been in years, and it's true.
I'm right there. I'm saying that.
Which is, dude, it's one of those things. That is like, if you were to tell me that I'd be saying this after playing Dragonflight, I'd be like, nah, dude, it's gonna crash and burn. It's gonna be a shit. As Taliesin says, it's gonna be a shit show. It's 1,000% gonna be a shit. And no, they freaking pulled it off. The expansion is actually.
But we have to talk about something else here that I completely forgot to put on the list, but it needs to be said.
Okay.
And I know that this will trigger Taliesin because he thinks this guy's cringe, but I will say, our god emperor, the man himself, the myth, the legend, is returning to Blizzard Entertainment and more specifically to World of Warcraft. Mr. Chris Metzen.
We talked about this last time though.
No, but I want to talk about the fact that some people are very upset about that. Some people like Taliesin. Yeah. They're very upset about it. So there's this general belief that Chris Metzen knew about all the things that was happening within World of Warcraft. He knew about the sexual assault stuff going on, and he just turned a blind eye to it, and he, just sort of kept coaxing along. Now, I want to say to those people specifically,
like, I just want. Sorry to interrupt you, but it's like we talked about this last time as well, where we said we just don't believe that he's a confrontational person.
It's not even just that. If you're saying that he definitely knew, if you're already deciding that, I think you're being incredibly unfair because you have no evidence of this.
No. Chris Metzen said he knew.
I don't think he ever said he knew.
He didn't say I know, but like if you read between the lines of he posted something on Twitter or whatever it was a while ago, whenever the stuff was happening. Yeah. And if you read between the lines, he was like, "Oh, I had the privilege of not having to deal with this and whatever." You can kind of read between the lines and I kind of knew that there was some shady going on.
The reason I know that he most likely didn't know, and this is only because I'm at least I used to be very good friends with someone that works at Blizzard and that's been with Blizzard for almost since the beginning. Let's say, I think they started in TBC and they work, let's say, in the story related area of World of Warcraft. So they don't do development stuff. They work in story related stuff. And he had no idea because their department never had anything like this. Their department would come up with stories, cinematics, and stuff like that. It would get passed on to Alex Afrasiabi and his team, and that's it. Like, their department never dealt with any of this. They weren't part of it. So, and they were also on opposite sides of the building. So they wouldn't even have seen it.
I'm not going to say for certain whether he knew or did not knew. Like I said, if you kind of read between the lines in the statement that he made, the idea that I came out of that is that he knew that there was something weird going on. But again, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. But I will say, I think it's very hard for you to not be aware. Mm-hmm. I think it'd be very hard because, like, I'm pretty sure Mike Morhaime was aware, and I'm pretty sure that Chris Metzen was aware. So but I just think they as personalities are two people that don't really want to deal with conflict.
Yeah.
And that might be why that was allowed to proliferate as much as
so with the again,
because they're giant nerds. Yeah, like, look, giant nerds don't like to get involved in conflict.
Yeah, but again, just to be clear, the guy that I spoke to, I have no reason to believe that he would lie to me. No reason whatsoever to believe that he would lie to me. And he said, and he's part of the story, which was what Chris Metzen did. He was the director for narrative development at Blizzard Entertainment. So he worked with the story department, and they never had an issue. Even with all these lawsuits coming, there wasn't a single person from the narrative development side that came out and said that, they went through sexual harassment or anything like that. So it is possible that they just never knew because they don't work with anyone there. They're not really part of it. They write the stories for stuff. They're not really the only people that he would have ever dealt with would have been the other executives, like the lead gamers, the lead game designers, without ever seeing them working with their subordinates, which is where most of these problems came from. Now, with Mike Morhaime, I've heard multiple stories from multiple sources, so I can't really say whether or not he knew. At the time, in the video, I made it clear that according to my sources within Blizzard, HR effectively blocked all of this going to Mike Morhaime in the first place. So there was a lady that came out that basically she DM'd me. And this is not, I still have the DMs. She DM'd me about her story. Her story was effectively this. She had something happen to her with a manager in her team. She went to HR, she complained. HR told her they'll take care of it. About a month later, nothing has happened. The guy is still doing all of the shit to her. She goes back to HR. She's like, listen here, what the fuck? Can you just please help? This is just miserable, right? And HR's like, don't worry, we'll take care of it. Eventually, she gets Mike Morhaime's personal email. She emails him. HR calls her in and says, hey, if you do this again, we will fire you. We'll deal with it. So they blocked the email from even going to Mike Morhaime. And she basically told, we will fire you if you do this again. This is not the chain of command. And she ultimately left Blizzard Entertainment. She started working at a different company. And she never got a resolution to this. That's why she ultimately decided to leave, because HR just kept blocking it. Again, it could be that Mike Morhaime was in on it. He knew exactly what was going on. We will never know. Even with all of that said, Chris Metzen ended up leaving Blizzard Entertainment. So let's say that you are all correct, and he knew about everything that Alex Afrasiabi was doing. He knew about all the sexual harassment that was going on, all that shit. Even if you are correct.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying what I've seen on Twitter, what I'm seeing on YouTube. There are people that believe that.
I feel like he had some knowledge that like something was going on, whether it was as details like, oh, this person is doing this or that. I feel like you can he was in a position where he could probably tell. That's kind of like my overall vibe on it. That there was he could tell that there was something wrong.
Yeah.
And he didn't really do anything to solve it.
Well, the thing is, that might be why he ended up leaving. He may have tried to stop the frat boy culture. He may have tried to stop things, and he said no. That's not the
official story of why he left.
No,
sure.
Well, the official story of why he left is we don't know why he left.
No. It was for family.
No, at the time, when it first came out, it was health problems. That was the rumor, and no one spotted. Then it came out.
He wanted to spend time with family.
Yeah. Then it came out about a year later that he had cancer or some shit, which again wasn't confirmed until he kind of denied it. And then there was the story of he got tired of working at World of Warcraft and he wanted to start his own thing, which kind of got confirmed because he did start his own thing. But then there were other rumors as well. So we never actually got a reason for why he left. He just left the company, and we got a bunch of vague rumors as to why that is. And it might be that that's why he left. He tried everything in his power to stop the frat boy shit from going on. It didn't work, and he just said, well, fuck it. I'm out. I don't want to work at a company like this. I have a wife. I have a daughter. I have kids. I don't want to be part of this, so I'm leaving. And before anyone goes, well, he should have said something. That's not how that works. If you know that someone's gone through sexual assault, that's not your job to say anything. It's their decision. If they don't want to say anything, you can't step in and say, oh, yeah, I know. Because here's what would have happened. If Chris Metzen came out and said, yeah, I know that Alex Afrasiabi has been sexually assaulting, who? He can't say who, because then he's outing someone that maybe doesn't want to be outed. So all he's going to say is, I know that he's been sexually assaulting people. Who? I can't tell you guys who. Well, then how can we fucking believe you? If you don't want to say who, how can we believe you? No, just trust me, bro. You know, what the fuck, right? So it's a catch-22. There's nothing you can do. You can just eventually leave.
Fundamentally, I still think that Chris Metzen coming back is a good thing.
Yeah,
that's kind of like just the point there.
Yeah, I just wanted to discuss this because it's not important enough to make a video on, but it is important to be said. There's a lot of people that sort of immediately jump on
I wasn't aware that that was such a big deal that people were jumping onto it that. But it's like that was the reason why I brought it up in the last podcast, even, because it's like, hey, listen, I'm super excited that Chris Metzen's back. It's also important to point out that I think that he might have known a couple of things about it, and maybe he's not the type of person that wants to be too confrontational, or for whatever reason he didn't do anything about it, and I was kind of upset over the fact that nothing ever happened. But you know, it is what it is.
You won't find me pushing back on that theory too hard. I know I've heard other things, but it's not like I heard it from God. It was not like Jesus came to me and said, this is exactly what happened. Right?
Yeah, of course.
So I won't push back too hard when you say he probably knew. He probably did. But there is a chance that he didn't. And
there's a chance that he didn't.
The fact that we don't know should give you pause to go, well, I'm not going to judge the guy because I don't have actual evidence.
I don't have the proof whether he knew or not, so I'm not going to throw him under the bus. I don't know. But I think that there's high potential that he did. But anyway, we have gamers suing Activision Blizzard.
Oh yeah, this is a
apparently.
Fun one. This is a fun one. The peasants are rising up, boys. We have to smack them down. The peasants are rising up. They're starting to get way too fucking part of the club. It's time we remind these console assholes where they belong. Like, seriously.
They jointly describe themselves that this is 10 people, supposedly. I mean, it's weird because they said it's 10 gamers, right? I believe that was the number, even though in the article they don't say how many there are. But then they say that 8 of them play PlayStation and 3 of them play Xbox. And it's like, I guess one of them plays both consoles. Otherwise, there's actually 11. But either way, they jointly describe themselves as having the express interest and intent in ensuring that the industry remains competitive with the utmost innovation, output, choice, and price constraints now and in the future. While most of the plaintiffs said they play games on multiple platforms, yeah, this is what I was saying. And then, if Microsoft's proposed acquisition of Activision Blizzard is allowed to proceed, the video game industry may lose substantial competition, and Microsoft may have far outsized market power with the ability to foreclose rivals, limit output, reduce consumer choice, raise prices, and further inhibit competition, the lawsuit argues.
I'll just say that people were laughing at Lenin too, boys, and he fucked up Russia good. We have to squash these peasants. Their uprising is going to cause shit. It's time for the PC gods to align, to join hands and tell these console peasants to fuck off. We don't need them fighting their little wars. We're fine. I'm sorry. Dude, this really just triggers me. It has nothing to do with the console people. It just triggers me that gamers would be against this move. Anyone that thinks that Activision Blizzard is better than Microsoft is fucking high. I'm not saying either is good, but neither is fucking not bad.
But it's not them saying that Activision's better. They just don't want them to merge. And I get it, especially when they say that 8 people in the group have PlayStation consoles. If they want to keep playing Call of Duty, of course they're going to go like, oh no, Phil Spencer's going to screw us over. It's going to be the end. It's like the thing that keeps bothering me about this whole situation is that it's fucking Call of Duty. I don't give a shit about this goddamn game. Okay, I don't care.
Yeah, but
I don't care. I wish people would talk about, hey, they're going to block Diablo out of PlayStation. Then I'd be like, hey, what the fuck, bro? Hey, what do you mean? It's like, dude, fuck Call of Duty. I don't give a crap.
Personally, they can block Diablo on all consoles, and I'd be fucking celebrating. But
yeah, of course. You're a terrible human being.
Well, I know my place, and it's not with the peasants.
Yeah.
But no, for me personally, the thing is, anyone that believes that competition even exists in the gaming sphere is high as fuck. Competition doesn't exist in the gaming sphere. It's art. There's no competition in art. It's not like Leonardo da Vinci ever fought with Van Gogh for who has the best painting. It's art. I mean, some people like it, some people won't. So,
listen.
Yeah?
There's definitely competition. I don't look at Final Fantasy XIV versus World of Warcraft. They're very different games.
Yeah,
they compete with one another.
Even that competition is soft competition. Neither of those will ever close the other. It's not going to happen. Because, listen, No, I'll be honest with you. I know people that tried Final Fantasy that fucking hated it. I know people from Final Fantasy that tried World of Warcraft that hated it. Exactly. They're safe because it's not competition. It's not like, for example, mobile phones,
I
right?
Disagree.
No, here's the reason it's not truly competition.
What do you mean, no? I can disagree. What the fuck?
You're wrong. So I need to explain to you why you're wrong, right? So here's the thing. If you go mobile phone, if you have an iPhone and a Samsung, that's direct competition. Because the one can be objectively better than the other, and then people will use the objectively better one because it's better than the other one. With games, that's not really how that works, because even though both are MMOs, they still cater to very specific artistic audiences. And therefore, that competition is kind of moot. It's more friendly competition than anything else.
Listen. When you're talking about this specific topic, you also need to take into consideration that hardware comes into play because there's also the Xbox versus the PlayStation.
Yeah, but there I do not think PlayStation has a leg to stand on when it comes to the hardware thing. Because pound for pound, Sony still has the market share.
They have the market share, but Xbox has better hardware, in case you weren't aware. The Xbox is more powerful than the PlayStation 5.
Yeah, but that just shows you that the competition doesn't matter. in terms of hardware, because the better hardware isn't winning. Sony still has the
Yeah.
market share.
See, but see, you're making a perfect point. You're making my point for me. Yes,
No, how
you're
am
right.
I making
Hardware
it?
is not the most important thing.
Yeah,
What
but
is the most important thing? Then
yeah, but that's not-
software, which is what Microsoft is getting.
Yeah, but this is
And
the
that's
thing.
why I don't agree with you.
Microsoft isn't locking Sony out of anything. Sony has every right to go buy their own
Listen.
studios and make their own fucking game. There's no blocking going on here.
You're right. The problem is that a lot of people care about Call of Duty because it's a major it's
Yeah,
a
but
major
then
game.
get a
Like
PC.
okay, think about like this.
What?
Think about it like this. Imagine,
Yeah.
okay? Imagine that instead of it, it's Sony that's buying Activision. And now there's a chance that you might not have World of Warcraft on PC anymore.
They wouldn't do that. It's fucking PC, bro.
Imagine, like, it's a hypothetical.
I probably wouldn't give a shit either way. I'd probably
You
still not
wouldn't?
care. No.
You'd be like, oh, well, I guess I just won't play World of Warcraft anymore.
Yeah, I did that for Legion, for Shadowlands and BFA. It was all good.
Nah, dude.
No, I promise you, I probably wouldn't have a problem with it, purely because no one's stopping anyone else from coming up with a better game. It's not as if anyone is being locked out of anything. And that's why I don't understand the gamer specifically. Like, I understand Sony's lawsuit, kind of, not quite, but kind of. I understand Sony's lawsuit.
I understand the
don't
gamers
understand the
because,
gamers' lawsuit.
Okay, let me put it actually like this. Actually, I don't understand the gamers' lawsuit either, because the one thing that doesn't make any fucking sense is you're literally going to try to sue Microsoft when you could just like spend $500 and buy an Xbox. Your solution to this is to go spend millions on a fucking lawsuit against Microsoft?
Yeah, but I would not be surprised.
That's weird. That is very weird.
Yeah, but I'm almost like, I would not be surprised. Okay, this is going to be very conspiracy theory shit. I think Sony is behind it. I do. No, here's why. You just made the perfect point. Lawsuits isn't cheap. Lawsuits
it's going to
cost
be
you
expensive.
millions of dollars, especially against a company like Microsoft. How many times do you think they're going to postpone and postpone and push it back and push it back?
Yeah, they're gonna make it. That's gonna cost them a lot of money if they want to keep, pursuing it. It's gonna cost them, because everybody knows that the law can be bought. Let's just be real here. The law is bought and
the other
paid
thing.
for.
So I'll
That's
tell
it.
you, in South Africa, when you phone a lawyer, and the reason I know this is because I did it. I phoned a lawyer and I told him I wanted to sue Eskom because their power broke my PC power supply. And I wanted to sue them. I was like, fuck it. Their power outages is costing me money. The lawyer literally told me, you do not have enough money.
Face?
I'm not doing this. It's as simple as that. You do not have the
He
money.
laughed in your,
Any
he didn't
lawyer.
laugh in your face. He was more polite.
Yeah, but any lawyer worth their salt is going to tell those 10 gamers, I'm not taking this case. Even though I might become a millionaire because of it, you guys don't have the money to pay me. You don't. So eventually, I'm going to have to fight this fight on my own or just drop the suit, and you're never going to be able to pay me. So I have to sue you now for fucking damages. The only way that lawyer would have accepted that case is if Sony was involved, or at least someone big enough that they guaranteed know they're going to get their paycheck at the end of it. Because I don't even think those gamers have a leg to stand on legally. I don't think they can sue a company for trying to acquire another company. I don't know if that's even... I don't even know if there's legal precedent for it. So I think this is Sony, knowing that the lawsuit is not going to go anywhere, but optically, this looks really bad. Right? Optically, this looks like even gamers are against the acquisition. And I think that's what Sony is trying to do. I will not be surprised. I will not be fucking surprised, bro.
I'm just like, at this point, I don't. I just wish they'd stop talking about Call of Duty, because I don't give a damn.
Dude, but Call of Duty is fun, bro. It is fun.
I don't care about that game at all, dude. Like, at zero. That my interest in it is less than zero. I think there's much more interesting IP that Blizzard has that should be talked about. But ultimately, as both of us know, Microsoft doesn't even give a crap about Call of Duty themselves in a way. Like, they bought Activision Blizzard for King. for mobile. And now they're also going to go turn around and just go like, hey, you know what? Fuck you, Sony. Not only we're buying them, we're going to buy Netflix too. Because fuck
Oh
you.
yeah, that's another thing that people probably don't even know about. Yeah, Microsoft has their eye on buying Netflix.
The article that you read said how much they were planning on offering for it?
No, but if you look at sort of general pricing, all of the other companies that they've acquired in the last 3 years ranges from about 21 billion to 26 billion, and now the Activision Blizzard one's 69 billion. So obviously massive. I don't think they mention anywhere how much they're willing to pay, but what's the best way to see this is what is the current market evaluation for Netflix? With a market value 13 times that of Netflix as of early December, 1.8 trillion Microsoft can afford Netflix. Wow, so it has a market cap of 13 times higher than Netflix.
So here's an interesting thing. Like when people think Netflix, they think about the TV service, all of that.
Yeah.
So let me just tell you, I'm currently in the Netflix webpage, and I was just like, okay, let's just take a look. How many mobile games this Netflix has? Because we're talking about how this is potentially another move for Microsoft to get deeper into mobile games, right? So they have Hextech Mayhem, League of Legends Story, Into Dead 2 Unleashed, Point P, Relic Hunters Rebels, Rival Pirates, Before Your Eyes, Dragon Up, Kentucky Route Zero, Lucky Luna, Oxenfree, Scripted Crime Stories, Stranger Things 1984, Stranger Things 3 The Game, This is a True Story, 12 Minutes, Bowling Ballers, Shootin' Hoopers, Sky of Chaos, Teeter Up,
That's all mobile shit.
Arcanium Rise of Akan, Card Blast, Exploding Kittens, Hello Kitty and Friends Happiness Parade, Party Heads Up, Nailed It, Baking Bash, Knittens, Crispy Street Shatter Remastered, Stranger Things Puzzle Tales, Wild Things Animal Adventures, Asphalt Extreme, Dungeon Dwarves, Moonlighter, Cats and Soup, Country Friends, Flutter, and the list keeps going.
Yeah.
Were you aware that Netflix had all of these goddamn games?
Yeah, I am. I have Netflix on my phone whenever the power goes out to watch Big Bang Theory that I downloaded. I mean, whenever I go onto the app, it tells me, oh, you want to play a game? I'm like, no, I don't want to play a fucking game. I barely want to be here, so shut the fuck up. But yeah, I know. They've been making a massive push into gaming. And the reason they went so hard into gaming is because of Game Pass. Realizing that people are actually willing to, pay subscription for games means that they want to get in on the action. And now Microsoft is going, no, we are the action. We'll just buy you and then you can be part of our action. But anyways, their market cap is $132 billion. So a buyout is probably going to look somewhere.
It's interesting, though, because a lot of these games, it seems like they're publishing them, not necessarily make. Because, like, for instance, one of these games, I've played it. They didn't make it. Like, for instance, they didn't make Oxenfree. Oxenfree's been around for a while. They also didn't make Moonlighter, so they're probably just publishing this stuff.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
But, okay, so if you look at the Microsoft deal is $69 billion. Blizzard's current market cap stands at about $59 billion. So they paid about $10 billion more than what the market cap is. So for Netflix, you can look somewhere around the $142 billion to the $150 billion mark. For Netflix to acquire that, that would make it Microsoft's biggest acquisition to date. Would be the Netflix acquisition, if it goes through, of course. But yeah, that's Microsoft's plan right now.
Yeah. So the next couple of topics going to be a little bit faster. So the first thing is Preach. I would like to start things off because, like, I personally react to a lot of Preach stuff. I would imagine that you also react to a lot of Preach stuff. He does a lot of cool content for us. Preach's office got absolutely flooded
wrecked,
and destroyed, which kind of sucks.
Yeah.
So I would like to encourage people that eventually watch this podcast, if you happen to run into one of Preach's streams and you can afford to support, because that man is like his whole setup is like gone pretty much. I can't even begin to imagine how many thousands of pounds were completely and absolutely shredded. Listen, I'm doing my part because, like, I watched the his big interview on Blizzard, and I said, I'm gonna buy a disc plate using his code, which was the sponsor for that video. And I did it. I bought a disc plate for my father as a Christmas gift. So
Nice.
everybody should try to do something nice for Preach is all I'm saying. Cause I can't be like, I'm just looking at my office and I'm just imagining being in a situation like that where like a pipe would burst and this whole fucking place would get flooded.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, dude. I can't even imagine it.
Yeah, I
So,
think I should just
yeah.
give some backstory because I see a lot of people being confused by this. So Breach had pipes in the roof of his office start leaking. They didn't catch it, and it just burst, and it was a fuck up.
Wasn't it a frozen pipe? I think it was a frozen pipe.
I mean, yeah, but it would like it.
Yeah,
I don't
frozen
know
pipe
how
burst.
quick it ran out. I don't know how quick like all the water came out. I don't know what happened, but it does look like it happened over a long period of time. If you specifically look at the video, a lot of the ceilings have been discolored
because-
already. A lot of the walls have been discolored already.
Yeah, because what happened?
and that happens
what
over a
happened
long
with those
time.
pipes. Yeah, but what happens with those pipes is like you have the pipe freezes, but the water keeps like going, but it's blocked.
Yeah,
Pipe bursts,
I know.
and after the pipe bursts, the water just keeps flowing forever until somebody turns it off.
Yeah,
doesn't
but
stop
usually if you have it at that speed, you would expect a lot more like physical damage to the ceilings. At least that's what we've always found, like when we used to fix people's burst pipes and shit in roofs. The ceiling eventually just collapses because the water is coming out faster than what it can escape the roof. So that's what ends up happening. The water out of the pipe, because remember, out of a pipe, the water would come at tremendous speed. Probably like 4 bar at least. I don't know what it is in the UK. In South Africa, the pressure in your house's pipes is 4 bar. So that water would come out at 4 bar, which means it is coming out fast. Like it's coming out with all speed, which then means that the water can't escape the roof, the ceiling, faster than what it's filling up. So eventually the whole roof just collapses in on itself because of the weight of the water. So it probably wasn't a full burst. It was probably a partial burst, which means the water was flowing out just enough to fucking flood the whole office.
Yeah, but either way, his shit got fucked up, is what we're saying, and that really fucking sucks.
Yeah, it
And
does
I
suck.
hope
I mean,
I hope that he's able to, I don't think he has insurance because I don't think he had insurance against floods specifically.
yeah, but that's
So
not a
that's-
flood, though. I think Breach needs to check with his insurance broker. I'm going to be honest with you, because that is not a flood. Flood insurance specifically covers
flood is
acts of
different, yeah.
God. Whereas this is just normal water damage from a burst pipe, which,
Yeah.
at least in South Africa, all in-house insurance. So I, for example, have in-house insurance. My entire studio is covered. If I had a pipe burst in the roof, which wouldn't happen because our pipes don't run in the roof, but if I had a pipe burst in the roof, at least I think these pipes are outside. I'll have to check. But if it happened, they'll just cover everything because it's damage inside the house and the insurance covers whatever is in the house. So I think he does need to check with his insurance broker because that's not a flood. Yes, it caused the flood, but it's not technically a flood, right?
Yeah, see, I wasn't aware that you were a specialist in this, but I guess listen, Preach, reach out to Akalon. He can sort you out, dude. He'll help you out with that situation.
The only reason I know these things is because I used to do plumbing. Like I had a plumbing company, and we would deal with the insurance often with people who had pipes burst and geysers burst and shit like that. So that's the only reason I know these things. It's not that I
Yeah, then
like,
he
work
should
for
definitely
insurance
double
company.
check. You should definitely double check with insurance because if he doesn't do it, insurance is sure going to be like, well,
Oh,
I
they're
hope
not
he
gonna-
doesn't call us.
I mean, they're not gonna go. They're not gonna phone him and be like, "Oh, we heard
Oh,
you had
no.
a flooding problem. We'll gladly
Yeah,
pay
yeah,
for
yeah,
that."
no.
They
they're
heard him.
they're gonna let the not only that, they're not even gonna pick up the first 10 times he calls. He's gonna have to get they only pick up on the 11th time he calls.
I mean,
They're gonna come up
They
with a
watched-
bunch of bullshit excuses.
they watched his video, heard
Oh,
him
yeah.
say, "I'm not covered for flood insurance," and they went, "Whew,
Thank God.
thank God he doesn't know that this is not a flood."
Ah,
Like they don't
They
give
were
a shit about
relieved.
shit like this, dude. Yeah. So no, I do think he should phone his broker and just make sure.
yeah,
Yeah,
100%. But
That shit did
so the
happen.
next bit of it did happen. So we wish him the best of luck.
Yeah.
We love Preach, so good luck with that, Preach. Hope you come out on top of that. Next up, a Okay, so you're gonna have to be the one to tell me about this because I didn't look too deeply into it.
Okay.
I saw the first couple of tweets. I've read the tweets. I've read the twit longer, and I know the consequences that happened. But I don't know if there's any updates to the story. Rich Campbell.
So far as I know, there's not been any updates. Rich said that he will make a statement, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't. Pretty sure he hasn't. I might be wrong on this. I'll just check. Is he even still on? Okay, he is still on Twitter.
He's on Twitter, but he's no longer on OTK.
Yeah, he's off OTK.
Yeah,
so sorry, some background for people that might be wondering. A goal came out. So first, Rich's girlfriend during a stream spoke about Rich having a pregnancy fetish. Yeah, like he really wants to get girls pregnant, wants to spread his seed and shit. People then gave the girl shit, as far as I can deduce from everything that's happened. They were calling her out, saying that she's making false accusations and whatnot.
No. Wait.
No.
You're talking about his girlfriend.
Yeah, his girlfriend.
You need to get to the part.
No, we're getting to the good part.
Another girl.
Hold up, we're getting to the good part. People didn't believe his girlfriend, and then this girl came out, and she decided to do a twit longer, basically in support of what his current girlfriend said, but also to tell her side of the story of everything that actually ended up happening with her. As it turns out, I'm not going to go into too much detail for anyone that don't really want to hear about it, because it is quite upsetting. But like Rich really liked this girl, Alexia something. I think it's Alexia Lex or some shit like that. I don't remember her name exactly, but
I think it's Azalea Lex.
Oh yeah, Azalea Lex or some shit like that. He asked her to come over to his apartment. She was in New York City. She said, "I don't feel comfortable being in your apartment," which, by the way, kudos to her for putting her foot down and setting her own boundaries. As I said when I covered this, nothing annoys me more than a girl writing in her twit longer. He asked me over to his apartment. I already didn't want to go because I didn't trust him, but I went anyways. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? So it's good of her to say, no, I don't feel comfortable being in your apartment. Maybe we should do it. We shouldn't do it. And he eventually pushed her to the point where he's like, okay, but come to my apartment building. I have a cinema room in my apartment building, and we can be there. Obviously, a lot more public. People can come and go there, so nothing can happen. She says yes. They're in there for a while. Rich keeps making sexual passes at her while she just really wants to talk about their relationship. But eventually, Rich is like, okay, you know what? Let's go up to my apartment. She's like, I don't want to. He's like, well, we can't stay here because the rules of the building. And he tells her, look, I respect your boundaries. I know you don't want anything to do with me. It's all fine. Let's go up. Nothing will happen. She's like, okay, no, fine. We go up to his apartment, get to his apartment, and this is where Rich decides to pleasure himself, okay, in front of her, and then turn
That's something that whenever people tell me stories like that, I'm just like, I don't understand. How do you invite a woman and then you just start like, I don't know. It's such a fucking out there thing that I just like, bro, what the fuck? Like, unless she's into it or something and she said, oh yeah, let's do this thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, just out of nowhere, it's just such a weird fucking thing.
Yeah, I don't know why you would get off on that, but but it gets worse. So he's pleasuring himself in front of this girl. Now at this point, we're still at the we're not even at the SH stage. We're nowhere near the fruit stage of anything.
That kind of at least
just weird.
Wait, SH? No, that is SH. 100%. You get just.
I don't even know.
Just like, I'm just gonna no.
To be fair, though,
unless it's consensual.
Wait, the reason I say we're not quite even at the SH stage is at this point.
I know it gets worse.
At this point, she can still leave, and nothing is being done to her specifically. So she's technically not being harassed, even though she is kind of, but she is technically not. The thing is, from there, Like, this man skips the SA. He skips everything. He just goes straight for the fruit stuff. You know, those purple fruit that grapes. You know, he goes straight for that.
Yes. He just goes straight for the grapes.
Yeah, he turns her over, shoves in, and finishes inside of her.
We don't have to describe it that deeply. I think people.
You kind of have to. He did it inside of her, no protection whatsoever, and Vane told her to leave. Just told her, okay, you have to leave.
There is one thing that is like. There is one thing, and I'm not trying to like.
Allegedly, by the way, I should just put the
Yes,
before
allegedly.
We go to, this is all allegedly. At the minute. We don't have any actual evidence, but allegedly.
There is one thing, and I'm not trying to like victim shame or say that she did anything wrong, but there is one thing that comes to my mind. If you're not comfortable, why are you still there? Leave. Is Rich preventing you from leaving? Because I don't think she described this in the twit longer. Is he stopping you from leaving while he's furiously masturbating? Like, what is happening? Why won't you just leave? Like, this is just a strange situation.
So
I will say that.
I discussed it.
Not that she deserves none of this that happened to her.
Yeah,
None of it. It's completely unacceptable by everything. It's just unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. It's a fucking crime. Period. It's a crime.
It really is. Yeah.
It's just that simple. It's
allegedly.
Allegedly. Yes. But it's like, but why not leave? That's the part that I don't understand, and it has not been explained. Why not leave?
So before I even go into it, I just want to make one thing clear. I never said that it isn't SH. I said that we're not even really in the SH like genre. We're touching it. We're sort of in the beginning of SH with what he did. And then the guy just fucking escalates to hell and back. So I was never saying that he wasn't SHing her. I was just sort of making clear that it started off as just something that's really weird, really creepy, and really awkward, and a little bit SH-y, but not really the worst kind of SH you can get, to what the fuck are you doing? Now, that being said, the whole why didn't you leave? I can think of a number of reasons. Obviously, the most obvious one is that all of this is a lie and it didn't actually happen, because it is kind of weird, but I think there's a much more plausible explanation for it. Shock. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. If you were sitting in front of someone and they just took their dick out and just started helping themselves, there would be a lot of shock there. A lot of...
Yeah, that is extremely weird.
What the fuck are you doing? Like, you would probably be a little stunned at that point, not entirely sure how to deal with this. And also, I don't want to, like, this is going to sound a little bit, might sound bad, but anyone that's friends with Rich is probably used to him being a horn dog and, you know, a weirdo and someone that does weird things. And it might have been that she found this incredibly offensive. She saw him doing this. She was shocked at him doing it, but it wasn't so far out of his just normal horn dog bullshit that she felt threatened. So she didn't think that he would go from there to actually now like properly assaulting her. She didn't expect that jump because, you know, it might be that he's done this in the past. So this is not the first time he's done this, because he kept telling her, this is, by the way, why they never actually started dating, because he kept telling her that he only sees her as a sexual object. That's all he sees her as. She's an object. And this obviously didn't sit right with her. Fucking obviously it didn't sit right with her.
Of course not. Who the fuck wants to be somebody else's fuck toy?
No,
like, what the fuck?
No one. Unless there might be people
somebody
that have
happens
that kink,
to have a
but...
fetish for it.
Yeah.
Some people might have a fetish for it, but
but most normal people don't want.
Most normal people won't.
Don't want to be that. And so it might have been that she felt shocked, but she also felt like this is just him. You know, this is the kind of shit that he does. And then, of course, when he took it even further, she wasn't prepared for that. But yeah, so he got kicked out of OTK immediately. Like, this happened immediately.
Exactly. That's the point that I want to get to, which is like, if this was potential, because, you know, there have been a lot of people that have come out against her and saying that, oh, she's probably clout chasing, whatever, all of these usual things that happen. And it's like, The reason why I don't think that is the case because you're talking like within a span of hours, you're out. Get out.
Yeah.
You start instantly get out. In the case of Mizkif, you know, when he covered the situation like the previous OTK situation,
They actually
right?
took their time.
They took their time. He was suspended. I don't think he's out of the org even. He's suspended.
Yeah,
but
I
he's
think
still
they
in the
suspended
org,
him.
is
Yeah.
my understanding.
He's no
So
longer,
he's still
I
in
think,
the org.
yeah, I'm not sure about Mizkif, to be fair. I haven't followed the story after the initial drama. Because I lost interest, which usually happens with shit like this. I'm very interested in that until the drama is over, and then fuck it. Let him be.
But yeah, the whole Mizkif situation is like, okay, he's gonna be suspended. We're gonna have an investigation team, see what the fuck happened. All of this. There was all of this situation happening, right? With Rich, it was like hours, you're out.
Yeah.
You're out. And it's like, you know, from at least from the people that I know that I usually see from OTK, they don't respond like that to allegations. It's just like first we got to see what happened. We're going to see what. And in the case of Asmongold, he was devastated instantly.
Yeah.
He was just like, nope, we kicked him out instantly. I'll deal with it. Whatever. Boom, boom, boom. Like it was very quick, and that just straight up lends way more credibility to everything that she says.
I mean, it's more than that. So first and foremost, I want to say just quickly about the Mizkif thing. There's apparently active lawsuits going on right now, or investigations going on, and that's why OTK isn't saying anything. On the thing with Rich right now, again, Asmongold said that they're working and they're probably going to do a lot of investigations, and there might be criminal charges brought. Now, to the point of credibility, Asmongold isn't stupid. And for anyone that's going, well, you know, there were millions on the line and, you know, they didn't want to lose all that money and that's why they kicked him out. It had nothing to do with any sort of evidence that they potentially had on him. Asmongold has never cared about money. The vast majority of people that is involved in this org doesn't give a shit about money. They don't need money. They're all massive streamers that have made millions already. Money is the last thing they give a fuck about. Asmongold does not strike me as the type of person to throw his friend under the bus unless he knows for a fact his friend deserves to be there. I don't think Asmongold is the kind of guy, because the problem is, okay, these allegations come out about Rich. If OTK came out and they said they suspended Rich following a formal investigation, they'll get back to people once the investigation is finished. It all remains up in the air. Did it happen? Didn't happen? You know, what exactly is going on? Asmongold isn't stupid. He would have known that optically this crushes Rich. This crushes him. Any hope that Rich had of clearing his name is gone after he gets fired from, because he kind of did get fired. Anyone that says, you know, they asked him to resign, that's just a nice way of saying they gave him an option. Resign or we fire you. So, you know, and they asked him to resign, which means he was fired. They knew that this is crushing all hopes that he could ever have of being innocent of this crime. And then Asmongold goes further. In the video where he's so distraught, he says, I saw everything that you guys have said. I obviously also saw more things than what you saw. So Asmongold made it clear that he had even more evidence than all the evidence that we have seen about this story.
And he still went ahead and kicked him out.
He still kicked him out, which means whatever evidence Asmongold had of this didn't change his mind against what the girl alleged. It changed his mind to actually go after his friend and fire his friend. So I would say I'm 95% certain, even though, yes, allegedly, and yes, innocent until proven guilty, but with everything stacking up the way that it stacks up, it sadly doesn't feel like Rich is coming off of this one in any sort of good, like in any sort of good way. That at least is my opinion on it.
Yeah, dude. I agree, and it's very sad because, like, in a way, like the main reason why I followed OTK why I still follow OTK is like it's Asman and Esfan. Those are probably the two that I watch the most because of Warcraft stuff, and also Rich. Like I was also watching a lot of Rich content, like Rich going through Final Fantasy and all of that. It was really good content, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, I kind of feel like there's just so much fucking drama happening around his org that it kind of fucking sucks. But dude, I hope that justice is served.
But
you know?
there's a reason why there's so much drama around this org. There's a reason why this is happening. You see, these are a bunch of friends who are streamers, not businessmen, streamers, that got together, created this business, and is running it like a group of friends, you know, because that's what they are. They're just buddies doing like crazy shit and trying to have fun. And it's just a nice way of having fun, collaborating while being in the same org. Now, the problem with that is that most businesses aren't run that way. You know, when you have a co-founder of an org in a proper business sense, there's usually background checks that's done. I have a friend who is currently a CEO in a very big company. He went through 6 months of background checks before he got the nod to become the COO of the company. Because they wanted to make sure that this guy was squeaky fucking clean. Because the last thing a company wants is some fucking rando as the COO dragging their name through the mud. Whereas this company is still run like a party. You know, it's like a university party or a college party, and everyone's just having fun. And I think that's what Asmongold envisioned. That's what he really wanted. And obviously, these are his friends. So from his mind, they're good people because they're his friends and he's a good person. But now I think Asmongold is starting to realize that that is not the case. There are bad people, and I will go so far as to say 95% of all Twitch streamers, I would say, are probably bad people.
Jesus Christ.
The reason I say this is...
This is why I stream on YouTube.
Actually, all streamers, not just Twitch streamers. You have to think about...
man!
Let me explain why I think this way about things like this. I don't see celebrities, like actors and singers, as good people to begin with. These are usually people that have very few moral values. Their morals tend to blow with whichever direction the wind blows in. That's why, you know, they believe the weirdest shit. As someone that studied acting, I can tell you, they have no concrete value system whatsoever. Their values is whatever they're told to be to get the next role. Okay, so that's actors in a nutshell. What makes this even worse is here you have a group of people that got famous because everything is content. Everything is content. And most of them walk around with an incredible narcissistic personality disorder where they believe themselves to be gods. They believe themselves to be much better than what they are. And this leads to you believing that you can get away with things that other normal mortals cannot, which is, I think, most of these guys that make it big. I probably shouldn't say that 95% of all streamers are bad people, but rather 95% of all the ones that make it big. Because if you look back on their careers, you will find that all of them have questionable things that they have done in the name of becoming famous. They have done things that normal people would find kind of appalling, but they have done it because it... Look at the amount of streamers that get involved in these NFT fucking scams. Like, that literally rape their audiences.
So disgusting.
Yeah.
That is so disgusting, dude.
They do it because they have no moral center. Their moral center is what sells, what makes me famous.
It's like that. You just reminded me of like how Cristiano Ronaldo launched an NFT collection. I was like, bro, really? You really, dude? An NFT collection.
I will say, in the case of
I'm assuming you're probably a fucking billionaire and you're gonna launch an NFT collection to fleece your fan base.
I'll tell you now, it's not Cristiano Ronaldo that launched that. It's his business managers, it's his managers. He probably doesn't even fucking know about it. He knows. Just signs it.
He did the ad.
Yeah, but he's told do the ad. He probably doesn't even know what fucking NFTs are. because he's a sports guy. You know, he plays sports. He has all these business people around him. They're telling him NFT is the next big thing. And he's like, all right, let's go for it. You know, he doesn't give a shit about anything else. Sports guys are a little bit different.
Very sad.
Because
Makes
sports
me very
guys
sad.
tend
But anyway.
to focus only on their own things. But yeah, Twitch streamers, don't be surprised when this happens even more. The one thing that I'm excited about and the one thing that makes me happy is that it does feel as if, well, this is a good and a bad thing. It does feel like more goals are starting to be
Comfortable coming out.
Yeah, it feels like more goals are starting to get comfortable at coming out, at saying what happened to them, and telling their side of the story. Now, of course, that comes with the good and the bad, because for every goal that comes out and says something that is true, there's almost inevitably going to be 2 or 3 people with questionable morals that sees this as a quick way of getting famous, that makes accusations that isn't
Which is
true.
why what I'm about to say is going to suck, but this is the reason why sooner is better than later.
Yes,
But
I think
unfortunately, you know, people take a lot of time to process trauma,
yeah.
and
Some people never
then
get
it's
over it.
like,
Some people never get to the point where they
a lot
can
of
share
people
what happened to
never.
them.
Yeah, which fucking sucks. But it's like fundamentally, if you can gather strength, you should do it sooner rather than later, because then it has a bigger impact and you're able to tell your story better.
The only thing
each person helps how to do it is what it is.
The only thing I wish we could stop, and this again comes out, I feel so bad for saying this right now, but I don't mean anything bad by it. All of these streamer goals and these e-goals that comes out on Twitter, because again, they have that mindset of everything is content, everything is an opportunity to grow. So if I go to the police and actually report the crime that has been committed against me, I'm not going to be famous as a result of that. It's not going to lead to more content, because the first thing your lawyer tells you is you don't speak about this at all, because it will fuck up the court. Because this is truly the thing. If you go to the police tomorrow and you say that I've been raped, okay? And you then go on Twitter and you tell the world what happened, there's a chance the judge throws that case out of court. Why? Because you've already poisoned the jury well.
Yeah.
All the jury have now seen these tweets. It's already been poisoned. So the judge has no other recourse than to dismiss the case. So you're not allowed to speak about it, which means they miss their opportunity of also benefiting from the fame that comes from the story. I wish that these goals would start going to the police, because these are crimes, and these men need to be fucking taken out of society because they don't belong in normal society. But now there's also problems with police, because a lot of the cases that do get taken to the police don't get handled by police officers, know what the fuck they're doing, don't actually end up in court. It can take years of your life. So I don't know. I don't know if there is a good solution to this, if I'm honest with you.
Unfortunately. And keeping up with the theme, we now have allegations to talk about in the case of Henry Cavill, which
Yeah. Okay, so
this is from the Witcher show. Apparently, there was somebody that worked in the Witcher show that basically came out and said that Henry Cavill was a piece of trash in every conceivable way. But you're further into the story than I am, so go ahead, please elaborate, because I kind of am aware of what happened, but I'm pretty sure that you're going to be deeper than me. But I want to, after you say what happened, I want to just like put my
2 cents out.
This.
Okay. Yeah.
Understand?
So I want to start with the most important part of all of this, and everyone that has any sense knows that this is the most important part. Henry Cavill is working on the cinematic universe for Warhammer 40k. Everyone needs to know this because it's important. It's going to be important for the rest of your lives, at least for the next 40,000 years. This is going to be important. So it's going to shape our future generations, your kids, your kids' kids, their kids' kids. They're all going to be part of this.
Yes.
It's massive, right? So that needs to be said. God Emperor Henry Cavill, thank you so much. That being said, everyone knows that Henry Cavill...
This paints you as a Henry Cavill shill. You're no longer unbiased in this argument.
Dude, I'll drop to my knees for that man. He's a good guy. But no, Henry Cavill, as far as I'm concerned, God Emperor level. And I do think that... Okay, so at this point, everyone knows that Henry Cavill walked away from The Witcher. Not everyone knows
Yes.
why Henry Cavill walked away from The Witcher, because I have to tip my hat to him. Even after everything that has happened, he never walked away on bad terms. He didn't walk away and badmouth the show. He didn't walk away and say anything mean or bad. In fact, he walked away. He wished whoever the budget Chris Hemsworth is, he thanked him.
Liam Hemsworth, bro.
Yeah,
Liam.
All right, well, budget Hemsworth. He told him, good luck, and you're going to be great, and you guys are going to love budget Hemsworth in this show. It's all going to be great. And then the show, the people involved with The Witcher comes out, and
One person.
yeah, one person, but I'm almost certain that others were involved. They just didn't get involved straight up. But they basically come out and they make a bunch of accusations against Henry Cavill, saying things like he was very unprofessional, he would change the lines even without speaking to the showrunner, he would constantly rewrite the script without talking to the writers, he would be mean to everyone, he would be bitchy and moany, and he would keep to himself, not wanting to speak to anyone. He was just a miserable person to work with. Many of the actors didn't want to go anywhere near him because he was mean to everyone. And then you hear some of the people that have been working have worked with Henry Cavill in the past. They're like, what? That's not him at all. He's apparently, if anything, Henry Cavill is almost always absent-minded. I actually watched an interview with people that worked with him on Superman that says whenever you look for him, he's playing games. He's on his laptop playing video games.
Imagine Superman playing The Witcher. Actually playing the game The Witcher.
Yeah, the thing that I take away from this, because when they said that he would rewrite the script, I'm immediately reminded of the preconditions under which Henry Cavill accepted the role of Geralt. Now, many people have forgotten this. Henry Cavill said straight up, he will play Geralt. And he actually said he will play Geralt for as long as The Witcher runs, as long as they remain faithful to the source material. They have to remain faithful to the story, faithful to the books.
It's kind of interesting that that's the world we live in now, where the actor that is playing the leading role needs to say, hey, listen, I want to do this, but only if we're gonna, if we're gonna keep true to the fans, if we're gonna do this properly for the fans, then I want to do this. Isn't it a weird world? It's almost like Henry Cavill's like, man, with all the bullshit these people are pulling with a lot of these franchises, Henry Cavill's like looking over there at the Star Wars as it's crashing and fucking burning into the ground, and he's like, man, I don't want to play the Han Solo to this show if that's the direction we're going. Fuck that.
But you also have, and again, so few people know about this. There's a writer that left The Witcher set. He was one of the writers on season 1 for The Witcher. And he left The Witcher set for another show. I can't remember. I want to say that it was for House of Dragons, but I could be wrong. So don't quote me on that. But he came out with his own article about what it was like to work on The Witcher set. And he sort of compared it to what it was like compared to where he works now. He said on The Witcher set, the vast majority of writers had never read the Witcher books. Those who have read the Witcher books hated it. They couldn't stand the Witcher books.
Then why the fuck are you writing for the show The Witcher?
Paycheck.
You're clearly the wrong fucking person.
Yeah, paycheck. So he said they would have so many fights in the original, season 1 about things that these writers would do. They would just change the story. And he'd be like, wait, you can't, you can't change this. This is fucking part of the story. What are you doing? And they're like, yeah, but this is wrong. We can write it so much better. So he eventually decided to leave because it was just such a toxic environment because no one on the show seemingly cared anything about the show. Anyone that was writing for the show didn't like the original show. They wanted to make their own thing that was better. And I genuinely believe that that's why Henry Cavill left. Henry Cavill.
That was the idea. That was the idea that I had as well.
Yeah. I think he saw season 3 and he said, yeah, this is my last one. Hey, the shit that you guys are pulling with this show, yeah, you good luck. And then, of course, they came out and they tried to smear him.
Yeah, it's like the funny thing was, I remember watching reading one of those tweets, and in that tweet, this I think it was a lady. This lady, said that Henry Cavill was incredibly toxic, and that was because he was a gamer.
Yeah,
like that. That was basically her logic. It's like, yeah, it was the gamer side of him that made him incredibly toxic and misogynist. And it's like, dude, you know what? Fuck you, lady. That's what I have to tell you. Fuck you. Get fucked.
Agree.
Like, seriously, like it pisses me off so much nowadays that like somebody's like, oh, I'm a gamer, and it's like the first thing that comes to mind, oh, you're a misogynist.
Yeah,
that's kind of like the way that it goes. Somebody says they're a gamer, they're instantly like a misogynist, a bigot. It's like all of the other isms that instantly just like pop out, and I'm just like, bro, what the fuck? It's like, dude, it makes me sick because like, look, I want my kids one day, if they want to, play video games and whatnot, to not have to deal with this fucking stereotype that if you somehow like playing video games, you're also like all of these other bad things. It's like, no, that's not the way that it works. Just like with every community, and I do mean literally every community that you can think of under the fucking sun, there's good people and there's bad people. And this happens in every single group of people that you can possibly fucking imagine. You might think, oh, this community is pristine and it's no bad things ever happen in this community. It's like, no, they happen. Sometimes it's a minority. Sometimes there's more. Sometimes it's more toxic. It's less toxic. Every community of people has bad apples. It's just straight up fact. I'm not denying that there are bad apples in the gamer community.
Of course there are.
There definitely are. But you shouldn't just go ahead and say, oh, somebody plays video games. Clearly a misogynist. 100%. 100%.
I mean, I'm not misogynistic at all. I think girls look brilliant in the kitchen. So there's no misogyny here, I promise you. Now, at the end of the day, I think that...
God damn it.
At the end of the day, I do think that men get an incredibly, or gamers rather, get an incredibly bad rap, which isn't deserved, because I actually think that being a girl in gaming might be like one of the best places to be in, if I'm honest with you, because most gamers, in my opinion, like if you compare it to some of the other things that you can be a part of, most gamers don't give a fuck, because in most games, you don't know the gender of the person that you're playing with. Like, for example, when I'm playing League of Legends, I don't know who the fuck the other 4 people is. Like, they could be black, they could be white, they could be Asian, they could be female, male. I don't have a fucking clue. What I know is, are they playing good or are they playing bad? If they're playing bad, they annoy me. If they play good, I love them. That's the end of the discussion. Now, will you have bad interactions in video games? Of course you will. That's human. There's always going to be bad interactions because there's always going to be bad people. But I think in general, if you compare gaming to almost any other group activity, I think it's one of the better places to be in compared to others. Not saying that it's brilliant, not saying that it's a walk in the park, but I've said this in the past, I do think in a lot of cases, not in all, but in a lot of cases, there are girls that make it horrible for themselves. And the reason I say this is I've seen it myself. Where we will treat a girl the same way we treat one of the guys, and they'll get offended, and they'll start making noise and screaming and yelling and shitting on everyone because how dare we say this and this and that and that. And then the guys actively start avoiding her. And then she starts feeling left out. But the reason we leave her out is because when we tried to make her one of the boys, she didn't want that. She wanted special treatment. And we weren't willing to give her special treatment. And also, we don't want to be yelled at anymore. So we just don't fucking hang out with her at all. And then she leaves the guild and she complains and whatever the case might be.
That sounds extremely specific, Echo.
Oh, yeah, I've had this happen. So
That sounds very specific.
yeah, in my guild back in the day,
Dude, wait.
we would give each other a lot of shit. No, I just want to explain
really
this, right?
far away,
We
but
would give each
go for
other
it, yeah.
we would give each other a lot of shit. Like there was constantly like banter back and forth. This was just what we did. I'm pretty sure you guys do that in your Mythic Plus as well. It's constant banter. It's constantly calling this guy out for missing his cooldown and this guy out for dying and making fun of each other.
No, listen. The rule that we have is because I'm a streamer and I have a thick skin, I'm always to blame for everything in both the Mythic Plus group as well as the raid group.
But you also
in
play a
14.
warrior, so it's fair game. It's expected that you would be the failure, right?
Yes.
But you see, just like this is banter. This is so normal for guys. We banter, we have fun.
Yeah.
And this girl joined our guild, right? And at first, everyone's nice because you don't know the limits of someone. But after a while, you know, she's hanging out a lot. She plays a lot of Mythic Plus with, well, actually not Mythic Plus at the time. It was challenge modes at the time. She's doing a lot of challenge modes with the guys and shit like that. And so the guys start giving her shit. They start bantering with her as well, you know, blaming her for stuff. And then one day she just fucking explodes, dude. Like, I wasn't in the group, but one of the guys hit record on like his OBS just to record this girl fucking screaming at them at the top of her lungs, you know, at how misogynistic and assholey they're being towards her and how dare they be like this and whatnot. And right after that, everyone in the guild was just sort of like, well, let's not do anything with her. Like, she wasn't included in any of the jokes. She came to raid, but no one would ever fucking talk to her because no one wanted to overstep. You don't know what the line is, you know?
Of course.
What's going to push her. So I do think there are girls that make their own lives worse because they don't...
Communication is key in everything.
Yeah.
Period. It's like, and this sometimes can cause... also not just between girls, but between just guys as well. It can cause problems as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
You do
sure.
get guys that
that's
can't
why you
take
always
jokes
have,
either.
That's why you always have drama whenever it comes to guilds and free companies. There's always drama. Always.
Of course. But we are not
Anyway.
toxic. And getting back
Yes.
to Henry Cavill, that was just the stupidest thing she could have ever fucking said. Ever could have said. Now, they did, in what can only be described as dramatic irony, they eventually walked it back quite soon, actually. I think like a couple of days later, they came on and said, no, that's not true. Never mind. Henry didn't do this because unlike all of the previous people that they thought they'd cancel, right? What they didn't expect is just how much gamers love Henry Cavill and how much the internet loves Henry Cavill.
Careful, because next they're going to say that we are evil and we caused this woman to actually lie and to protect herself or something, like for self-protection. But basically, I remember reading one of the tweets where she says, well, I wasn't really expecting this to blow up. And, you know, I'm just going to take some time away. I'm gonna take some time away from the internet. It's like, no, listen. When you put something on the internet, you need to expect that, like, look, there's going to be people that are going to watch this. They're going to read this. They're going to fact check you.
Yeah.
They're going to check if what you are saying is true, especially if it's something as important as something that can actually cause harm to someone's image, which this would be incredibly harmful for the image of Henry Cavill, of course, for him to be portrayed as this misogynistic asshole that is a pain in the ass to work with. You know, that's obviously a problematic thing. Like, imagine someone would say that about me. Like, for instance, just to give you an idea, right? Because, like, I reached out to you for us to do a podcast. Imagine if I had the reputation of being an asshole and complete piece of crap to work with. You'd probably be like, no, I've heard about you. I know what you do. I don't want to work with you, right? Yeah. That's the thing. And I'm just giving you a super easy example on a much lower level than Henry fucking Cavill. Yeah. Which would be a much bigger problem for him than it would be for me. So it's like, this is the type of stuff that obviously, if you're going to make some allegations like this, you need to be sure of what you are saying before you put it out there. And she was like, actually, you know, maybe it wasn't exactly like this. I wasn't expecting this to blow up and blah. I was like, but bye, I'm leaving now. I'm leaving the internet. Yeah. Yeah, you
Dude,
think,
I just.
and then we're the bad guys. We're the bad guys. Remember?
But the thing is, right? So the thing that bugs me is, and this really links with the previous story we did as well. The fact that when you make false allegations against someone, nothing happens to you. Like nothing. The price for falsely claiming things is 0. You walk away from that, destroying someone else's image, and you get scot-free. Even if it turns out that you lied, nothing can happen to you. No one cares.
The thing when it comes to certain allegations, I feel it gets to a point where it's like, okay, you're making these allegations very well. In that case, the resolution for this is either the person you're making these allegations against is going to go to prison,
Or you are.
or you're going to go to prison.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the way that things kind of need to be at this point, almost.
I
Because
agree.
There are
some
a lot of
allegations
people
do
that
destroy
just
lives.
Yeah, they destroy lives, 100%. So it's very important to pay attention to everything that is allegated, and things don't just get said like off the cuff. Like I don't just off the cuff go off and start accusing people of serious things. Like I might make some funny jokes or whatever, but I'm not gonna off the cuff just straight up accuse somebody of doing something that I think is incredibly terrible and that is going to destroy them, unless I'm 100% sure of what I am talking about.
Yeah. Personally, I wouldn't be able to allege anything against anyone because I don't speak to anyone. So unless it's you, or
I'm just a figment of your imagination.
or Sebi, right? I could probably make like an allegation against you or Sebi Webs, of the famous people that I know.
Famous.
That's like the only like I couldn't do. I couldn't really make allegations against anyone else because as soon as I do, like let's say I come out and say, yeah, this guy did this. All the guy will say, dude, I've never even spoken to you. And I wouldn't have a DM to prove that it happened because I've never DM'd him. So there's no allegations from my side. I just keep my head down and react to the drama.
Basically, this person walked everything back. You know, and Henry Cavill is going to be a Primarch or whatever it is that he's going to do. And
dude, he's the God Emperor. He's the God Emperor. That's what he is.
I thought you didn't want him to be the God Emperor.
No, but anyway, he is the God Emperor.
We have one more topic, and this one is about Ubisoft. So yesterday, was it yesterday or was it the day before? I don't know, a couple of days ago, I saw a post that indicated that Ubisoft did a crossover with Monster Hunter. Now, this is something that had already been done in Monster Hunter World, where Monster Hunter World did a crossover with Assassin's Creed. And what they did in Monster Hunter was they gave us a mantle, which is a special item that you can use when you're on hunts, which is the Assassin's Mantle, which made your character run a little bit faster. And the first attack that you deal on a monster deals a little bit more damage, almost like an assassin, right?
Yeah.
Which is like the Assassin's Mantle.
Okay.
And that's the thing that we got. And on top of it, they gave us a special cosmetic that made our character look like Bayek, who is the main character of Assassin's Creed Origins, if I'm not mistaken. Bayek. So basically, these were all things that you could get in-game for free. Because it's like whenever there's a collab in Monster Hunter, usually they give you a bunch of shit for free. So we got the Assassin's Mantle and we got the Bayek skin. And there was also like a special quest that you did to get these things. You needed to get materials from this quest, but it's a quest that's infinitely repeatable. So you just get the materials and you craft the things that you want, and you're done. And that was the collaboration with Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
And now Assassin's Creed apparently is getting their part of the collaboration because obviously it's supposed to be a crossover. So in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, they're getting way more than we got. That's for damn sure. Because they're getting the Odogaron armor set, which is one of the better looking armor sets of Monster Hunter World. They're getting the Garon Rod, which is basically like a staff type weapon that is themed around this monster called Odogaron. Then they're also getting a hatchet themed around Odogaron as well. And then they're getting a special mount skin that makes their horse looks like an Odogaron. Now, in case you're wondering what Odogaron looks like, he looks like a demonic dog from hell.
Okay.
Kind of. It's a really cool looking monster. And then they also gave like you know how they have the eagles in Assassin's Creed that like survey stuff for you?
Yeah.
They gave that a skin from a Monster Hunter monster as well called the Legiana.
Okay.
And so they do all of these things. And now I'm thinking to myself, first time that I watched this, I'm like, oh, cool. They finally got their part of the crossover. And very much like us, I just assumed like Monster Hunter, I'm assuming they get it for free. And then I was like, wait, no, it's Ubisoft.
Yeah, of course it is.
Of course they're not going to get it for free.
No.
So Ubisoft is charging like 2,000 Helix points, however much that happens to be in real people money, for people to get this set. And I'm just thinking to myself, wow, dude, you motherfuckers would sooner sacrifice a baby to Satan than you would give anyone anything for free, dude. Absolutely fucking disgusting, dude.
To be fair, though, I don't mind it because anyone that plays a game called Assassin's Creed Valhalla deserves the worst happening to them. It's called Assassin's Creed Valhalla. There were no Viking assassins. The fuck are we talking about here?
Yes, there are. His
No,
name's
there isn't.
Eivor. What do you mean?
Fuck that, bro. It's a Viking. Like, fuck that. No, I hate everything about Ubisoft, bro. I hate everything about that company. It is arguably one of the worst gaming companies in the modern era.
Yes.
And I
agreed.
All of the funny thing is, all of the other gaming companies are waking the fuck up. Activision has woken up with Call of Duty. I mean, this Call of Duty is just rocking it. The amount of maps and new modes and shit that they're bringing out, all for free, part of the original purchasing price. It's insane. It's absolutely insane, the stuff that Activision is doing. You have EA that's really trying hard to clean up their image. You have all of these companies going above and beyond. CD Projekt Red, all of our AAA companies trying to clean up their image, trying to get back into the good graces of the gamers. And then Ubisoft sits there and goes, now we got this, fam. Now, let's be even more fucked up. Let's be even worse, shall we? And I'd say,
I just thought it was funny being like a Monster Hunter fan. I'm just like, wow, man, I can't even imagine what it's like being an Assassin's Creed
From
fan.
Software shouldn't work with Ubisoft.
Rough.
From Software shouldn't work with Ubisoft. Like, what the fuck?
They don't, as far as I'm
Yeah,
aware.
but it's a crossover. They're working together.
No, it's dude. God damn. You think From Software makes Monster Hunter?
Who makes Monster Hunter?
Oh my god, dude.
Dude, it's all these these Eastern fucking gaming companies. Aren't they the same thing?
Racist!
Talk about companies, not people.
It's Capcom. Capcom makes Monster Hunter, dude.
No
I was like, what the
difference.
fuck's he talking about From Software? Like, what
But
the fuck
what's the difference? It's the same company. It's fine. Let's move on.
No.
Why are they working with fucking... Wait, Capcom isn't good either. They're the Resident Evil guys, aren't they?
Yeah, they are the Resident Evil guys.
Yeah, they made
What do you
Resident
mean
Evil
Capcom?
7 or Village. That sucked dick.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
I mean, look, I don't play Resident Evil, but my understanding is that Resident Evil Village is pretty good.
My
what
understanding
people told
from
me,
watching it, it's pretty shit. It sucked.
I mean, hey,
Monster dick,
maybe
bro.
it's not. Maybe it's not for you. But like, look, when I talk about Capcom, I like to make it perfectly clear that the team that I like at Capcom is the Monster Hunter team. The Devil May Cry team's pretty good too, and the Dragon Dogma team's pretty good. I don't care about Street Fighter, right? I know that Street Fighter, there's some weird shit. I have nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought Capcom was also one of these scumbag companies. They probably are, though.
In the past, they've done some pretty shady stuff. Yes.
To be fair, though,
I don't know.
A lot of Asian companies are pretty scumbaggy when it comes to games because the culture is different. Hold up. The culture is different. Dude, you can't tell me the culture isn't different in Eastern games.
Yeah.
They
but listen,
love their
Western
fucking pay to
companies-
win.
No, wait. You're talking about Chinese companies. Okay, listen. If you're
Dude,
gonna
China is not the big... No, China's companies aren't the worst offenders of fucking pay to win. It's South Korea. Like, fucking pay to win in South Korea is insane.
Okay, bro, listen.
It's Asia, bro. These fuckers like their pay to win shit. I'm telling you.
South Korea, Japan.
Same country.
Two very different things.
Same country.
God damn.
right next to each other, basically neighbors.
Listen, guys, I'm gonna be calling the show here. This was our Christmas special. We won't be coming back apparently because Akalon's ensuring we're getting canceled. Oh, dude. God damn. No, Japanese companies in general don't do a lot of pay to win. As far as I'm aware.
I don't
at
know
least
which
the ones that I
companies are
follow.
Japanese companies though. From Software is Japanese, right? Because I like them.
Capcom and From Software are Japanese.
All right. Well, bad Japanese people are working for Capcom then. Maybe they got a bunch of South Korean people to work there. Like they just brought that culture of fucking pay to win back with them.
They don't really have any pay to win that I can think of in Capcom.
No, they don't. I'm giving them a lot of shit here. I don't know much about Capcom's gaming practices.
You just don't like Resident Evil. But guess what? I don't like Resident Evil either, but that's fine. It's like there's nothing wrong. It's just not for me. But a lot of people love Resident Evil.
I don't know. I follow a couple of people, and all of them hated Resident Evil Village. So it might just be. I mean, to be fair, the people that I follow like the kind of games that I like. So it makes sense that they would hate it and I would hate it too. Because I watched Resident Evil and I really didn't enjoy watching it. Well, these are reviewers, right? So they fucking play everything, right? But they had some pretty like harsh things to say about the company. But no, all in all, you know, it's not that I, just to make this fucking clear before someone goes, oh my God, what a racist asshole. I don't mind Asian companies at all. I don't mind Asian people. But you would be remiss if you didn't acknowledge that the culture between the East and the West, a lot of the things that the West is currently doing was born in the East. And I don't mean that pay to win did come from the West, but what I mean is that the East really perfected it. They figured out how to do it really well and put it everywhere, especially South Korea and China also these days. But South Korea is like
not just these days, because like in China, it's even just like widely accepted that the reason pay to win is widely accepted is because they are very much performance driven. So in a way, it's an expression of like, I am better than you because I make more money than you. So fuck you.
I mean,
this is actually widely accepted in their culture.
Yeah, but it's not just that. I think so. I was watching this documentary on why pay to win is so huge in South Korea and in China. A lot of their houses are really small. We're talking like little cardboard boxes that they live in, basically. So they don't have space for PCs and stuff like that. So a lot of them hang out in internet cafes where you pay by the half hour to play. So the reason they prefer pay to win is because they work really hard in their regular lives to like grind out and, you know, get ahead, get to level 100 in real life. And so when they play their games in these internet cafes, they have limited fucking time. So they don't want to go through the stupid grind of getting shit if they could just pay for it. Because they're already grinding in real life. So now they just want to pay and skip a lot of shit. And it's just accepted. Those with more time grind more and get shit for free, and those with less time pay for it and they get it, and everyone seems to be happy. Of course, we don't have that problem in the West, which is why so many Western companies keep running into this problem.
We're starting to get it now. I mean, look at like stuff like Lost Ark, Genshin Impact.
Yeah, but I mean, still
so on and so
games
forth.
from those areas. But what I meant is the reason gaming companies are constantly going to run into a wall in the West is we don't have those limitations in terms of house size and having to go to internet cafes. Like, when's the last... Dude, true story. I saw an internet cafe for the first time in almost a decade about 2 weeks ago. My brother had to print out, like, a stack of books. One of his handbooks for studying. He had to print it out for when there's load shedding. And apparently the only place that does this here is the internet cafe in the mall. And I'm like, internet cafe? What the fuck are you talking about, internet cafe? So I reached this internet cafe, and it's an internet cafe. There's like a bunch of PCs that's there.
Were there people playing Counter-Strike 1.6 in there?
Dude, on the screen, on all of the screens, there's like 9 PCs there. On every single one of them, there's the Battle.net login screen. just waiting for
They're
someone to
playing
log
Call
in.
of Duty.
Yeah,
They're
I
probably
guess
playing
so.
Call of Duty.
I fucking
Yeah.
guess so. But yeah, so they're just hanging out, you know, playing online. I don't know why people are doing that, but they are. So, you know, but generally speaking, we don't have that here. It's not part of our culture.
Yeah. But anyway, that is the show, guys. This was the Christmas show. Probably no show next week. I don't know exactly when I'm coming back, so we'll see how when we do the next show. But we wanted to make sure that we recorded one before the holidays and all of that. Hopefully, all enjoyed it. There'll be links to all of Akalon's things here. Hopefully, you still have enough time to actually go and finish the story of Dragonflight, you bastard.
Yeah, I don't think I do. I'll do it tomorrow.
We'll see you guys on the next one. Stay strong. Stay safe. Peace out.
Peace. But yeah, no, I'll have to do it tomorrow. I don't. There's like less than an hour left, and I don't want to rush because people have told me that there's like a shit ton of speculation stuff that happens there.
Yeah, you can't. Oh yeah, you can't rush. You're gonna, dude. I guarantee you, there's gonna be one place that you get to go to where you'll probably won't want to finish the quest. You're gonna just like, no, I'm gonna stay here for a good long while. Look around every fucking nook and cranny that I possibly can to squeeze every little bit of information that I can from this place. You're gonna
like
do
that.
100% guaranteed.
I like that. I just quickly want to say
And chat
thank you.
already knows what it is.
I just quickly want to say thank you so much to D Woofy, Leftover Crack, Nordic Psycho with the 9 months part of the DJ Nation fam. Appreciate you. Elliot, Watch Your Steps, and Hurricane Broadsword. Thank you so much for the follows. Really appreciate all of you. Thank you. We're back to being able to pay attention to chat. So,
Yes. But I'm actually I have to leave, dude. It's 3 p.m. and I haven't had lunch yet.
no, go
this,
for it, fam.
understand?
Go for it. I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna go eat.
jump
Thank you
back
all,
into
chat. Sorry for stealing Echo.
back into the stream. All right.
I'll see you later. You have some happy holidays, dude. And
You too,
well, you
man.
don't celebrate it, I guess, so you
No.
don't give a fuck.
But I do
Well,
have family
at
coming over on the 26th. Family coming over.
Okay.
So I'll probably work.
You're gonna spend New Year's with family?
No, I'll probably be playing games, but they're gonna be here in the area when I'm playing games. We'll see. I don't
Alright,
drink,
dude.
right? I don't drink. I don't.
Me neither.
So for me, going on a New Year's thing, what's the point? Everyone wants to get drunk. I don't even have. I won't even drink a single beer. So yeah, no point.
Well, you have yourself a happy New Year, and I'll see you on the flip side.
you
dude.
too, man. Have a wonderful holiday. Peace.
Peace out.
All right, let me just quickly activate this again, guys. Just need to go through a couple of steps before this will work. Okay, let's just turn the video back on. Please work. Please work. Thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to everyone that's been watching. Did you enjoy the show? Did you guys enjoy the show? Van Ankerson, how you doing, fam? 1 hour of PC Cafe gaming is what we did to pass time when waiting for the next class here in college. Most known hangout location is the PC Cafe. Fuck. Now, I had a PC at home, so I didn't really give a shit about that. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. It was a fun talk. I enjoyed it. I'm glad. I'm enjoying doing it live. It's a lot of fun when you do it live. Ugh. Someone said that Destiny finally came out with some shit. Holby, 28 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Thank you so much to everyone that's subscribing and gifting subs and all the rest of it. You guys fucking rock, by the way. Nice Christmas gift. I really appreciate you. It is late? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck was Destiny doing. Does anyone know? Like, why is Destiny so late on this? Like, what the fuck was he doing? He was moving? Where was he moving to? How long is this video? Oh, only 14 minutes. Wow, that's a short one. Shall we react to it? Do you guys want to react to it? Streamers move more than any people on the planet. Yeah. But again, it comes down to this, the personality trait, right? It is our personality trait. It's this, you constantly want something new, some kind of new challenge, something new to push you forward. And all of that plays into, ultimately, yes, we get bored really fast. And so you move because you don't want to be bored. You want a new challenge, something new that you can do. So it kind of makes sense. Before we watch it, though, I showed people this morning while we were playing League of Legends. This girl, by the way, dude, she's fucking cute. What do you guys think? I'll show you. I can't be the only one that think that, no? Dude, Vanixer, this isn't creeping. She put this for everyone to see. I'm just showing you. I'm just broadening your horizons. She's hot, bro. She's fucking hot. She's not Kate Beckinsale, but she will do. Dude, of course she's not Kate Beckinsale. Like, no one's Kate Beckinsale. Check probably. She's okay, I guess. How can you guys say she's okay? Like, how is she just okay? I think you guys are fucking nuts. I really think you guys are fucking nuts. On red, yep, she's hot. Dude, red dresses with blonde hair always works. Anyways, time for us to watch Destiny finally reacting to the Rich Campbell stuff. Now, I will say this. One of the reasons I've been so looking forward to seeing Destiny's reaction to this is Destiny seems to be the kind of, like, he's the regular Twitch dumping ground. Whenever something happens in the Twitch sphere, whenever there's allegations of stuff happening, people go to Destiny and they drop the shit towards him. Like, they give him the inside scoop. He had the inside scoop with Miskif stuff. He was the one that revealed a lot more than what actually anyone else knew. He had the inside scoop with the train wrecks and the XQC stuff. So there's like a shit ton of stuff that people just sort of trust Destiny with all of this shit. So I've really been looking forward to seeing Destiny react to this.
We get upstairs and he's just talking about how hot I would be pregnant. People think Rich took underskirt pics of Emiru in this clip.
Gross, bro.
You don't like Samaru?
No, people like that.
I like this.
Oh, Hutch was sick being around him.
I don't.
If you want the whole account, here it is. Actually, can somebody link me the tweet before this? Because she shows some of his text messages that like provide a little bit of context, I think. Are you in New York? Yes, I am. Oh shit, how long would be cool to hang? I've been here for a bit. I was planning on leaving tomorrow. Oh, what are you doing tonight? My friends and I are just at a bar for a bit. No formal plans, just catching up. If you want to hang out later, let me know. I was already in bed, LOL. I would catch up with you, but it's okay if you're already in bed. Would you want to come chill here? It's okay. I don't think that's something I'm comfortable with. Okay. Now, it is incredibly obvious that Rich just wants to fuck. That's the only thing he's interested in. It's painfully obvious by reading this. If you're not retarded, it's painfully obvious. On her end, it's pretty obvious that she's not interested in hooking up. That's pretty obvious. Okay, would have loved to see you. Too bad you're already out of commission, but no worries. What would you want to do? I don't know, whatever, honestly. I have a little movie theater in my building. Would you want to chill there? I don't have a trek in me to go out this late, but that way we could chill and it's not in my apartment. Yeah, we could potentially do that. She's just beyond, and maybe she's like 14. I don't know, I would have to go and read through, or maybe because women are also socially retarded, just like men are. All of you people are retarded, but she shouldn't be saying yes here. She's so desperate and so clingy for saying this. Like, this guy only wants to fuck you. Like, why are you so desperate here thinking that he...
I think you see, the problem is that girls think that guys mean more than what we actually say. That's the biggest problem with girls. Girls don't realize just how retarded guys actually are. We have this weird thing where we say exactly what we mean. If you read the words that is written to you and you get the sense that the guy just wants to fuck you, that's because he really just wants to do that. There's no layers to what he's saying. He's not secretly telling you that he wants to be your bestest friend in the whole world and give you a foot massage. No. He's actually just saying what he's saying. And I think that's the problem, because girls communicate on fucking dimensions, bro. When a girl says one thing, there's like 500 things that isn't being said, but it is being said, but it's not actually being said. And then they look at what guys say, and they always think that there's some hidden layer of meaning behind it. A good example of this is when a girl tells you, like, when a girl asks you, what are you doing? And you go, nothing. I'm not doing anything, right? And they get angry at you because you're not communicating, or you're not doing this, or you're not doing that, or you're not inviting her over, or whatever. And meanwhile, the guy was literally just saying what he fucking meant. Like, he wasn't, like, he really was doing nothing. When they want something, but there's no scheming here. Like, Rich isn't scheming. He's openly making it very plainly clear. He wants to see her. He wants to hook up. I mean, I said it when we reacted to these DMs. It's incredibly desperate. Like, everything he says comes across as incredibly desperate. And I think she noticed that it's desperate, but she sort of thought that it was different to what it was actually. And I'm just saying, girls need to realize it's never different to what it is actually. Your first thought, usually the right one.
Wants to be more than a boy. Like, he sold you the entire time. Like, I didn't want to leave my place. I just want to get you as close to my bed as possible. Like, it's painfully obvious what he wants. Why the are you agreeing to go anywhere near this guy? It's so stupid. Cool, when would you want to come? Once I'm done here, I could probably come by. Cool, what time are you thinking, out of curiosity? I'm honestly not too sure. Okay, I'm excited to see you. I'm gonna stay up. I'm so excited.
And then there's the picture thing. Like, the second you asked for the picture, that should have been her clue. That should have been her fucking clue right there.
Ha ha ha. Seriously, if it's too late, it's not a problem. LOL. I don't want you to wait around if you're going to bed. I'll wait up. Send me a pic. It'll help me stay up. LeMayo, Rich, seriously? What? I want to see your face. LOL. Nice save.
It's not a nice save. What are you talking about, Disney? That's not a nice save. That's the most cringe shit ever. Like, fuck. No guy asks for a pic of a girl's face. It doesn't happen, girls. It doesn't happen. When the guy wants to see a picture of you, it's usually for one reason only. He's making a point.
Do you still want me to come by? I just paid at the bar. Yeah, address, blah. Okay, be there soonish. What time you think? I'm dropping off blank at the village. I think 12:40. Okay, is that okay? Or should I just stay in Manhattan? Come over. All right. It's just so stupid.
Agreed.
But okay, now we can read her thing. If you want the whole account, here it is. Rich and I had a very up and down, on and off friendship and relationship for 4 years. It started towards the end of his career on the Call of Duty desk. Our physical relationship started in Columbus, Ohio in 2019. It was a disaster from there. Without going into extensive detail, because that's what would be required to explain it, there were several times during the 4 years that he made it clear he only viewed me as a sexual object. Yeah, seems about right. Based on the text, seems right. Yeah. But when I would confront him about it, I would get love-bombed and gaslit into thinking that he cared about me and wanted to be with me. Yeah, he sounds like a boy. This is a boy, okay? This is why you stay away from boys and don't get zoned by boys. This would happen during the single periods of my life, as any time I would be in a relationship and he would text or call me, I would tell him I was seeing someone else. After he lied to me about having a girlfriend for an extended amount of time in June of 2021, I didn't speak to him or see him until he called me asking to apologize around the end of July/beginning of August. I always had a deep love for Rich as a person and friend.
The problem is that so many girls can't stay away from the fuckboys like Rich. Not just Rich, but any fuckboy. Like, so many girls date only the fuckboys, and then they complain about all men. But it's not all men. It's these guys. But you girls keep going for these fucking guys. You keep going for them. Even though they break your heart every single fucking time. You have a guy here that consistently told you that he only views you as a sexual object. Like, he fucking told you that you're just there for sex. And you keep thinking, I can fix him. Sure. Let's see how well that works out for you, shall we?
As the beginning of our friendship, he was there for me like not a lot of people are, so I gave him another chance to be friends. Okay. He told me he would prove to me that he was working to be a better person, that he wanted to be in my life. Then in October, he began his typical antics and begged me to come to Texas around his subathon. I said no because I did not think it was appropriate to stay with him because I didn't want to sleep with him and that I did not trust him. He also came to LA in December 2021 and asked to see me, but mainly was only asking me to come to his hotel. I said no due to the fact that I was not interested in having sex with him. There was not much communication until I was at a French restaurant, AOC, in the Upper East Side on January 30th of this year with 2 girlfriends. As the night came to an end around 12 a.m., I Ubered to Rich's apartment in Williamsburg because he asked to see me. We were in the movie theater in his building and talking, and he repeatedly kept attempting to get me to lay on him. I repeatedly said, I'm not here to sleep with you, and I do not want to do that. Why are you fucking here? Just leave. At one point in the theater, he said,
Kui, I think what girls need to realize is when you are dating or in a relationship or in a kind of relationship with one of these fuckboys, what you have to understand is the guy's options are not limited to only you. And I'm not saying that this is not about being handsome. This is just about being a fuckboy. You're not changing him because he doesn't want to change. He likes the idea of being able to have sex with as many girls as humanly possible. You're just one of those girls. That's just how it works. So trying to change him, he doesn't want to change. He has no interest in that. He just wants to have sex with you because you'll be one more girl that he could have sex with. So that would be your time to leave.
I think tonight is the last time I'm ever going to see you. This is him being manipulative, of course. After trying to speak to him for an hour about our relationship and the awful way he treated me, he just continued to reflect and said there's no reason to talk about it because it makes him feel bad. This is him being manipulative. He said he couldn't stay in that room and needed to go up to his apartment per the apartment rules. I said I don't trust that, and he promised me that this situation, nothing would happen. He was respecting the boundary I set. This is him being manipulative. Yep. We get upstairs, and he's just talking about how I would get, about how hot I would be pregnant. He then proceeded to...
I will say Destiny's tone here is very different. Like, during the initial things about Miskiff and Crazy Slick and shit, Destiny was a lot more sort of playing both sides. Like, he was not playing both sides, but he was definitely a lot more, who knows? Let's wait and see. We don't have any information yet. Whereas Destiny here is like proper just going, yeah, this is him manipulating, this is him this. I wonder if Destiny doesn't already know things that we do not.
To jerk off in front of me while continuing to talk about how he thinks about me getting pregnant constantly. He kept begging me to have sex with him. I said no. He continually attempted to take my clothes off. I kept saying no. At the end, and I mean the very end, he rolled me over and put himself inside me and finished, unprotected. Afterwards, I called my friend who I was staying with so I could come back, and she wasn't answering because it was late at night and she was already asleep. Rich said I couldn't stay there, so I called hotels around New York City looking for a cheap room. I asked for the nearest subway, and it was a 20-minute walk. Without saying anything to him, I left and cried in his lobby, and he texted me, "You okay?" I never replied. I left, went to a sketchy hotel in Chinatown, and pressed it by myself. I left New York the next day and never spoke to Rich again. I'm a 30-year-old woman. I'm a 30-year-old woman in a relationship with someone currently. I've had several relationships with people that simply did not work out, and I still respect those people. And whenever I make a false claim about a relationship ending, I get nothing out of lying about this. In fact, it's almost expected to receive ridicule when speaking about sexual assault. You can believe me or not. I genuinely don't know. She got played super hard by a boy and maybe raped. It's hard to tell what happens. Like, the most important details are kind of kept a little bit ambiguous. Like, how did we get from jerking off to her having no underwear or clothes on? To like get like how are they sleeping together or in bed together? And he rolled over and was able to get himself inside of her. I don't understand this chain of events.
It's actually a good point.
I don't know how this might be my sexual experience. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I've never understood this before. I feel like the hardest part about raping somebody would be how the fuck do you get your dick to go in a dry vagina? I don't know how they got onto the bed with her without her pants and underwear on, and then he like gets inside of her and fucking comes in her. There's this part is very weird, and it's arguably the most important part where the details are left out. However, I'm inclined to believe that Rich probably knows he fucked up because that dude instantly stepped down and left OTK with nothing to say about it. So, yeah.
True. True.
Do you have background knowledge in this case? I've heard like whisperings of like Rich being kind of like creepy, like randomly floating through the ether, but it's like nothing solid. I wouldn't say like, oh, I knew this was coming. I wouldn't say anything like that. But I think most people in Austin have probably heard those whisperings, would be my guess. Most people in Austin, most of the bigger streamers have probably heard those whisperings. But I never know how much of it is true, so.
The thing is, you just need to... I have this theory. I have a theory, and maybe I'm wrong. It's possible, right? But you know how they say you can't judge a book by its cover? Right? I think that's bullshit. I genuinely think that is bullshit. You see, because one of the things that have kept us as a species alive for thousands of years is this little thing called our intuition. You want to know what the difference... Oh, you want to know why it is that we survived? Because the monkey that heard a rustling in the grass ran away. And that's us. We are that monkey. We're the monkey that ran away. The monkey that went to investigate, not trusting his intuition that it's late at night, he's hearing something in the grass, something might be there, something might kill him. He went to investigate, he's dead now. His genes never actually managed to move along and eventually become human. Okay? So, our intuition is incredibly powerful. And I think when you see someone, so you see someone and you look at their face and your immediate reaction, your immediate gut feel is that something's wrong with this person. They just look creepy. I think you should trust that. And I'm not saying that we should arrest every single person that looks creepy, but you should be extra careful when you see someone that just actively puts you off. They make you feel uncomfortable. And in that sense, I will say this is how I felt about Rich. He always had this very weird, creepy vibe to me. Just something felt not normal. Now, am I saying that that is proof that he is guilty? No, of course not. That's just an intuition. That's just a gut feel. Now, that can be influenced by a shit ton of bias, a lot of things that could be different. It might be the mustache that I think he did on purpose, because it does make him look like a creepy sort of pedo guy. And that's sort of the look that he was going for. So it could have just been for jokes and shits and giggles. But at the same time, it should at least make you think a bit harder about stuff like this, right? And when you see someone that makes you feel uncomfortable, trust that. Trust that intuition. Something in your brain, some subconscious part of your brain picked up on something that you maybe don't even realize, but your brain picked up on it, and it's sending signals warning you that something here ain't quite right.
Destiny, you say they should avoid fuckboys, but how does someone get to 30 years old and not know the sense of what a fuckboy does? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she was just like super in love with him and really obsessed.
No, it's not hard. The vast majority of people do zero introspection, like zero. They don't do any introspection. They don't think about what they're thinking. They don't think about their own feelings. So that's why girls tend to struggle to figure out what is a fuckboy and what isn't. Because they don't think about that. They never question the interactions that they're having with people. And that's not just girls, that's guys too. Vast majority of people don't do any introspection whatsoever. That's why at 30 years old, you still don't know what a fuckboy looks like. Because you've never actually asked yourself, what did all the other fuckboys look like that I dated?
Let's say you're rich and you didn't rape her. How the f do you defend against this? Because the texts look bad, but not as far as rape. Well, I mean, like, it seems like he's probably really, really, really pushy, and he's probably really, really rapey. Like, that's what those texts look like. And I believe her account of the events here because they're pretty consistent with the text messages. So, yeah. She might have been naive to trust him, but he also lied to her and said he respected her boundaries and wasn't going to push her destiny. Yeah, but Claudia, no offense, but like, you're retarded if you, like, that's like, you're out with a guy and he's like, He's like, can you please come out drinking? We can go back to my place. And you're like, I don't know. I'm like, oh, please, let's get really wasted. I'll respect your boundaries. And you already have a history of this guy only wanting to fuck you. And he's like, please come over to my apartment and drink. This is my other take. I'm going to roll back out this take again. And everybody can get really mad if you want. I don't care. The only reason you go over to somebody's place is to fuck. Full stop, period. End of discussion. That is a rule that I know. That is a rule that I live by. It has never served me wrong in my entire fucking life. If you invite somebody over to your place, at least one person there has an expectation of fucking going on.
Like, I would say, first and foremost, if a guy ever invites you to his place, it is to fuck. 100%. 100%. No guy in the history of the world has ever invited a girl over to his place if not to fuck. And I would say with relative certainty that the vast majority of girls, if not all girls, that go to a guy's place is going there at least with some intention, initially, to fuck. Now, that doesn't mean that she can't change her mind. So it might be that she starts talking to him and she sort of realizes, oh my God, he's very creepy. He's very weird. He hasn't changed at all. No, thanks. I don't want to do this anymore. In which case, now it's over, right? Night's ruined. You have to go to bed alone and help yourself. You know, that's just sad but true. But I don't like, I have not had that. I don't know many guys that have had that because I don't think that girls don't know that either. I think a girl knows when a guy invites her over to his place that he wants to fuck. And even if she is protesting, even if she is saying, no, but I don't really want to, I don't feel comfortable, the fact that she ends up going suggests to me that there is at least on some level an openness to it. So maybe like there's a possibility that this girl thought to herself, you know, I really don't want to do it. But if he actually changed, like, if we sit in the movie theater and we have a conversation about a relationship and he's apologetic, he shows that he's learned, he shows that he's grown, then I would like to have sex with him. So I would be happy to have sex with him if he shows that. But then they're in the movie theater, every single time she wants to talk about their feelings, he's manipulating her, telling her it makes him feel bad about stuff. He doesn't want to. Now she's starting to change her mind. She no longer wants to go through with the whole sexual thing because, well, he's not lived up to what she thought would be the bare necessities of, you know, her actually being willing to sleep with him. And then, of course, he goes and says, well, no, you're in my apartment now. This is happening whether you like it or not. So, still not her fault. Absolutely not. But I don't know if you can say that anyone is going to anyone's apartment and not knowing or at least thinking about having sex.
There is just absolutely no reason, no rationale, no logical reason to ever go to somebody's place unless you're planning on fucking, or unless you know the person a lot and you like really trust them. It's like a close friend or somebody you've known for a long time in a non-fuckboyish way.
Yeah,
she'd known this guy for a long time and knew
that's
he was a
very
fuckboy.
different.
So, why are you going over to his apartment at 12:30? How stupid are you? What the fuck do you think you're gonna do? Do you think he's just gonna want to watch a movie with you and you're gonna walk away? Like, that's so dumb. She was probably going there to try to debate him into either a relationship or something. That would be my guess. Because otherwise, why the fuck are you going over there at 1 a.m.? Like, what are you thinking? Like, it's just...
Yeah,
you know,
I agree. Nothing good ever
why
happens
would you
after
do that?
12,
It's so
boys.
stupid.
Nothing good ever happens after 12.
It's super sus that she's super vague about the most important rapey part. I'm inclined to not believe her until more details come out, I guess. If I had to, we'll be really irresponsible here because who the fuck cares? If I had to guess, warning, this is all conjecture. I have no idea. My guess is going to be is that once she was in the apartment, he's probably doing the thing where you push for more and more and more and more and more until she gives up. Like, we're hanging out, like, let's just hang out, like, okay, I'm really horny, I want to respect your boundaries, like, can I just masturbate in front of you, is that okay? And she's like, oh, I don't know, Rich, like, and he's like, come on, let me just jerk off, like, that's it, it'll be okay. And she's like, I don't know, I'm not super comfortable. He's like, come on, please. And he's like, okay, yeah, if you want, just like respect my boundaries. Like, okay, blah blah blah. And it was probably like that type of debate over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. But that's probably like what happened until it got to the point where he was fucking her and then came inside of her. That'd be my guess.
See, the reason I would be inclined to agree here even though it is cringe as fuck. But the reason I would be inclined to agree here, you know, once you have a girl in your apartment, you know, you two are now alone, there's no one else around. Remember, it doesn't even necessarily have to be consciously. Subconsciously, that girl is aware of a couple of things here. The first is that she is vastly outmatched, right? Because, well, you're you. The second is that she will never be able to survive a physical encounter with you. So her life is literally in danger at that point, which is why very often you'll find that girls lie. When you go up to a girl and you tell her, hey, you're very beautiful, can I get your number? They'll give you the wrong number. Or they'll tell you, I'm sorry, thank you so much, but I have a boyfriend. Most of the time that is a lie. She doesn't actually have a boyfriend, but here's the thing. Why is she lying to you? It's not because she's a bad person. It's because if she tells you, no thanks, I'm not interested, and you lose your cool and you start beating her up, she has no way of stopping you. She will not survive that encounter. You are stronger, you will kill her. So her best recourse is to feign ignorance or to sort of, you know, try and get out of it. Try to get out of it in such a way that you don't feel slighted. Because I wasn't even aware of that, but a lot of guys get very offended if a girl says no. Like, they get offended, like physically will start asking, what do you mean? Why? What's wrong with me? You know, and she doesn't want to be in that. She doesn't want to be in that environment, because even if, like you said, Foul Smoke, the dude is tiny, he's still stronger than what she is. He could still kill her. And so now she's in his apartment. He's doing this pushy conversation thing where, you know, he keeps pushing a little bit more, pushing a little bit more, pushing a little bit more. And what ends up happening is this girl probably complies with a lot more than what she would originally have been comfortable with, out of fear for her own life, whether conscious or subconscious. So her own mind is constantly making her aware that if she says no now, she could set him off. He could lose his shit. He could lose his cool, and then she's dead. So she's probably now complying with a lot of things just because, you know, she knows that she's fucked if she doesn't. So I do see a world in which that could be possible. Punk Doppler, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. We're talking about Rich. We're reacting to Destiny speaking about Rich.
Yeah.
Oh, Kui Monster, you have to be incredibly aware of the mindset that girls are in when they're speaking to guys. It is fundamental that a guy keeps that in mind. He has to keep in mind that this girl is faced with someone stronger, faster, and could very easily overpower her. So everything she says to you, you should look at it through that lens of knowing that if she feels even for a short, even for a moment, if she feels threatened, the next words might not necessarily be true. She might now start playing sort of defense, just trying to get out of this alive. And you hear this quite often with girls that has gone through like SA, where once they realized that it is now inevitable, their minds went into the, I need to stay alive. So they'll actually start going along with it. They won't fight it. They won't try to fight the guy off, because they realize in that moment, if they try and fight this guy off, it's not just going to be SA. It might then actually be much worse than SA. And so now she's just trying to stay alive. And her entire survival instinct kicks in, where, you know, she's just going to go along with everything because she doesn't want to die. Myth Hammer, by the way, dude, 3 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. It's been 3 months already, even though I have no time to watch too much. Well worth it. Bro, I appreciate the support, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What level in the spectrum of rape or sexual assault would you consider that pushiness? Pretty far down. Pretty far towards the rape section. I hate hate pushy people, and it's so easy to rape somebody without raping somebody if you're just really pushy, right? This is gonna be like if you go to like the dark triad of like PUA shit, like this is like the way to fuck, is like, let me get you with some sort of drug in your system, maybe like 3 or 4 shots, or like 2 or 3 mixed drinks, maybe smoke some weed, so we can break you down that way. Then let me get you in a private place so nobody can distract us. Then let me start to kind of like guilt trip you or make you feel bad. Oh no, like I'm gonna have blue balls, or like, oh, like I paid for dinner and like we've come all this way. And then it's like, and then you just ask. As long as she never gives you a firm no, because most people are too uncomfortable to do it, eventually you'll get to fuck them. That's like the dark triad, like PUA, like rape, but not really, where you just like, you break the
Oh, it doesn't matter. You guys don't have to even worry about that. We went through 2 videos painstakingly for hours on end, removing every single reference to rape that we could find, and YouTube still demonetized the videos. And when I asked for a formal review of the videos, because every single word of that could be sexual assault, rape, fuck, and all those words were censored, and YouTube still confirmed, no, you do not get to monetize these videos. So it doesn't matter. We can say whatever the fuck we want. These videos are not getting monetized. We're not making shit money on those videos. We just have to accept that.
them down and then you drug them up, but legally everything is legal, and it's all consensual because they're acquiescing the entire time, and that's like the way to rape, not rape somebody. And then by the end of it, you're like, well, you never said no, and no, they didn't. And it's like, you never pushed me off you, no, they probably didn't. And then it's like, yeah, that's like the, yeah. I think, in my opinion, I feel like that type of behavior is ultra fucking scummy. Like almost on tier as just like rape for me. I think that's like some of the worst types of fucking behavior that you can do. The problem with that behavior is a couple things. Actually, no. The problem is one thing.
I wonder why.
The problem is that one thing is that when so many guys do that, it makes it really hard to just like pursue normal like interactions with women. Like, when I'm talking to women, especially women that I'm courting, there is so much shit that I have to account for to make sure that she feels safe, because almost every single thing that I do can be interpreted as like a, I'm gonna rape you. And it's because of guys like that. Like, you have to go through so much effort. Like, hey, like, can I pick you up from this place? If not, you can Uber, that's fine. Or like, if I pick you up, you can fucking bring a friend, or you can drive, or you can Uber and we can meet there. Like, you have to like caveat so many different things, because so many different offers that guys do for women are really just like subtle little traps, right? Like, a lot of guys are like, I wanna pick you up because if I pick you up, I'm in control of where we go. And once I've got you in my car, if we get out from dinner and I go to my car and I start driving you back to my apartment, you're probably not gonna say anything.
I'll be honest with you. I blame Tinder. I blame Instagram. Because the problem is that, I don't know if you guys even know what the statistics are on those apps. Did you know that only 20% of all the men on Tinder get about 80% of all the girls on Tinder? Actually, I think it's higher. I think 20% of all the men on Tinder get about 90-something% of all the women on Tinder. And it happens to be all the fuckboys. All of the fuckboys, all of the bad guys, they're dating about 90% of all the women on Tinder. So what ends up happening is all of these girls, and it's nowadays almost all girls, they're learning about men from the worst possible examples of men. And this is why you will so often hear girls going, yeah, all guys are fuckboys, all guys are assholes. Why do all guys cheat? It's like, all guys do not cheat. But because you are only dating about 20% of all fucking men, all of those guys are cheating on you. Because those are the guys that will fucking cheat. But you're too stupid to realize that if you meet a solid 10 on Tinder, you're not the only girl that he's meeting with. You're just tonight's girl that he's meeting with. So that's why you have this similar experience with all of the men that you meet on Tinder. It's because all of them are meeting all of the other girls. You're just tonight's meal, so to speak. It creates this thing where girls start to feel like everything guys do has some ulterior motive, even when a guy really is just trying to be nice, even when a guy really is just trying to be a good guy, there has to be some ulterior motive here, because every other guy that she has ever been with, that she's met on one of these dating apps, has turned out to be a creep, where every single thing was meant for something else. Jenny Beans, how you doing? Goes out there, you're just gonna sift through a pile of dog shit to get there. Well, the other issue, and this is gonna sound so bad, but it really is true. Guys have very lax standards. So a guy that is a solid 10 will very easily date a girl that's a 5. Right? Not date, but will sleep with a girl that's a 5. If he's really horny enough and she's the only one around, he'll probably fucking go for it, right? And it's just one night. Who cares? So what ends up happening, and this is a whole new problem, what ends up happening is that girl that's a 5 now starts believing herself to be a 10. So she only wants to date guys that is a 10. The problem is all of the guys that she wants to date that is a 10 only really wants her for sex. They don't actually care about her. She's a 5. They're not going to date her. They're not going to settle down with her because they don't view her as good enough for them, even though she's probably a hell of a lot better than any of them and better than what any of them deserve. But then what happens is all of the guys that is a 6 or a 7 or an 8 that would be more her speed, that would probably treat her very well, she now believes herself to be better than all of those guys that is a 6 or a 7 or an 8, because she slept with so many guys that is a 10 that now she believes that she will only go for 10s because that's what she's worth. And it's sort of the self-fulfilling prophecy where girls end up with the biggest assholes on these dating apps, and it warps their ability to view any normal guy as anything worthwhile. That's why only 20% of all the men on Tinder actually get all of the girls on Tinder. Because the dudes that is a 4 or a 5, he's never getting a girl. Never. It's not happening for him. The guy that's a 7 or an 8 isn't getting the girl because he's not a 10. You know, and these girls are worth 10s because that's what they sleep with. So, yeah, it's a miserable place. I genuinely believe if Twitter is the worst thing that could ever have happened to humanity, then Tinder is the worst thing that could ever have happened to girls. Because it has given girls a warped idea of their own self-worth, but even worse, it's given them a warped idea of men and who men are. Because the vast majority of men are not like the 20% of fuckboys that you guys hook up with.
Even have to ask where we're gonna go. I'm just gonna drive you back to my apartment. And once we're there, are you really gonna Uber home? Are you really gonna leave at that point? Especially if you're a little tipsy? Like, probably not, right? There's like so many mindfucky things that like guys will do to like quasi rape women, but not really. That it's just like you have to like do so much shit to like make them understand that you're not doing that. But there's also a game that you're playing because you have to make them understand that you're not gonna rape them while not being too obvious that you're trying to make them understand that you're not gonna rape them, because then it seems like you're really gonna rape them, right? Like if I DM a girl and it's like, hey, do you wanna go out to this? Okay, here's the address and here's the time we're gonna be there and here's my cell phone number. Make sure to give it to your closest friend. Wink, wink, wink. Like, okay, well now it sounds like you're super gonna rape me, right? So there's like this whole meta of like having like the dance of like, I'm gonna fuck somebody, but I also want them to feel safe, but I don't want them to feel like I'm intentionally trying to make them feel safe, like I'm trying to rape, and it's just like so dumb. Just don't be like creepy. The rich guy's a piece of shit, is what I'm saying. Yeah. But the girl was fucking dumb too. Jesus. People think Rich took underskirt pics of Emaru in this clip.
Gross, bro.
You don't like salmon roe?
No, people like that.
I
shit
like
eat ass.
this.
Oh, I just feel sick being around here.
I don't do that.
I feel sick.
She's quite cute, though.
How do you know?
I never noticed, but Emaru
Just
is
because you
actually
see the
quite
phone in
cute.
his hand? Oh, you guys can't even see it. There's like a phone in his hand here, and people are saying that he took this phone and he's like.
I like this.
Oh, I just feel sick being around here.
I don't do that.
And here's the time we're gonna be there, and here's my cell phone number. Make sure to give it to your girl. Was fucking dumb too. Underskirt pics of Emaru.
I feel
Okay, there he has a phone in his hand, right? Right in that hand, there's a phone. Now watch how close he gets to her. See, I don't ever do that to anyone. One of the reasons I don't get so close to people is, one, I don't want to make them feel uncomfortable, but two, I don't like people being so close to me. I have a pretty large personal space. Now, I'm already a large guy, so you can imagine how big my personal space is, right? But I have a pretty large personal space, so I don't like people entering that space in any way, shape, or form. I even have problem with girlfriends entering my personal space unless I actively invite them in. So, I would never get that close to a girl. But he is, like, creepily close. And especially since the phone is in his hand, and it appears as if it's showing some kind of light or some shit.
Like that.
I like this.
Oh. I just feel sick being around here.
I don't do that.
See how close he is to
I
her.
feel sick. Can you please put a lid on that?
The way he walked away from her as well felt like he kept his hand there longer than normal. Like, look at how he turns away from this.
Bro.
You don't like salmon roe?
No, people
Hey,
like that.
okay.
I like this.
Oh. I just feel sick being around here.
I don't do that.
Wait, let me slow this down. I know we're breaking down something that technically we shouldn't be, but look at how he walks away. Okay, so there he grabs the food very close to her. His hand could now so easily be below her skirt. And then when he walks away, look at his, like, he's not normally walking away. He's keeping his arm there for as long as humanly possible. At least that's what it looks like. It just looks a little weird. Because the way that I would walk away there, if it was me, and I was like, somehow that close to a girl, I would first walk... I would usually, in that sense, I would take a step back. If that makes sense. Like, I would first take a step back, and then I would turn and walk away. I wouldn't stay that close to her, and then just sort of slide off to the path, to the side. Because that's not natural. That's not a natural movement for most people. Was the rumor that he took an upskirt pic? Yeah, this is the rumor that he took an upskirt pic. Just want to see the phone, because I'm sure I saw that phone looking as if it's on. That is such an awkward place for him to stand, though. Like, that is a super awkward place for him to stand. Okay, this is where Destiny is going to remove his camera, so we can quickly see the phone. There. What's that raid? Is that just part of the cover? Do you guys see the raid there? Like, the red on his phone there. That's his phone. I wish he made this bigger. Where's that Emmy, you eat ass? I need this clip. Emmy, you eat ass. Let's see. Let's see if we can find that clip quickly, shall we? If it's still... I don't know if it's still around, even. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find that fucking clip, if I'm honest. Yeah, we're probably not finding that clip. Seven, what am I looking up? What am I reading up? How far up, Seven? Whole situation is weird, that's for sure. Very weird. Ray Dot is on the YouTube. Oh yeah, that bit. Oh, you're right. Yeah. It's the YouTube gear. See, I didn't think it was the YouTube gear because I initially thought that this was on Twitch. But I want to see the phone more clearly, and I don't know what the fuck this video. It's probably been removed. Most likely been removed. See, the problem with videos like this is it's nigh fucking impossible to find. Yeah, no. If the video was there, it's no longer there at all. I definitely can't zoom in like this. Also comes from his facial expression while after he turns away. Like, something's just creepy about the position that he stands in when he stands behind her. Like, there's something, like, look at... It's just creepy, dude. It's just creepy. She's a cute girl, I'm not going to lie, but no girl deserves this, regardless of how hot she is on her for speaking out. Well, this isn't the girl that spoke out. But Emiru is very cute, yes. Not gonna lie about that. You're right. I mean, again, have to be clear. This is still allegedly. We don't know what the actual truth is of what happened. We're still, as far as I'm concerned, waiting for Rich to come out with some kind of story or some kind of like update. The last time Rich tweeted out anything was December 16. And this time he closed any ability to comment on his tweet. And none of his friends, like, no one seems to have tweeted this. The quote tweets, on the other hand, how the fuck do you even show your face after raping someone? Funny how you turned off comments because you know what you did, coward and rapist. Wow. The OTK members discovering that yet another member has got caught with yet another sexual assault. Just want to be clear, so far, other than Rich, not a single OTK member has been caught with sexual assault. Crazy Slick wasn't part of OTK. The only thing that happened there was Miskov covered for him, but he wasn't part of OTK. What, you were done? Who would have thought that OTK, the org where Miskov works, would be so riff with sexual assault? Bro, what? Basically, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I did that shit. Oh, shit. If I allege that Asmund raped me, he can bait kick too? No. Yeah, Miskov's dumbass just got involved and covered him. Yeah. Miskov just did a stupid thing. You're a sick man. I hope you're on in hell. You see, this is what I mean when I say... So let's imagine for a moment, okay? Imagine for a moment that this girl lied. Let's just do a thought experiment here. This is why I say we need greater punishments for people who lie about shit like this. So this girl tweeted this out. Now imagine if Rich was actually innocent. He didn't actually do any of this. He is just a guy that looks creepy, but he isn't creepy. So first of all, he's lost his position at OTK as a result of this. Look at all of these replies. No one, remember, at this point, not a single person has any evidence of anything that had happened. You're a sick man. I hope you rot in hell. Why is it always the funny ones? Twitch streamers trying not to be rapist challenge. Here's the alleged victim statement. Dude needs to be locked away if all this is true. Shut the fuck up, rapist. Well, this guy has always been a total weirdo, so I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised. I hope you spend the rest of your miserable days rotting in jail, and that when it's finally time for your sorry excuse of a human life to end, that you burn hot in hell, genuinely. Are we really surprised? Twitch streamers conjuring an intricate response to the perplexing question, are you a rapist? She came with receipts, bro. It looks grim for you. Once a Blizzard employee, always a Blizzard employee. Crazy Slick sends his regards. All you motherfuckers have to do is play games and not be shitty people. Why is that so hard for you bitches? Now, here's where things get really annoying and sad. If we imagine for a moment, as a thought experiment, that Rich Campbell is indeed innocent, he did none of this, all of this was made up. How many of these people that basically immediately condemned him, how many of you will ever even know that this is not true? That Rich didn't actually do any of this? How many? This is the problem with believe all, anything, nothing is 100% ever. Like, even if it came out that she lied, dude's life is still over. Like, there will always be an element on the internet that will believe that he did this. That he absolutely did this. And that will not change their minds on it. This is why I think the way in which we do things now, even if true, is just wrong. This whole public court and accusing people of stuff in public court or in the court of public opinion just seems like such a horrible, ill-fated idea for humanity because it leads to nothing but absolute fucking heartache and miserableness for most people involved. Just wondering where his part of the story is at this point. Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. The fact that he's still not put anything out and it's been, what, 6 days now? Suggests to me, guys, that any of you that's still hoping that he might not be guilty should probably give up on that dream. It's been 6 days. He's not put out a statement yet. The only thing that tells me, because here's the regular way of going about this. This is what you'll see most companies do, whether guilty or not guilty. If you know what you're doing, this is how you do it. Okay? You process what's happened. Okay? You let it cool down for a day or two, and then you come up with your statement. Usually the next day, sometimes the day after that. Not longer than that. Any publicist, anyone that knows anything about public appearances will tell you the longer you leave it, the harder it becomes to walk it back. You'll never be able to walk it back after a certain point. 6 days is almost already too long. If he really had something to say, he probably would have already put it out. Like, he would have already put out his statement. The fact that he's still not putting it out suggests one of two things to me. Either it's true, someone said in chat that he may have gotten a lawyer. But even then, if he wanted to clear his name, he would have tweeted, okay, guys, I said I would give a statement. Instead, I'm not going to get a statement. I'm retaining a lawyer, and I will fight this in court because this is slander. He would have put something like this out. So he would have made it clear that he is issuing a legal challenge to the allegations that have been made, so that everyone that is following the story now, the court of public opinion, understands that he's taking this to the next level. And if you really didn't do this, that's the best way to clear your name. Because if you are willing to take this person to court, it means that you're fairly certain that you did not do this.